Harry Crow, a Harry Potter fanfiction by Robert. Part 5. Chapter 45. Enter the Basilisk. The stately elegance and sheer opulence of the room the young witch was inviting the wizard into was currently being totally ignored by the couple. This was more about the subject matter they were discussing claiming all of their attention, rather than any form of indifference or complacency. I was beginning to think you weren't going to be allowed to flow over. I really miss seeing you every day. I'm really glad of a break from the manor. Things are pretty intense at home right now. Mother and father are both furious at each other. Kinda makes me wish I was back at Hogwarts too. Pansy was shaking her head at that idea as she led Draco to the sofa. Not if it could get us killed. My mother and father are furious that this thing can attack purebloods, and the fact your father never warned anyone of what he was doing. The same rules still apply, Pansy. If my father gets caught, anyone who knew about whatever scheme he's up to will find at the very least their Gringotts vaults closed. Trust me, you wouldn't want to be in the same situation as us. So, you still don't know what he's done? Draco remained adamant in his opinion. No, and I don't want to either. Even Mother doesn't know what he'd been up to, just that we were in the same danger as everyone else. That's why she came to Hogwarts and dragged me out of there. I think my parents are frightened that if your father gets caught, he might pull others down with him. I will of course truthfully claim I simply didn't want to be at Hogwarts without you. That's why I sent a letter home asking my parents to collect me. It was then Draco dropped the bombshell. My father had no intention of getting me out of there. Mother had to draw her wand so he wouldn't stop her heading for Hogwarts. He's absolutely livid that she might have pointed the ministry in his direction, while she is furious that he put me in such danger. It's quite a shock to discover your father places some form of revenge over the value of his only child's life. Pansy didn't know how to answer that, who would? Draco took her silence as a sign to continue. He was speaking his recent thoughts out loud for the first time, showing just how concerned Draco was at the current situation. I am starting to question everything my father has taught me. He claims Malfoys bow to no one, yet he then sullied our ancestry by calling a man with a muggle father his master. He projects an image of power, yet last year an 11-year-old Harry Crow destroyed him before his goblin father finished the job. He preaches nothing is more important than family, then leaves his own son in a deadly situation, a situation which he deliberately created. I just don't know which way is up at the moment, Pansy. She laid Draco's head on her lap and encouraged him to stretch out on the sofa. As Pansy ran her fingers through Draco's hair, he closed his eyes and considered the other side of the coin. Crow is supposed to be my enemy, yet he confuses the hell out of me. That day in the Great Hall when I called him a thieving goblin bastard, he had me. Reporting that to his father would have seen me barred from Gringotts, and we both know what that would mean. I got the impression Crow understood exactly what that would mean too, yet he gave me an easy out. We both also know we would only need to ask, and defense lessons from Professor Weasley would be available too. It was our choice to give it a miss. Then there was the Merlin Ball. Pansy held her silence, knowing Draco needed to get this off his chest. We both know I wouldn't have stood in earthly of receiving any new dress robes from home, while Ron Weasley would probably been able to afford a set now. Crow provided tailoring for all of us, so everyone was the same, and must have paid out a fortune to do so. Pansy, that was one of the best parties I've ever attended. Everyone had a great time. Blaze even managed to bag a seat at Crow's table, and he was welcomed there. All the Slytherins had noticed the changes in the castle this year, and not all of them were against those changes. Draco appeared to be slowly coming around to that point of view. Everyone who has gone up against Crow has come off worse. My father, Slughorn, that massive goblin with the axe, even Dumbledore has seen his reputation destroyed. Kicked out of the Wizengamot and now Hogwarts. Crow has an untouchable power base and could easily lord it over Hogwarts, yet he seems to have no interest in doing so. All he does is train, and that worries me. He needed a moment to consider how far he wanted to take this. Since he'd started unburdening his soul, Draco was actually feeling better. This step, though, was tantamount to blasphemy, the kind of sin that could see you burned at the stake, or tortured to death. We have been taught that the Dark Lord is all-powerful, All the evidence we've learned lately points to that not being true. It's now an established fact his father was a muggle, and not even my father disputes a 15-month-old Harry Potter defeated Voldemort. The confused wizard needed a moment before continuing. Crow can do things with those blades of his that scares the shit out of me, and I certainly believe him when he says the goblins and the Ministry will back him in his fight against the Dark Lord. What if he wins? I don't understand, Draco. If he defeats the Dark Lord for a second time, they will probably make him king or something. Whatever they do, he would certainly not be someone you wanted as an enemy. Father thinks he's being so clever, yet the people Crow has behind him destroyed Dumbledore, something neither Voldemort or Grindelwald were able to do at the height of their powers. This just confused Pansy even more. I still don't understand what you're getting at, Draco. Whatever Father has done, I believe he's going to be caught. Between the more efficient ministry and this new alliance with the goblins, everything points to that outcome, with only my father not being able to recognize this. I also think Mother and I have to give him the same support he gave me at Hogwarts over this scheme of his. None. He left me to face whatever he's unleashed in that castle. We'll need to leave him to face the backlash of those actions alone. I just hope Mother and I can survive it and then choose the right side. Rita had followed her instincts, as well as Draco, through the flow. Those instincts were now paying dividends. With the two senior Malfoys barely speaking to each other, there was nothing for her to overhear. Today had been a pure mine of information, just not a rich enough seam yet to supply her with those 10,000 golden galleons. Rita was confident, though, there would be a break in this story soon. It was an angry Neville who broke the silence in Myrtle's toilet, stoutly springing to Padma's defense. That's impossible. When Luna was petrified, Padma wasn't even in Scotland. She spent Halloween dancing with me at Longbottom Manor. We were all there, even Professor Hobson. I don't know who you saw, but it certainly wasn't Padma. Myrtle didn't take too kindly to her word being questioned, especially in her own patch, and in front of Harry too. I know exactly what I saw. She hissed at that sink and it opened, then she and that ruddy giant snake went down the hole. This saw the ghost pause at the glaring inconsistency in her story. But then, how could she be standing here if she's down there? The obvious solution hit all of them at the same time. With a scream of PAV, Padma dived at the construction and attempted to rip a sink off the stone structure with her bare hands. After having no success, she was reaching for her wand when Neville and Harry grabbed her arms and pulled her back. Let me go, let me go. My sister is down there. Hermione tried to reason with her. We know, Padma, but what does Professor Weasley always say is our most powerful weapon? Our minds. We're going to need all our weapons if we're to get Parvati out of there. Padma looked at her friends and asked the question. You're going to help? Harry was deadly serious. I count you as family, Padma, and Parvati is your sister. That makes her family too. Whatever or whoever is controlling her has also attacked Luna, Susan, and Hannah. They're not getting away with it. The awe in Tonks made her ask the next question. Harry, how do you know someone is controlling this girl? It was just as well both Harry and Neville still had hold of Padma. She was ready to spring at the oar. She settled for sending a verbal blast in her direction. My sister is not a parselmouth, which is why there was hissing at the sink. You also need that skill to control the basilisk. Both Tonks and Henrika were shocked at that revelation, leaving Harry to regret not approaching the villa last night with their theory. Okay, time to send for help. Harry removed his dagger and sent the come-running signal to his father. Or Tonks, how much help can we expect from the Aurors? Quite a few of the Aurors in the castle are trainees. I noticed at least one of the trainees petrified in the corridor. If this situation should arise, our very specific orders left no room for any misunderstandings. The castle has to be evacuated, and everyone escorted down to Hogsmeade. That will be the Auror force's top priority. Only after that has been accomplished are they allowed to do any investigating. Henrika chipped in with her take on the evacuation. I told McGonagall I would get you 4 out of here, so they will only be missing 1 student. Tonks then gave her professional opinion of the current situation. They won't halt the evacuation for 1 missing student, rather get everyone else to Hogsmeade, and then send a squad back to search for her. It will take my father the best part of an hour to gather squads, and then get to Hogwarts. Pav might not have that long, Harry. We're not going to be standing about doing nothing, Padma. It was Henrika who interrupted. Harry, we need to wait until the others get here. We need to get this thing open. Until we do, there's no point in arguing over anything else at the moment. Everyone could see the merit in Harry's argument, but it was Hermione who pointed out the obvious. You're right, but how do we get it open? None of us speak Parseltongue. The Lady Helena then provided Hermione with an answer. Harry is Hogwarts champion. All doors should open for him, even ancient ones. Deciding to give it a try, Harry placed his hands on the nearest sink before issuing a demand. Hogwarts, your champion commands this door to open. They all heard the screech of stones straining to move against stone, but the sinks didn't budge an inch. Harry again commanded the door to open, again the screeching, but no opening. Harry drew his sword and held it vertically in front of him, almost as a badge of office. Hogwarts, your champion commands this door to open. This time magic sparked from the sword to battle the ancient Parseltongue magic that was denying access. Brilliant, colorful flashes of magic continually jumped between the sword and the stone structure containing the sinks. It slowly crept open as the maelstrom of wild magic lit up the entire toilet. Every hair on Tonk's body was standing to attention from the amount of magic that was in the air. She'd never even heard of such power before, far less witnessed it. Harry, what kind of spell was that? I've never seen anything like it. That wasn't a spell, and it wasn't me. Hogwarts just channeled magic through Godric's blade to overpower the Parselmouth enchantment that secured the opening. Now, I need everyone to cast their strongest shields. The Auror was about to ask why when she noticed that everyone else just obeyed Harry's order. She followed suit. As the last piece of the structure was about to sink into the floor, a surge of magic from Harry's sword blasted it to pieces. Pieces of stone that rained down on the shields they had erected, his three friends ensuring their shields overlapped to cover Harry too. That should stop it closing, and now we can argue about what comes next. Harry hardly had the words out his mouth before Padma butted in. That's my sister down there. No one is stopping me going down after her. No one is trying to stop you, Padma. What we need, though, is a plan that's more evolved than jumping in there and shouting for Parvati at the top of your voice. If we don't have one, then we need to wait for reinforcements. Padma was smart enough to understand Harry's reasoning. She still didn't like it, though. Tonks didn't like this idea of entering the chamber at all, and tried to dissuade Harry. We don't know what's down there, or have any idea of what we'll face. It's madness to go any further without reinforcements. My sister might not have that time to wait. We saw the message written on the corridor wall. Just whose skeleton do you think that message was referring to? Or Tonks, we will need someone to stay behind and lead the others to us. My father will bring every blade he can, while Amelia will want a piece of whatever did that to Susan. Harry's words hit Tonks where it hurt. If you think this Auror is going to stand here while 4 kids go down there without her, then you're crazier than a drunk Peeves. Henrika tried to reason with him. Harry, the parents are going to hit the roof if you pull this stunt. It will make that incident this summer seem like a picnic. She was focusing on his mate and trying to make him see the consequences of this. His mate, though, had not been idle. Hermione was working on a viable solution to their basilisk problem. She transfigured one of the stones Harry had shattered into something they all recognized from their holidays over the summer. The witch in question slipped on the pair of mirror sunglasses she'd just transfigured. If we can create a strong enough light to temporarily blind it, that should also disrupt the magical focus of its eyes. We all studied and practiced that spell Slughorn cast on you. That should certainly disrupt it for a moment or two. Then, it's a speed and accuracy drill as we aim for its eyes. Harry so wanted to hug his mate, but Padma beat him to it. Hermione, that's so bloody crazy, it just might work. Hermione's attention, though, was still focused on Harry. You need me down there, Harry. Apart from its eyes, this thing will be practically impervious to magic. We're gonna need our swords to fight this thing, and I'm never passing mine off to anyone else. With a nod, Harry turned his attention to Neville. The Gryffindor had his answer already. I would rather face what's down there than be left up here to tell Barchok and Amelia. You three jumped into that. Henrika didn't even give Harry time to attempt to sideline her. This is Hogwarts and I am a professor, technically in charge of you lot. I may not be able to stop you going, but I can at least go with you to help keep you four out of trouble down there and when we come back up. All four appreciated that. They knew the trouble that would await when their parents caught up with the group. The Lady Ravenclaw solved their other problem. The Baron will lead the rescue parties here, while I will accompany you. Since the basilisk cannot kill me, I shall take the lead and hope to supply you with at least a warning. Hermione was dishing out the pairs of mirror sunglasses she'd transfigured, and, as they got ready to slide down the chute, even Tonks had to admit they had a plan of action that was better than anything she could come up with on the spur of the moment. With the Ravenclaw ghost taking the lead, Tonks was going to bring up the rear, hoping to ensure they didn't get ambushed from behind. She understood what Henrika was doing by talking about the trouble they would be in when they came back up. Personally, the Auror thought it would be a miracle if they all came out of this alive. She really wished they would wait for the reinforcements to get here, but Tonks was under no illusion she could actually stop them. She'd watched Harry and Hermione train with those blades or magic every morning, add in their two friends and Henrika, and Tonks knew she would be quickly overpowered. The best she could do was try and keep them safe, and hope the help got here as quickly as possible. The mass goblin arrival outside Hogwarts was actually greeted with cheers from the students who were being led down to Hogsmeade. The 70 goblins Barchok had brought with him were in full armor and ready for battle. They were indeed a stirring sight. The sight that stopped this force in their tracks was the petrified children being levitated toward the village. Barchok couldn't fail to notice Susan and Hannah amongst the victims. Amelia storming toward him with a dozen Aurors in tow was pretty unmissable too. She appeared ready, willing, and able to tackle a dragon with her bare hands. Stopping only to confirm the victims were indeed petrified, and therefore still alive, she and her Aurors headed straight for Barchok's force. The Goblin Ambassador bowed to the Lady Warrior. Madam Bones, Amelia, I want you to know we are desperately sorry for what happened here and stand ready to help in any way we can. The nation also has a slight stock of the Mandrake potion, enough to see all the children back to normal before this day is out. Your Aurors may have to wait a day or two until we can acquire some more mature Mandrake. On behalf of all the parents and the ministry, you have my thanks. Amelia had learned enough about Barchok during the summer to know the thanks of the parents would mean a lot more to him than any words the ministry had. Looking at the force he had assembled, she had to ask the obvious. Have you any idea what caused this? Sorry, but no. Harry transmitted our strongest emergency signal. It basically means grab as many warriors as you can and get here quickly. I can only assume he knows what we'll be facing, but see no sign of him or the others. Both knew where Harry went. The other three wouldn't be far behind. Amelia made the only decision she could. I can't take any Aurors away from escorting the students to Hogsmeade. This squad was all I could muster from the ministry at short notice. The minister is gathering a larger force and will be here in an hour or so. We are merely an advanced party and would certainly be prepared to follow your lead in this matter. They resumed marching toward the castle, both knowing they would need more information before making further plans. Minerva McGonagall was bringing up the rear of the train of students winding their way down to Hogsmeade, the clearly agitated which rushed toward them. Barchok, I think Harry and his friends are still in the castle. The alarm sounded when they would have been exercising. Padma and Neville made sure Luna and Colin got down to the hall before leaving with Henrika to search for them. All three point-blank refused to leave the castle without Harry and Hermione. This was not a shock to the goblin. He'd been expecting his son to be in the thick of it. Harry would never have sent that level of distress call otherwise. Professor, Sirius arranged with Auror Tonks that she would accompany the pair to and from their morning training. Wherever they are, they have Henrika and the Auror for company. Is there anyone else missing? Miss Brown reported Parvati Patil was feeling under the weather this morning and rushed into a bathroom as they made their way down from the Great Hall. She's unaccounted for, and a message was left on the corridor wall, again in blood. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber for eternity. Since she is the only student unaccounted for, I fear she has been taken. Harry will be going after her. I just hope he can talk his friends out of accompanying him. I fear, though, that Padma will never accept that, and the other two will be just as stubborn. Both Minerva and Amelia now stared at the goblin as if he was crazy. Barchok, though, knew his son. His message was our highest priority call for help. It makes sense now. We'll have to hurry, and just hope we're not too late. Where is this bathroom? It's the one that Myrtle haunts. It's on. It's okay, Professor, I know exactly where it is. I can lead us straight there. Bill had been heading to the castle for his usual Saturday morning lesson when he came upon the evacuation. Seeing Percy riding herd on his 4 younger siblings meant the prefect was going to be receiving an extra special Christmas gift from his eldest brother this year. Now that his heart was once more beating normally, Bill had rushed toward the castle, coming upon the present group just as Barchok was speculating Harry had went after the lost girl. He also thought that was the most likely outcome and agreed with Barchok that the other 3 wouldn't let him go alone. With Bill now beside his boss and Amelia, they raced for the castle gates. The bones crunching under their feet meant that any attempt at stealth was doomed to failure. Harry, though, was pleased with this, explaining to the group that this effect worked both ways. He was a lot more worried about a basilisk sneaking up on them than making a noise as they made their way down the tunnel. Tonks was bringing up the rear and drew comfort from that remark. She was forced to acknowledge to herself that Harry was in command here, from the simple fact that the rest of them followed his orders without question. She would have been pelted with rocks from the explosion in the bathroom if she'd wasted time questioning his order. Tonks was relieved to see, though, that Harry took to command as if born to it. That relief vanished when Helena let out a shriek, closely followed by her assurance that she was all right. When Tonks finally came upon the shed skin of the beast, the horror, though it was easily scary enough to frighten a ghost, it scared the shit out of her. Harry had his sword out, examining the skin closely. His swipe easily cut through the skin, and then he invited Hermione to do the same. This is an old skin, so the actual basilisk will be bigger than this. Once we take out its eyes, we need to stay away from its head. One scratch from those fangs and it's all over. This is going to be brutal. We'll need to take this down a piece at a time. Attack and withdraw until blood loss slows it down enough and allows us the opportunity to administer a killing stroke. Hermione knew Harry was basically asking her if she had the stomach for this. She took out her blade and sliced at the skin. It certainly took more effort than practicing with the dummies, and she was sure this would give her nightmares for years, but she had every intention of fighting at Harry's side today. This was why Hermione trained so hard. She never wanted to stand there helpless again while Harry was forced to fight for their lives. I can do this, Harry. Padma then added her 2 nuts worth. We can act as decoys, get it chasing after us, and then you can attack it. That's too dangerous, Padma. This thing is a killing machine, which is going to forget all about annoying little old me the moment one of you 2 sticks their sword into its gut. You will then need us again to pull it off you, before the other one stabs the bugger again. Like Hermione said, we can do this, Harry. Harry's nod of agreement to Padma saw Tonks lose her temper. This is bloody crazy. It's one thing to cut up a chunk of dead skin. You're going to be taking on a deadly creature in its own home. We know that, or Tonks. We are also aware a plan rarely survives past the initial contact. It is always better, though, to have a plan you can adapt, rather than step into the unknown with nothing. Do you have any better suggestions, other than stand here and hope help arrives soon enough to save Parvati? Tonks had no answer for Harry. He didn't think she would have. This is purely a rescue mission. Or, if we can grab Parvati and get the hell out of here without fighting anything, that's exactly what we'll do. Let whoever likes deal with the bloody thing. As a centurion, I have to plan for all foreseeable eventualities. That's what we're doing here. Tonks looked toward Henrika for support but found none. I am in the process of writing a book on goblin culture and their civilization. Harry is a centurion and in command of the situation. I know he'll do everything in his power to get us all out of here in one piece. I also know he'll do a more capable job of that task than I could. With that matter decided, they pushed on once more. It wasn't long before they were faced with a massive circular door, a door that was covered in carved snakes, and of course securely locked. This is just like the sinks in the bathroom, Harry. It's not only been locked by a parcel mouth, I can't pass through it either. It was strange for Helena to meet something solid, but that's exactly what this door and the surrounding walls felt like. Harry again called on Hogwarts assistants, and this time the wild magic swirled around the tunnel. All could see it was taking a lot more effort to open this door. The wump behind them had all eyes and wands focused in that direction, all except Harry's. That's a cave-in. These tunnels haven't been maintained for a millennium, and I was worried about that. As the door finally swung open, Harry transfigured some bones into iron bars, using them to jam the door mechanism. I didn't want to blast this door. That just might bring the entire roof down on us. Could you take a quick look, or Tonks, just to see how far away the cave-in is and how bad? Tonks was back in under 2 minutes. It's just around the corner. We should be able to move some of it, enough for us to squeeze through anyway. That will only hold my father up by a matter of minutes. Are we ready to do this? Each person nodded to Harry as they then entered the fabled Chamber of Secrets. As they entered the castle, the rescue group found a ghostly guide waiting on them. Sir, your son discovered the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. They entered in the hope of saving the young Patilwitch taken down there. He jammed the entrance open so you could follow him down, and asked me to warn you the creature attacking Hogwarts students is a basilisk. There was no face-palming, whining, or even questioning that information. There was, though, a noticeable speeding up as they raced to the entrance. As they passed the afflicted ghosts, the Baron gave the company a bit more hope. The Lady Helena accompanied them into the chamber. She intended to lead the way, offering some protection and at least a warning to the group. I hope you will allow me to do the same for you. Barchoke quickly agreed, before coming to a stop as they shot into the bathroom. Hermione had stuck a pair of mirror sunglasses to the wall nearest the sink, and the Baron quickly explained their plan for dealing with the creature. Amelia was most impressed, agreeing they should do the same. If we meet this creature, we will attempt to blind it and then provide cover while your blades bring it down. That was the type of cooperation Barchoke liked, each playing to their strengths. They would struggle to deal with the creature's deathly gaze, while the Aurors wouldn't be able to penetrate the basilisk's hide with magic. They were soon sliding down the chute and forming ranks inside the tunnel. They proceeded cautiously until discovering the shed skin. At that point, Barchoke broke into a full run, right up until he found the cave-in. They were busily clearing a path through the rubble when a primal scream chilled everyone who heard it to their very bones. The only shred of comfort available to the worried goblin father was that no human throat could possibly produce that sound. He scrambled through the instant the hole was big enough to allow him passage, and soon discovered Harry had jammed the next door open too. Before Barchoke could enter the chamber properly, another scream reverberated off the stone walls. Unfortunately, this one was human. The chamber was long and dimly lit, with massive stone columns supporting a ceiling that was so high, it became lost in the darkness. These columns had snakes carved all around them. Harry, though, was far more interested in the cover they should hopefully provide to the rescuers, rather than any decorative function. A shiver of dread ran up his spine at the thought of playing a deadly bout of hide-and-seek here, weaving their way through these dimly lit columns, with a giant basilisk in lethal pursuit. Their footsteps echoed for all to hear as they carefully progressed through these supports, eventually revealing a statue as high as the dim and dank chamber against the back wall. Craning his neck, Harry was able to make out an ancient and almost monkeyish face. The mystery of why there were no portraits of Salazar Slytherin was now solved as far as Harry was concerned. Who the hell would want to paint this ugly bugger? It was only when he spotted what was lying between the statue's massive stone feet that he knew for certain they were in serious trouble. With a cry of "Pav!" Padma sprinted toward her sister, dropping to her knees beside the prone figure. Henrika went with Padma as Harry directed the rest of the group to form a protective perimeter around the trio of witches while Parvati's condition was being assessed. Pav, don't be dead. Please don't be dead. Padma grabbed her twin's shoulders and turned her over. Her face was pale and cold, yet her eyes were closed. If she wasn't petrified, then she must be. Pav, please wake up. Muttering desperately, Panic saw Padma shaking her twin. Parvati's head lolled hopelessly from side to side. Henrika began casting the few general health diagnostic spells she knew. Parvati's alive, but very weak. I can't find any reason for her being unconscious, so suggest we get her to a healer as quickly as possible. She won't wake, said a soft voice. Tonks almost jumped out her skin. She was watching this area, yet the dark-haired Slytherin student had appeared out of nowhere. The prefect badge made him at least fifth year, though he looked somewhat older. He also looked as if he wasn't quite solid. His identity was soon confirmed in the most unusual manner possible. Tonks could only equate the sound of one ghost slapping another as being similar to her wet bathing costume hitting a stone floor while she changed after swimming. Helena was absolutely livid. Tom Riddle, you utter bastard. What have you done to that poor girl? Harry knew at once who had been controlling Parvati. He switched to Goblin and began shouting instructions, thankful that Henrika received the charm from Hermione last weekend. Henrika, Padma, only a Horcrux could be responsible for this. He's trying to drain Parvati's soul and restore his own. She must have it on her. We need to find it, and then destroy the bloody thing. Looking at Riddle, and with how weak Parvati is, we don't have much time. Tom was actually laughing at Helena's tirade. The daughter of the great Rowena Ravenclaw, just as gullible as the little tramp lying over there. She wanted to be smart like her sister. Also, she could get a boyfriend, pathetic creature. It was then Tom noticed they were searching the unconscious girl, and they appeared to know what they were looking for. Get away from her. Leave her alone. He had drawn Parvati's wand, and that was the signal for Harry to spring into action. Stupid boy, your sword can't hurt me, Potter. Harry's blade swished through the air and proved Tom right. Tom, though, wasn't the blade's intended target. Parvati would be requiring a new wand as Harry just cut straight through hers. He privately swore to replace it, but they would all need to come through this in one piece first. A shout from Padma alerted him they'd found something. We have an old black book here that certainly didn't belong to Pav. Both she and Henrika cast spells at it, without doing any damage. This must be it. Not a bloody scratch on the thing. How are we going to destroy it? Hermione offered a frightening solution. Basilisk venom is one of the most deadly substances known. It will kill anything. Tom could clearly see what they were attempting to do, but couldn't understand a word they were saying. He threw the now useless bit of wand away. The heir of Slytherin had intended to gloat for a while yet, inform these people of his brilliance before watching them die. They left him no choice, though, but to proceed directly to the main event. Now, Harry, just for that, I'm going to teach you a little lesson. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against famous Harry Potter Crow, and the best weapon Hogwarts can give its mischosen champion. Helena attempted to stop him, but the best she could do was slow Tom down a touch. He was soon standing in front of the ugly statue and hissing away. Harry, meanwhile, was rallying his troops. Get Parvati up against the wall. She should be safe there. Tom won't want anything happening to her. That would certainly screw up his ritual. Remember the plan, and good luck. We're going to need it. Neville lifted Parvati and placed her as close to the wall as he could. Henrika conjured a small wall in front of the unconscious girl for added protection. Changing to English, he shouted to Tonks. Or, if you have any improvements to our ideas, now would be a good time to tell us. Looking at how solid Tom Riddle was becoming, Tonks now realized waiting on reinforcements would have cost the girl her life, and left them facing a restored Lord Voldemort. We three take the left, the other three have the right. Aim true, hit hard, and good luck. That made sense to Harry as Hermione joined him. A quick kiss, and they were ready to face this together. As Padma, Neville, and Henrika prepared to fire on the basilisk's right eye, Padma grabbed Neville and kissed him too, whispering for luck. Both knew how dangerous the next few minutes would be. They could talk about what that kiss meant later. Hopefully. All were wearing their mirror sunglasses, but under no illusion that the situation wasn't now much more dangerous than they first perceived. Should they fail to take out these eyes and end up petrified, a revitalized Lord Voldemort would soon be joining them in the chamber. None of them would be leaving here alive if that happened. Harry at least had the consolation of knowing his father was on his way here, and would certainly make a concerted effort to avenge him. As the stone mouth of the ugly statue creaked open, they could hear the creature making its way out of its lair. Harry steadied his troops. "Hold on, people. We're only going to get one shot at this. Wait for my command. Wait, now." Just as its snout began to appear from the mouth, 6 starburst charms exploded right in front of the basilisk's face. That part of their plan worked to perfection. The rest of it, though, quickly fell apart. The basilisk was thrashing about in agony, throwing its head about far quicker than any dummy they had ever practiced on. With more luck than skill, the group managed to burst the left eye. They could all see the basilisk recovering, though, and rather hopefully cast more starburst spells. Henrika decided it was time for a different approach. She just hoped her protective mirror sunglasses transfigured along with her. She transformed into her Vela avian form and shot toward the basilisk, her scaly wings soon bringing her level with the basilisk's head. Using her claws to latch onto the giant creature, a fireball left her clawed hand directly into the as-yet undamaged eye. Unfortunately, having to be this close meant Henrika couldn't avoid looking into the large yellow eye. She lost consciousness, and her grip as the now blinded basilisk violently thrashed its head from side to side in severe pain. Harry barely had time to scream, "Cease fire," as Henrika in her Vela form launched herself at the basilisk, and Tonks was reacting before anyone needed to tell her. She caught Henrika before the still transformed Vela could hit the stone floor, and quickly levitated her over beside Parvati. Tom was incensed, and Helena wasn't slow to push his buttons. "Your powers don't seem that great now, do they, Tom? I think our chosen champion and his friends have just acquitted themselves rather well." An enraged Tom Riddle began screaming at the basilisk, and you didn't need to speak Parseltongue to understand the message being sent.
"Kill them."
The 4 friends received a jolt of positive emotion when Tonks shouted her discovery across the chamber. "Henrika's petrified, but alive." Harry's shouted reply also contained an order. Tonks, stay there and protect those 2. We'll handle the rest. You are our new plan B for Tom." Hoping the aura was quick enough to decipher his cryptic message, he then switched to Goblin. "Padma, you're with me? Neville, your job is to pull the basilisk off Hermione." Harry hated handing his mate's safety over to anyone else, but was left with no other choice. They needed to work as a team now more than ever. The 4 made a lot of noise as they entered the pillars, making sure the creature knew where they were and would follow them. Helena was doing her best to antagonize Riddle, distracting him from offering any directions or instructions to the beast. Their first trap was almost their last. This creature was amazingly quick. Only Harry's armor-enhanced speed saw his blade bite into the creature's side before its jaws would have snapped on Neville. He then melted into the maze of columns as Padma started shouting and firing curses at the beast from a different angle. As the enraged creature followed its natural instincts and lunged in the direction where it perceived this latest threat to be, Hermione emerged from behind another pillar to inflict a wound on the creature's other side. Neville then took over, drawing the deadly creature's attention away from Hermione and positioning the beast where Harry was ready to strike again. Padma would then play her part as the cycle repeated itself. They were leading the basilisk by the nose, like matadors working a bull, and gradually reducing a magnificent animal to nothing more than meat for butchering. Their hit-and-run tactics were working perfectly. The basilisk was beginning to slow down from severe loss of blood. This factor actually proved to be their undoing, though, as Hermione opened another deep wound in the creature before slipping on the now bloody stone floor. The Great Fanged had turned around to face her, and neither Padma nor Neville could convince it to change direction once the ancient creature had locked on to its now vulnerable prey. Hermione was rather inelegantly parked on her bum, trying to push herself backwards and away from the approaching basilisk with her flailing legs and arms finding little purchase on the now slippery floor. Harry was forced to act. He raced forward and embedded the sword of Gryffindor into the beast right up to the blade's hilt. He then used this fabled sword to cast his most powerful blasting curse. The basilisk may have skin that was incredibly resistant to magic, but the sword was actually inside its body. A horrible scream was emitted from the beast as internal organs were reduced to mush, but Harry didn't hear it. When he used this attack on the dummies, by bracing himself, it was the dummies that ended up flying across the room. Here, The sheer mass of the basilisk meant it was always going to be Harry who received the backlash from his spell. This backlash blew a large hole in the creature and saw him thrown right along the chamber. He smacked into the floor with an almighty clatter, his body being twisted into unnatural shapes as it skimmed and skidded along. Only crashing heavily into the wall finally halted his momentum. The blast that killed the basilisk saw its head shoot forward in its death throes, unfortunately landing on the still-prone Hermione's legs, crushing both and pinning her under the creature. Tom was jubilant. The basilisk may be dead, but he had still won, and that was all that mattered. He walked over as Harry fought a losing battle to remain conscious. "I'm going to stand here and watch you die, Harry Potter. Take your time, I'm in no hurry. Your last thought will be that I, as we all knew I would, have won. You and all your friends will soon be dead." "Hey Tom, you don't have to talk a load of shit." Tom spun around to see the Longbottom boy had used that little witch's sword to hack a fang out of the basilisk's jaw and was now removing a certain black book from his pocket. "You should know that Harry doesn't stand alone against you. His friends always have his back covered. This one's for both of our parents. Stay dead, you murdering bastard." Tom managed to shout stop, but Neville paid him no mind, slamming the point of the basilisk fang into the diary. There was a long, dreadful, piercing scream. Ink spurted out of the diary in torrents, running all over Neville's hands and forming a large puddle on the floor. Tom was writhing and twisting, screaming and flailing, and then silence. Neville dropped the fang and raced over to Harry. He was kneeling beside his friend as he muttered the question Neville knew was coming. "Hermione?" The basilisk landed on her legs, probably breaking both of them. "Padma's with her now, and Hermione's far more worried about you." Harry managed an "I'm fine" before passing out. Helena couldn't miss the worry on Neville's face, and offered up some reassurance. "That magnificent armor our champion possesses has just saved his life. He'll certainly need to visit the infirmary, but both he and his mate will be ready to dance again by this time next week." Knowing both girls would be desperate to hear from him, Neville shouted the news over since the body of the basilisk was hiding them from his line of sight. Harry's battered and bruised, possibly a few broken bones, but his armor protected him from more serious injury. He's just passed out. Hermione's head was now being gently cradled on Padma's lap as her friend also held onto her hand. While Padma was doing her best to offer some comfort, Hermione understood that not knowing her sister's fate must be eating away at the witch. "Go and check on Parvati. I'll still be here when you get back." "Hey Granger, I do the jokes, you slice up the massive deadly beasts. That's the deal, remember?" Tonk's voice then rang around the chamber. "Parvati's beginning to wake up. I think she's going to be okay." This proved to be the trigger for both girls to release their tears. Hermione might be in a lot of pain, but the tears flowing down her cheeks were those of relief. They may not all be walking out of here, but they were all alive. None of them really believed that outcome was likely, or even if it was remotely possible. She found her other hand now being held by Barchoke, the goblin making no attempt to hide his own tears. "Well met, Father. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you again. Please check on our Harry. I can't see him from here, and it's driving me crazy." With extreme care, the goblin very gently traded places with Padma, releasing her to race over and check on her twin. "I'm staying right here, my oh-so-brave daughter. There are 2 healers currently checking on him. Amelia is also here with her aurors, so everyone will be okay. The healers will be with you soon. We just need to work out the best way to get this thing off of you first." Harry was then carried over on a stretcher by 4 centurions and placed beside his still-trapped mate. This was a heartfelt tribute of respect by their comrades, saluting their courage for tackling and then defeating a beast such as this. Both the centurion and his mate were covered in the residue of what must have been a titanic battle, and their bloody swords were respectfully positioned between them. The looks of appreciation and even awe heading in the direction of the father and his 2 children from those in the chamber were something that should have been savored. Barchoke, though, never took his gaze from his son and daughter as solutions were being feverishly discussed on how to move the biggest bloody basilisk in recorded history off Hermione. Harry was still unconscious, but just seeing he was alive settled Hermione. None of the people urgently milling around them mattered now. Harry was back where he belonged, beside her. Their father had brought enough goblins along to physically lift this bloody thing off her if they had to. Now all she and Harry needed to worry about was telling their mum and dad. Chapter 46, Heroes of Hogwarts. A pleasant Saturday morning spent shopping was instantly forgotten about as the Grangers entered their home, only to find Sirius impatiently waiting on them. "Where the hell have you been?" Seeing how distressed Sirius was, immediately alerted both parents something had to be seriously wrong. Dan didn't mess about with any pleasantries either. "Has there been another attack?" "Yes, between the attack and the aftermath. Hermione, Harry, and Henrika are all in the Hogwarts infirmary. None of them are critical, and the problem has been dealt with. That's all the information I was given, and I've been going nuts waiting on you two arriving home. We need to head to Hogwarts right away." Emma was too shocked at that news to say anything. She actually felt her head beginning to spin. Dan soon had an arm around his wife, offering his support as their shopping now lay forgotten around them. "We both obviously want to go, but how are we supposed to do that? I thought we couldn't even see Hogwarts." Sirius was already slipping a bracelet onto Emma's wrist before handing one to Dan. "These will neutralize the muggle-repelling wards and allow you inside the castle. I also have a portkey here that will take us to the edge of the wards. Bill Weasley passed me these through the flu, along with telling me to get you two to Hogwarts as quickly as possible. Apparently, it was pandemonium there when he called. Bill didn't have time to tell me any more. Are you ready?" Since they hadn't even taken their coats off, both Grangers quickly agreed. It seemed only a moment later that they were picking themselves up off the grass on a Scottish hillside and staring at a magnificent castle that could only be Hogwarts. A small silvery dog-shaped wisp left Sirius' wand and shot toward the castle. "That was a message spell. Barchoke wanted to know the moment we arrived." Sirius noticed the place was crawling with Aurors and even saw a squad of fully armored goblins in the courtyard as they entered the castle gates. Whatever the trouble was appears to really be over. If the amount of people now guarding Hogwarts is any indication, whatever happened must have been really big. "Would you like to bet that our lot were right in the bloody middle of whatever happened?" Dan got no takers for that. Both Sirius and Emma thought he was probably right. They entered the main doors to find Barchoke heading toward them. "How are they? Can we see them?" "Emma, they're all going to be fine, and will probably be back training by next weekend. We need to have a quick private chat before you go in to see them. You need to know what you'll be walking into." Dan wanted to see Hermione, and he wanted to see her now. "Can't we just see them first and talk later?" "There are things you really need to know first. You are all just going to have to trust me for now. We can and will go through what happened in much greater detail later, but there are changes you need to be aware of before entering the infirmary." Directing them to the nearest classroom, Barchoke had the worried trio sit before starting the story. "There was an attack this morning. I think the final count was 3 Aurors and 9 students petrified. Susan and Hannah were amongst them. Our group had been researching what might be doing the attacking. Last night they came up with a probable answer that has since been proven correct: a basilisk." This saw Sirius drop his head into his hands. Please don't tell me they were involved with a basilisk?" "That's not the half of it, Sirius. A Horcrux belonging to Tom Riddle had possessed a student to control the beast. They had to deal with that too." Barchoke then had to offer an explanation to the Grangers just what a basilisk was. Both Dan and Emma now understood the goblin insisting they sat down. The message left on the wall this time read, "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." That skeleton would have belonged to Parvati Patil. Emma was now openly weeping for the poor girl as Barchoke continued the story. They had discovered the entrance to the chamber as the castle was being evacuated. "Harry had sent a signal to me that they were in trouble and knew I'd be along as quickly as I could. They didn't know if that would be quick enough to save Parvati. Turns out we probably wouldn't have gotten here in time." Dan was now trying to console his sobbing wife. They obviously knew Padma better, but were still more than acquainted with her twin. He was also beginning to appreciate the bind their kids had been in. They had a plan, a bloody good one, an Auror, the Ravenclaw ghost, and Henrika too for company. They obviously decided to try and rescue Parvati. The goblin then turned his attention specifically to the marauder. "You have to see this basilisk to believe the bloody size of the thing, Sirius. their plan managed to safely take out one of its deadly eyes. Henrika transformed into her avian Vila form and attacked the other eye, putting her life on the line to buy them a chance. She's currently petrified, but you should have her back in the next few hours. Serious. Henrika Hobson is a lady you wouldn't want to get away from you. The marauder could only nod in agreement. Words currently failed him. It was to the Grangers that Barchok addressed the rest of the story. With Tonks having to protect an unconscious Parvati and a petrified Henrika, the four then led the blinded basilisk on a not-so-merry dance. Harry and Hermione were slowly bringing it down with repeated wounds from their swords when their luck ran out. Hermione was retreating when she slipped on a patch of its blood they'd spilled earlier. Seeing her in trouble forced Harry to finish the creature off. He jammed his sword into the beast and cast a blasting curse. Sirius understood immediately what the consequences of that would be. I take it he got hit with the spell backlash. Blew him straight across the chamber, like one of those dueling dummies he's so fond of wrecking. It also saw the beast's head land on Hermione. Thankfully, its fangs came nowhere near our girl, but it still managed to crush both her legs. Dan was on his feet before even realizing he'd moved.
What?
You told us she was okay. Having both legs crushed certainly isn't classified as okay in my book. There was steel in Barchok's voice now. You're forgetting, Dan. We're working from different books here. The shattered bones have already been vanished from her legs, and a potion is currently repairing the soft tissue damage. Tonight, she'll drink another potion that will regrow all the bones in her legs. Hermione will be up and walking within 48 hours. This took the wind out of Dan's sails, and he sat back down. Barchok never let up, though. I raced into that chamber to find Neville kneeling over our unmoving son, while Padma cradled our trapped daughter's head in her lap. Both our children were literally covered in blood, and I feared the very worst. I had 70 fully armed goblins behind me. Amelia brought along a dozen oars. If we'd had to fight that thing, neither of us would have expected to do so without taking casualties. That they not only defeated the beast, with Neville destroying the Horcrux for good measure, and they all made it out of there alive is a major cause for celebration. Now came the news that the goblin was unsure how the Grangers would react to. They are being hailed as heroes, and rightly so. The Hogwarts infirmary is under goblin control, and nothing will get anywhere near our family while they are in there. My nation places great value on bravery and honor, and they have taken our courageous daughter to their hearts. So much so that she currently has a Centurion Guard of Honor in the infirmary, guards who will react instantly to any form of threat. Something about the way Barchok said that last sentence bothered Dan. While I am delighted Hermione is protected, what exactly did you mean by that last remark? The Goblin Ambassador left no room for ambiguity. Dan needed to understand exactly what was being said here. Should anyone begin shouting at Hermione, they will treat that as at least insulting and, at worst, threatening. She is the mate of a centurion, a friend of our nation, and a heroine in her own right. Harry's fellow centurions will protect her until he is once more able to do so himself. As Barchok expected, Dan appeared shocked by that. Better shocked, though, than having a goblin blade at his throat. Emma nodded to Barchok that she understood, and would have a tight rein on Dan. There was also something she wanted to ask. How is Harry? It may actually be easier to list the bones he hasn't broken. He's still unconscious, but should awaken shortly. He too should be healed within 48 hours. Barchok then offered Dan an olive branch. The Minister of Magic is already in the castle, with the director making his way here later. There will be a party going down to the chamber to see exactly what happened. I'm inviting you and Sirius to be part of that party. Perhaps seeing it for yourself will give you a better appreciation of exactly what our children have gone through. Dan then turned sheepishly to his wife. Am I really that bad? Reaching for her husband's hand, Emma tried her best to allay Dan's fears of being a poor father. Bad is totally the wrong word to use here, Dan. Our daughter is now part of a different world. Adjust how you express your genuine concern for her safety and you'll be fine. With Parvati already down there and in grave danger, nothing short of physical restraints would have stopped Padma trying to save her sister. We all know Harry wouldn't have wanted to take any of them into the chamber with him, just as we know Hermione would have pushed to be included. No one could disagree with Emma's assessment, though the mother wasn't finished displaying her insight quite yet. Hermione will be lying up there, worried about Harry and our reaction to this. I say we wait until everyone has had a chance to cool down, and they've had a chance to heal, before we sit down as a family and discuss exactly what happened. They're all still with us, and I'll settle for that at the moment. I just want to see them now. This outcome delighted Bartok. While it could be considered cruel to keep a father apart from his daughter, an enraged Dan couldn't be allowed anywhere near Hermione under the current situation. He rose to lead them to the infirmary. Neville and Padma are being treated for battle fatigue while our mind healers are working with Parvati, mainly to ensure that Horcrux left no permanent damage. Ramrao, Smita and Augusta are already here. Their reactions to this are pretty similar to our own. We may want to include them in our family discussion. Sirius, I already count Henrika as family. She more than earned that right today. A final decision has yet to be reached, but the Ministry will have to prove Hogwarts is safe before students can return. That won't happen today. Once these two are fit to travel, they will be heading home. All knew they would discuss exactly where home was later. Dan noticed the stares from everyone they passed, be they Auror or Goblin. He asked Bartok about it. They all know who you are. The pictures in the Prophet of the Ministry's ball made sure of that. They also now know what 4 second-year students accomplished. That is why they stare. The increased security told them they were approaching the infirmary, and the stares were now accompanied by respectful nods or salutes. Emma felt as if she was taking a step back into the health service of the 50s. The infirmary so reminded her of an NHS hospital ward from that period, especially the proliferation of portable screens that cordoned areas off. It was to one of these areas, guarded by a pair of centurions, Bartok led them. Laying eyes on her daughter saw everything else pushed to the back of her mind as she dived to Hermione's bed. Dan was left to stand and watch as both his girls were in floods of tears while holding each other tightly. He couldn't go around to the other side of his daughter's bed for the simple reason that Harry's was jammed tightly up against it. Hermione had been holding his hand as they entered the infirmary. Any residual anger Dan had toward Harry for placing his daughter in danger vanished with his first glance at the unconscious boy. Harry appeared as if he'd been run over by a bus in his efforts to save Hermione. If magical medicine could get Harry back on his feet in 48 hours, then Dan would be really impressed. Bartok nudged Sirius. Henrika is in the next section to this. Hermione's going to be busy for a while and Harry's still out. She needs to see a friendly face when she becomes unpetrified. The last thing she saw wouldn't have been exactly pleasant. Nodding, Sirius left. Neville couldn't stand the silence any longer. Gran, if you want to shout at me, then go ahead. I knew I would be in trouble, but went anyway. They needed me down there. Neville, part of me wants to rant, rave, and ground you until you're of age. Another part of me wants to stand proud and shout your achievements to the entire world. I'll make that stupid brother of mine eat those squib comments. Algie will not be the only one swallowing their words now. The biggest part of me, though, is simply terrified with the thought I could have lost you. We're slowly getting your mum and dad back. To lose you now would kill me. Watching the tears run down his Gran's cheeks as she sat beside his bed saw Neville rise and take his grandmother in his arms. Augusta felt as if she was cast adrift in the sea of uncertainty. The fixed points she'd steered their lives by were shifting to different orbits. Every safe harbor of familiarity and truth had been dragged below the waves by cataclysmic events in the lives of the Longbottoms. Ever since her grandson had boarded the Hogwarts Express, their lives had been undergoing dramatic changes. Amelia had spoken to her before she'd entered the infirmary, having received a report from her Auror who'd been down there fighting alongside her grandson. Part of that information was so unbelievable to Augusta, it was eating away at the old witch, so she just had to ask if it was true. Neville, did you really face down you-know-who, and then destroy him? His name is Tom Riddle, Gran, and that's who was responsible for all this. He was standing over Harry and gloating, forgetting all about the rest of us. He'll remember the Longbottom name from now on. The stoic Augusta Longbottom broke at that. She was sobbing in a mixture of relief and pride as she clung to her godson. Frank and Alice, though, would need to be a lot further on in their recovery before this incident would ever be mentioned in their presence. Ramrao was sitting beside his daughter's bed. chatting with Padma about nonsensical and inconsequential things. This was a clear case of talking about anything rather than mention the elephant in the room, or, in this situation, on the other side of the privacy screens. The goblin mind healers were checking Parvati over to ensure there was no lasting damage from her possession by the Horcrux. Smita was in there with her, with both father and twin sister anxiously awaiting Parvati's results. Smita entered with tears in her eyes. Neither drew any meaning from that. Smita had been in tears since arriving in the infirmary. The healers say she'll be fine. All we need to do now is get her to open up about the whole experience. That was Padma's cue. She was out her bed, and out of there before either parent could say another word. Ramrao drew his wife into his arms. Let her go. If anyone can handle Parvati in this situation, it's Padma. We'll just have to listen in. She found her sister curled up in the fetal position and facing away from her. Pav, stop being a bed hog and bunch over. This floor is bloody freezing, and you know where I'll put my feet to heat them up. She budged over, but still kept her back turned, even when Padma tried to provoke a reaction by running her cold feet down the back of Parvati's legs. She settled for snuggling into her twin, waiting on Parvati speaking first. After all, Padma was supposed to be the quiet one. It took a few minutes, but there was finally a response. How can you stand to be close to me, after what I've done? You didn't do anything, it was that bastard Tom Riddle. Anyway, before I hit the shower earlier, no one would have been in the same room as me. I can give you some beauty tips for a change. Basilisk blood does absolutely nothing for your hair or complexion. Don't worry about Riddle though. Neville settled that score. He slammed a basilisk fang right through that stupid book. Where did you get it anyway? Though it was from Harry. Harry? Remember on the express, he was handing out that pile of Dumbledore books. I was sticking them in my pockets and left with an armful too. I kept one in my pocket for myself, and found that book in there as well. It was blank, so I decided to use it as a diary, then it started answering me back. Parvati could feel her sister stiffen at that news. I know, bloody stupid, or what? How to prove I wasn't Ravenclaw material? I thought it was some kind of goblin teaching aid. I asked a question. It provided the right answer. I thought this might be one of the reasons why Harry was so smart and all the good wizards seemed to be drooling over the smart witches. I didn't realize I was soon answering more questions than I asked. It was just like gossiping to a friend who would keep your secrets. It seemed very interested in Harry though, now I know why. After a few moments of silence, Padma prompted her sister to continue. What happened next, Pav? I wanted to be smart like you. The book said it could help and began teaching me meditation. I started losing hours at a time though, hours I had no memory of and falling behind on my homework too, so I stopped using it. Hermione's party being cancelled had me so angry I needed to meditate again. I was almost sick with nerves, but had actually approached a boy and asked him for a date to that party. A comforting squeeze from her twin gave Parvati the courage to continue her tale. Fortunately, Blaise was very good about it and asked me to the Merlin ball as his date. We both know how that night ended. When you left at Halloween, I meditated for most of the day and later discovered what happened to Luna. I felt ill and had my suspicions, but by that time though it was as if I was under some sort of incredibly strong compulsion charm. I just couldn't put the book down. I know exactly how that feels, Pav. I've come across one of them before. This saw Parvati turn around and stare right into her twin's eyes. You wouldn't lie to me, Padma, not about this, please. Last year, the four of us, with Professor Weasley and Henrika, went searching for one we knew was inside Hogwarts. It was Ravenclaw's diadem. The instant I saw it, I wanted to rush forward and put it on. Neville had to drag me away, while Professor Weasley put it in a container and took the thing to Gringotts. They have a way to kill the Horcrux that doesn't involve fighting a bloody basilisk. I can't believe you came down there after me. You're my sister, of course I was coming after you. Harry simply said you were family. I think we both know you never, ever want to mess with any of his family. How am I going to face them after what happened? Again, Pav, I know exactly how you feel. We were waiting on that basilisk making an appearance, and I didn't know if I would ever get another chance, so I just grabbed Neville and kissed his socks off. You didn't. Well, I never actually checked to see if his socks were still on his feet, but I certainly kissed him. A moment's silence followed before the inevitable question was asked. What was it like? At that, Smita pulled Ramrao away. She was overjoyed to hear her girls chatting about normal things like boys. Anything was better than Dark Lord possessions and basilisks. Here was the first hopeful sign that their family could come through this ordeal and be whole again. Sirius was sitting by a petrified Henrika's bed and trying to forge a safe path for himself through the emotional turmoil he was currently experiencing, a task that was proving to be far easier said than done. The three most important people in the world to Sirius Black had all courted death in this morning's battle and escaped her final fatal embrace by the skin of their teeth. That was enough to scramble anyone's emotions and toss them in a pan to cook. The Marauder then attempted to look at each of the three cases individually and see if that helped focus his thoughts on the matter. He found the first part was relatively easy. He had loved Harry James Potter from the instant the baby was placed in his arms. Sirius had literally felt something inside him shift at that moment. His outlook on the world had just been radically altered. Up until then, babies were something witches giggled about to each other, and being parentally involved in the manufacturing of one was something to be avoided at all costs. Practicing the fabrication method with a willing partner, though, was fine. Holding his godson in his arms radically changed those views. With the right witch, this particular result was now something to actually be desired, not feared. That his godson had already found the right witch for himself was no longer in any doubt, and the love Sirius had for Harry had easily expanded to include his beautiful and brilliant mate, Hermione Granger. Watching that young couple grow really was one of the few highlights of his life. Being 2 for 2, Sirius now turned his attention to the villa lying on the bed. With Henrika petrified in her avian form, here was all the visual proof you could ever want of her villa heritage. It was only after discovering that his hand had unknowingly slipped into her claw that Sirius smiled at this subconscious confirmation of what he was only now beginning to realize. Irrespective of her form, Sirius Black was head over heels in love with Henrika Hobson. It was hard to put any kind of measurement on how much you would miss someone, but by a simple comparison, Sirius knew he would have mourned the passing of this witch at least as much as the other two people he could so easily admit to loving. Shit. Even the bloody goblin could see what was right in front of Sirius' eyes. At that, Henrika literally began to change right in front of Sirius' eyes. As the potion in her body slowly battled the petrification, it also allowed that same body to revert back to its original form. As arms and legs straightened out from their unnaturally frozen positions, they also transformed until Sirius was once more holding his girlfriend's beautifully manicured hand. When Henrika had entirely regained her own form, she once more began to breathe, and Sirius reached out to remove her sunglasses. Careful with those, love, I really want to keep them. They seem to have saved my life. At that, Sirius leaned forward and gently kissed her lips. And you saved everyone else's. Henrika released a small sob of relief at hearing that news. Oh, thank goodness for that. You looked so serious. I was afraid to ask. It was a measure of how serious Sirius was treating the situation that he never even reacted to his favorite pun. I was so serious because I was too afraid to ask. Nearly losing you showed me a far greater fear. I can't lose you again. Henrika, will you marry me? For a moment, Sirius thought the petrification curse had returned. Henrika didn't move a muscle. Then her face broke into the most beautiful smile the Marauder had ever seen. Only if you're ready, Sirius. I will wait, you know. I think I've always been ready. I just needed to find the right person to be ready with. And all I had to do was fight a basilisk to make me the right person? Sirius loved how Henrika could be playful, even at a time like this. It was just one of the many things he was finding to love about this witch. I was suddenly given a glimpse of what my life would be without you in it. It was not a pretty picture. I'm sorry, Sirius. I did try to talk them out of going down there. I would have needed to stun Padma to stop her. That would never work with those two boys there. Protective doesn't quite cover it. That godson of yours also has a way of making the impossible seem probable. I think it's because he keeps making the impossible bloody happen. So you went with them and kept them all safe. I am so proud of you. This was punctuated with another kiss before Sirius continued. Last year, Christmas was rubbish as usual, but Boxing Day was very good to me. I think celebrating the anniversary of when my new life began with an engagement party would really be fitting. I know you have a lot of commitments next summer, but could you fit a wedding in there somewhere? Sirius, I haven't said yes yet. Well, hurry up, woman, and stop leaving me hanging here. What's your hurry? We have the rest of our lives together. As Henrika pulled him down for a kiss, Sirius just took that as a Vila's way of saying yes. Harry slowly regained consciousness. His eyes were still closed, but his ears picked up Hermione and her mother chatting. He also felt Hermione's hand in his. He gave it a slight squeeze. Harry? Not so loud, Hermione. My head is thumping. Feeling the awkward way she moved toward him for a kiss, saw Harry's eyes spring open and look directly into a tearful pair of brown ones. I'm fine, Harry, at least I will be. My legs were crushed, and I'll need to regrow the bones tonight. He attempted to lift his hand and touch her face, only to find it wouldn't move. Emma had moved around to the other side of Harry and leant down to kiss him on the forehead. You have some bone growing to do yourself, Harry. Just take it easy for now. Is everyone else okay? Henrika, Parvati. Hermione had rested her head gently on Harry's chest while Emma stroked her fingers through his hair. You two are the worst injured. Everyone else will be going home tonight. We're hoping both of you will make it out of here tomorrow. Harry recognized the Hogwarts infirmary, but had no recollection of coming here. Now that he knew everyone was okay, it was time to get some more answers. How did we get here, and how much trouble are we in? I hope Dan's not too upset. A toddler could get the better of me at the moment. Hermione gave Harry's hand that still had bones in it a comforting squeeze before answering. The basilisk skin was so resistant to magic, they couldn't levitate it off me. It took about 30 goblins with transfigured iron levers to move it enough for our father to slip me out from under it. I passed out at that point and woke up here. Her mother then took over. Nobody will be saying anything until you are both recovered and the whole family are there. How much trouble you're in will depend on what happened today. Everyone bar Smita and me are currently down in the chamber, along with a load of press too. They're getting a look at this creature, and then the Auror's memory is going to be played on a goblin viewer. This earned a loud and long groan from Harry, and an answer from his mate. I know, we're totally screwed. Dan almost passed out just seeing the shed skin. Even this, though, didn't prepare him for seeing the real thing. He was able to draw some comfort after noticing neither Sirius or Ramrao seemed to be dealing with this any better than he was. Barchoke had to lead Augusta away and transfigure a chair for the game Old Witch. Knowing their kids were actually all safe in the infirmary was the only thing currently holding Dan together. He certainly didn't envy Barchoke bursting in here with no idea what he would find. There had been so much blood spilled that the metallic taste was actually tainting the dank air. He now agreed 100% with the wise goblin's assessment. That their kids had survived this was certainly a cause for celebration. Dan fully intended to have a few glasses of single malt later. He noticed Minerva McGonagall transfigure a chair for herself, right next to Augusta's, as Amelia set up a table with a viewer on it. She was joined by the Minister of Magic, Ragnarok, Barchoke, and both Weasleys. It was showtime. Amelia called the assembled crowd forward. Just about every Auror or goblin who wasn't required to guard Hogwarts at the moment had also invited themselves along to the chamber. Since the minister had decided nothing would be hidden from the public regarding this situation, it was a case of the more the merrier. You have now all seen the basilisk for yourselves and the all too obvious signs of the epic struggle that played out in this chamber. What we are going to do now is watch Auror Tonk's memory of the entire event replayed on a goblin memory viewer. It will only show things from the perspective of the person whose memory is being displayed, but has the distinct advantage of being able to be viewed by a large group. Please save any questions until the end. We will try and answer them if we can. The memory started while Harry and Hermione were training, just before the alarm went off. They could all see the Auror trying to do her job and protect the two students. Helena's arrival changed that. Watching as the school was evacuated and then almost stumbling upon the scene of the attack had every eye riveted to the viewer. Amelia was sorry to see Susan and Hannah lying there, drawing comfort from the knowledge Barchoke had already sent what supplies they had of the mandrake potion to St. Mungo's. She could also take pride that her aurors were lying at the front and had gone down trying to protect the students. Ramrao was in tears as Padma tried to rip the sink off the wall with her bare hands. There were gasps of awe at the magical power pouring off Harry's sword. When Hermione put forward her idea for blinding the basilisk, Dan felt Sirius grip his shoulder before whispering, "Those glasses saved Henrika's life. Your daughter is in for one hell of a Christmas present." They all looked on as they forged a plan of action to deal with the basilisk, impressing the hell out of everyone who had seen the result of that plan currently lying dead on the chamber floor. Both Dan and Sirius had to grab Ramrao as they watched Padma shake her sister and plead for her not to be dead. The poor man's legs practically gave out on him, and then Tom Riddle made an appearance. The switching to Goblin immediately drew a murmur from the crowd. That would certainly be a question that would be getting asked later. With the appearance of the basilisk and Henrika's heroics, it was now Sirius who needed a supportive arm to steady himself. After shouting instructions to Tonks, the four made a lot of noise and even fired a few curses at the now blind creature to get the giant snake to follow them. From Tonks' position, she only caught about half the battle amongst the pillars. It was more than enough to give everyone watching a flavor of what was actually happening. As Padma and Neville led the creature through the columns, Harry or Hermione would appear and wound the beast. Tonks did have a perfect view of the final moments of the battle. They all saw Hermione slice into the basilisk's side, only for her retreat to be spoiled by the pool of blood her escape path led her into. Padma reacted at once, rushing to help Neville turn the beast away from their friend. The basilisk, though, wasn't for turning, and then the golden blur that was Harry slammed into it. He was once more a blur, as a blast then saw him shooting right across the chamber. Tonks' view shifted between Riddle crowing over Harry and what was happening at the basilisk. Padma was attempting to comfort Hermione while Neville lifted her sword and ran around to the other side of the basilisk's head. He re-emerged with a bloody basilisk fang in his hand and then shouted to Riddle. When Neville claimed this was for their parents and slammed the fang into the diary, Augusta was on her feet, her victory cry matching Tom Riddle's scream for volume and intensity. Neville had just reached Harry when Barchoke came racing into the chamber. Hearing his son was unconscious, he issued orders to those goblins who were right behind him before making his way over to Hermione. The memory ended with a bloody Padma staggering as quickly as her tired legs would allow toward the Auror. The moment of silence that followed was soon broken by tumultuous cheering, applause, and weapons being banged off shields. Amelia finally got them quietened down enough where she could be heard. This is the first time anyone has watched a memory of this event, so I hope you will understand if we don't have answers to all your questions. We are in no way being evasive. It simply means we don't have all the answers ourselves. Yet. We also have the family of those young people here in the chamber with us. Please keep those questions respectful. The first question was predictable and easily dealt with by Amelia. Yes, that was Tom Riddle, who likes to call himself Lord Voldemort. As to the importance of the book, I would defer to Ambassador Barchoke's expertise on the matter. The goblin's authoritative voice spread his knowledge around the chamber. The book was a Horcrux, one of the darkest and foulest pieces of magic known, and something we have been searching for the past decade to destroy. Part of Voldemort's soul was embedded into its very pages, controlling the young witch who had the misfortune to write in it. Voldemort has controlled those a lot more knowledgeable and powerful than Miss Patil, though I am delighted to say our healers have confirmed no trace of the soul fragment remains. Mr. Longbottom very effectively killed that portion of the Dark Lord. Can you tell us where they learned to fight like that and what language they were speaking during the battle? Again, Amelia deferred to Barchoke. My son arrived in Hogwarts as a warrior and has since attained the rank of Centurion. After witnessing the Auror's memory, I think everyone here would agree my son earned that rank. This was greeted by cheers and sword banging from the goblins present. The four work hard at their extra defense tuition every Saturday and Sunday. They receive this tuition from Assistant Ambassador Weasley here, and have done so since the beginning of their first year. They now speak Goblin so their opponents can't understand their communications. The advantage of this was ably demonstrated in this morning's battle. As young Neville Longbottom so succinctly put it, His friends have been determined to watch my son's back since the four met last September. As a father, I can't tell you how humble and yet proud that makes me." The ministry contingent neatly sidestepped questions on awards and basilisk carcass ownership, saying those were discussions that would have to involve more people than those currently present in the chamber. The one question that caused a stir was aimed at Tonks. Could the Auror please tell us what this mysterious plan B was? Tonks had been standing with her fellow Aurors watching her memory replayed. Amelia nodded toward Tonks to answer the question. She tried to look anywhere but in Mr. Patil's direction as she answered. "I was closely monitoring Miss Patil's condition. Should she pass away, that would mean Tom had regained his body, and also be my signal to attack him with everything I had. Voldemort had no wand, so this might be our only chance to kill him before he got his hands on one." This led to a follow-up question. "Would you really have killed him?" Tonks was unrepentant and hardened her stance. For Voldemort to have regained his body, he would have had to murder Parvati Patil. Let's not forget the 4 students who were also fighting for their lives. Voldemort with a new body would have swung the balance of the battle against them. To answer your question, I would have blown his head clean off his shoulders and gladly lived with the consequences. It was actually Ragnarok who broke the awkward silence that followed the Auror's declaration of intent. "Or Tonks, should you ever require alternative employment, Gringotts would be honored to offer someone with your skills, courage, and conviction a position." Her time spent in Barchok's company allowed Amelia to read the mischievous twinkle in the director's eyes. It also allowed her to feel secure that her answer would be accepted in the spirit it was offered. "Ambassador Barchok, could you kindly ask your director to refrain from poaching one of my finest young Aurors? Miss Tonks will not require alternative employment as long as I am director of the DMLE." Ragnarok acknowledged the gentle rebuke. Accepting it in the friendly manner it was offered, he'd achieved his aim. The young Auror who had the courage to do what was necessary now publicly had the protection of her director. Let the press make of that what they will. When the question was asked about how the diary came to be in a young student's hands, the minister himself stepped in at that point. "I have to say that matter is currently under investigation, a joint investigation involving both the ministry and our goblin friends from Gringotts. We suspect that these set of circumstances didn't happen by accident, and you can rest assured we will get to the bottom of this." The prophet led with the headline Heroes of Hogwarts and had 6 small pictures of those heroes arranged above one of the now dead basilisk that commanded the entire width of the front page. The complete story was then laid out in great detail for the readers. There was no need to embellish what was a truly epic struggle against both Voldemort and a basilisk. This would be the main talking point at every breakfast table in magical Britain. At the Malfoys, they simply bypassed talking and progressed straight to screaming at each other. "You sent a Horcrux into Hogwarts while our son was there. Are you completely mad? I didn't know it was a Horcrux until you showed me that blasted book. You think I want our master returning when we have nothing to offer him? Dobby." The little elf appeared with his head bowed. "I sent you to Hogwarts to retrieve this book and you failed me." Dobby carried out master's orders exactly. Dobby searched Harry Potter's Patil friend's room, all her belongings and even under her pillow while she slept. Dobby did not talk to anyone, Dobby did not go anywhere else, and Dobby was not seen. Narcissa hit the roof at her husband's incompetence. "You couldn't even give the book to the right witch, yet you expect them not to catch you? They're identical twins who had their backs to me on a packed train platform. You should have had Dobby check both of them. Or did it never occur to you that the great Lucius Malfoy could make a mistake? This is your scheme, your catastrophe, and neither my son nor I will be embroiled in your mess. You are on your own for this one, Lucius, and don't expect me to play the dutiful wife. I will not be visiting Azkaban for you or my sister." Draco was watching this byplay, but his mind was elsewhere. His father may have given the diary to the wrong Patil witch, but Draco knew he had made a much bigger mistake than that. Granger had almost been killed by that basilisk, and Crow would be out for revenge. His parents' generation may have had a saying that you never messed with a goblin. Draco's generation were currently refining that phrase. You never mess with a goblin, especially Harry Crow. Lucius Malfoy had actually committed an even worse crime than that. He'd messed with Crow's girlfriend. Azkaban might be scary, but Draco was more concerned his father would face Crow's blades before he could be sent to the island prison. He could only see one outcome from that battle. His father would be dead. The beetle that was currently clinging to the curtain shared none of Draco's fears. Rita was far too busy thinking of ways to spend all the money this morning's revelations would now see coming her way. Gilderoy bypassed the front page and delved deeper into the prophet, finding what he was searching for on page 16. It was difficult to tell if he'd gotten his heroic pose in front of the basilisk exactly right. The picture wasn't overly large. They'd copied his quickly prepared speech exactly though, which was good. He hated being misquoted. He carefully cut out the picture, making sure to leave the article attached. An article in which the famous Gilderoy Lockhart pointed out exactly where the children had made their mistakes and why they would be so much better off taking their defense lessons from him. He conveniently ignored the scathing comments underneath the very same article that branded his proposed method of dealing with the basilisk as not only preposterous, but suicidal. Gilderoy also paid no notice of the claims that, after the Hogwarts alarm sounded, he was first out the castle and, still in his baby blue silk pajamas, had ran screaming all the way to Hogsmeade. Gilderoy carefully stuck his latest edition into his scrapbook and began refining his headmaster's acceptance speech. After this incident, who else could they possibly choose? Chapter 47. The Family Meets. Padma arrived with her family into a back garden that was very familiar to the young witch. She fairly shot through the door in search of her friends. Neville was actually waiting on her, and there was no awkwardness in his hug of greeting. It was a rather nervous Parvati, though, who entered the Grangers' home at a much more sedate pace, and with her mother and father close for support. Neville spotted this at once and released Padma before opening his arms to her twin. With a sob, Parvati dived into them and held on as if her life depended upon it. Ever since hugging his gran in the Hogwarts infirmary saw Neville escaping the expected rollicking of his life, the relieved wizard's new mantra was to hug everyone. He thought he'd gotten it wrong here until noticing the other three Patils were smiling at him. "I'm so sorry, Neville, for all the trouble I caused." "You didn't do anything, Parvati. It was all Tom." "I'm sorry, too, that I never noticed what was really going on. I'm your housemate, your friend, and we had just spent a good part of the summer together. I was so wrapped up in my own world, though, that I ignored a friend that needed help. I really am sorry, Parvati." Parvati may have controlled her sobbing, but Neville's arms around her were proving too nice to end right away. "You came to rescue me, Neville. I couldn't ask for a better friend than that." "That's what friends do. Harry and Hermione will tell you the same. Their legs still have them toddling about like babies, but they're waiting on you both in the lounge." Padma took her twin and led her there. Ramrao wanted a quick word with Neville first. "Thanks for that, Neville." Parvati was really worried about meeting people again. That was a very mature attitude to take. "Sir, to be perfectly honest, I never expected to come out of the chamber. That basilisk was bloody terrifying. Padma pulled me through and gave me the courage to fight on. I think our time down there will change all of us. My gran certainly treats me different now." Ramrao had his hand supportingly on Neville's shoulder. "I saw that beast dead, and it terrified me. I'm still not sure how you four managed to pull it off. I also saw my daughter kiss you, and wanted to let you know I approve, assuming you remain a gentleman." "Sir, Padma is a scary witch in her own right, but have you met her best friends?" "Padma and I haven't had time to discuss anything about that day yet. When we do, I can assure you I will be a proper gentleman." "Ramrao, stop trying to scare the boy. Smita, this boy, helped bring down a gigantic basilisk and then stopped Voldemort. I hardly think he'll be scared of Padma's father." The three shared a quiet laugh at that as Neville showed them where to go. Smita wasted no time in rushing over to the sofa to hug Harry and Hermione, drawing a wry chuckle from Emma. "I find myself doing that all the time, too. I think I'm trying to convince myself that they're actually okay and still with us." The Patil mother agreed. "I found myself repeatedly getting up and checking the twins' room the last couple of nights, just to ensure they were safely sleeping in their beds. I am so glad I never went down into that chamber. Just the picture in yesterday's prophet scared the life out of me. I would probably never let the girls out of my sight again if I had actually seen the beast for real." Sirius and Dan had been ferrying enough chairs for everyone into the lounge. Now that they were all seated, it was time to start the family meeting. Augusta, Smita, Ramrao, you will hear things today that I must ask you not to speak of with anyone who isn't currently in this room. Barchok's gaze then settled on Parvati. I'm afraid that applies doubly, so to you, Miss Patil. She nodded her agreement at once. I think what upset me the most was not knowing what was going on. Padma and I never had secrets from each other before. That played a big part in pushing us away from each other. As long as I can talk to Padma about anything I hear today, I'll be happy with that. Smita was pleased at any move that would keep her twins close to each other. Are we to assume that Padma and Neville already know these secrets? It was Harry who answered this time. Hermione, Padma, and Neville have stood beside me practically since we met. Their friendship means everything to me, and keeping secrets is not a good basis for any friendship. I'm really sorry, Padma. We should have realized what you keeping those same secrets from Parvati would do to your relationship with your twin sister. It's time to trust people and live with the consequences. Did you get confirmation, Father? The goblin seemed to age as he answered his son. Yes, and he was working alone. Then he is a dead man. Harry, no. Let the ministry deal with it. Hermione, he attacked my family. He attacked you. The rest of the family didn't exist for the couple at the moment. They were staring into each other's eyes as they fought this battle of wills. Amelia will make sure he sees the inside of Azkaban. We could even ask he gets serious, old cell. Ask your godfather, if that's a soft option. But Hermione, he attacked. And you're not fit to duel anyone over the age of 3 at the moment. Let Amelia have that time to see justice done. If he's not in Azkaban by then, I'll even be your second. Harry was getting lost in those brown eyes. She can have a week, after that he's mine. Make it 2, love. Give both you and Amelia time to get ready. 2 weeks, for me, please? When Hermione added a tender kiss to her plea, everyone there knew Harry was done for. 2 weeks, not a day longer. This earned Harry another kiss and saw a weight leave Barchok's shoulders. He knew his son would call Malfoy out, just as the goblin knew there was no way he could have talked Harry out of it. Hermione very wisely didn't even try that tack. Instead, she rather cleverly bought some time for Amelia to do her work and allow Harry to recover properly. The goblin was glad Hermione had extracted that promise before his son heard the next piece of news. Even his mate would have struggled to contain Harry's anger after this. I should now really fill everyone in on exactly what's going on here. During the summer, we received a warning that a great danger would be coming to Hogwarts. That this danger would involve Harry was all the information we had, absolutely nothing specific that we could approach yourselves, Amelia or Minerva, with. You would have to be a right fool not to see there was more going on here than they were being told, and Augusta was no fool. Can I ask why Amelia and the girls aren't here today? Barchok directed his answer at those who didn't yet know the full story. There are things you'll hear that we wouldn't necessarily want the head of the DMLE to learn. That's in no way a negative reflection on the current holder of that post, rather us trying to offer some protection to Amelia. She will certainly hear that this was a direct attack against my son, and also that the wrong which ended up with the Horcrux. Padma caught on at once. It was supposed to be me, wasn't it? This was confirmed by Barchok. An attack on Harry would work best if it was targeted at you, Neville, or Hermione. Oh, Malfoy is so dead. This sharpened Augusta's attention. Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy? Her indiscretion saw Padma's cheeks blush. Oops. I wasn't supposed to say anything. Okay, let's get everything out in the open. I am Harry Crow, current head of House Potter. My father arranged that so no one could influence my decision on where my future lies. Funnily enough, the ministry solved my problem by awarding me an Order of Merlin that automatically makes me an adult as far as the ministry are concerned, and allows me to call out Malfoy. His elf actually provided the warning, which is why we got no specific details. We only discovered it was Malfoy's elf when Draco's mother pulled him from Hogwarts, and we only suspected a basilisk was involved when Hermione found that information in the library on Friday night. Her hand slipped into his, knowing what was coming next. Hermione is not merely my girlfriend. We are blood-bound mates, and will officially marry when both of us become of age to do so. Parvati immediately looked to her twin for confirmation. Padma told her what she knew. truly bonded, with an all-over glow that turned golden. I wish I could have seen it. Our father has a memory of our bonding. I'm sure he could be convinced to let you see it. We put the Malfoys under investigation, using the same method that brought down Dumbledore, and now have confirmation. Father, can we prove it to the Ministry, though? We certainly have enough evidence to get him arrested and standing trial for this. Letting Amelia and the Minister know we're having to hold you back from calling Lucius out might just force them into action. Failing that, do you think Malfoy would accept the pit?
No.
Not again. That can't happen again. Emma, there is not one person in this room who wants that. Just like they did in the chamber, though, we have to prepare for every option. I will be putting all the pressure I can on the Ministry to deal with this, and am confident that Malfoy will receive justice. I also think Harry has a better chance fighting Malfoy in the pit, rather than a formal wizard's duel. Lucius will be able to use whatever curses he wants in the pit, without any repercussions. He'll go for a big play. While Lucius is grandstanding, Harry will be on him. It was Smita who asked the obvious question. What's this pit, and why does Emma look as if she's going to pass out? With difficulty, Harry moved over to Emma. This is just contingency plans. Please don't worry about it. Do you have to do this, Harry? I never want to even think about you going into that thing again. Same reason as last time, Emma. He attacked Hermione. If I don't respond, someone else may think it's worth another try. There are families who would literally kill to get their daughters next to the Potter name and fortune. Until I marry Hermione, I need to show what happens to anyone daring to make that attempt. It was left to Hermione to answer Smita's original question. The pit is the goblin way of deciding justice. To go in, only one comes out alive. A goblin made an attempt to kill me at the end of the summer. That is why we blood bonded. Harry then fought in the pit to ensure it would never happen again. He put their champion down in seconds. Padma and Parvati moved either side of Hermione to offer comfort. Emma didn't appear to be letting Harry go anytime soon. Barchoke summed the situation up for everyone. The blood bond makes Hermione my daughter too. I will do everything in my power to keep both of them safe. Malfoy needs to pay for this atrocity though. One way or another he will. The Potter elves then decided refreshments were needed, while Betsy popped in with a hanky for Hermione and a warning not to overtire herself. As Harry shakily made his way back to Hermione, Dan tried to get everyone back on track. Are there any more questions, or can we move on to the real reason behind this get-together today? Ramrouse spoke for the rest of them. If we think of anything later, Padma or Neville will probably know the answer. Happy with that, Dan continued. We watched Auror Tonk's memory right from just before the alarm sounded. While my first instincts were for you to get out that castle as quickly as possible, you took minimal risks to collect information that could prove vital in solving this problem. Discovering Parvati's predicament clearly changed all the rules. Parvati was now sitting between Padma and Neville and was very grateful for the support they offered. Even then, you sent for help immediately and did nothing more than attempt to open the passage. On achieving that difficult feat, you still hung back until formulating a plan. I tried to put myself in your position and discovered I would have made all the same choices. Every member of the team that went into the chamber played an absolutely vital role in ensuring we are all sitting here today to talk about this. Had you gone down there with even one person less, the outcome could have been oh so different. The four were looking at Dan as if waiting for the hammer to drop. It wasn't going to happen. Had you lot rushed in there all gung-ho, looking for trouble, we would be having a very different conversation right now. Instead, you never lost sight of the fact it was a rescue mission and only fought when you were left with no other choice. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm so proud of all of you. The Prophet got it right. You are heroes in the truest sense of the word. You risked your lives to save someone else's. The Patils, Barchoke, Sirius, and Augusta heartily endorsed that viewpoint, leaving some very relieved people thinking they got off lightly. It was now Hermione's turn to toddle across the room as she hugged her father. Okay, enough of this mushy stuff. That basilisk obviously affected the beautiful Professor Hobson more than the healers thought. She actually agreed to marry me. Sirius punctuated this announcement with a kiss for a smiling Henrika. This news was greeted with cheers all round. Sirius, of course, had more to say. There will be an engagement party in Grimald on Boxing Day, but I would like to invite our extended family to spend the Christmas holidays with us. I want to turn the entire holiday season into a celebration of our new family, and no, Henrika is not pregnant. The way the couple looked at one another at that remark meant Sirius didn't need to say, yet they all got the message. Emma had found that she'd been close to tears ever since Saturday. The ones now forming, though, were of joy and partly relief. Since he was released from Azkaban, they had spent a lot of time with Sirius. Even when Harry and Hermione were in Hogwarts, he would visit at least once a week to tell them how their kids were doing. Henrika was also liked by everyone in the company and thought a wonderful match for Sirius, so this news was indeed joyous. Her relief was due to their Christmas problem being so neatly solved. Emma didn't really care where they spent Christmas, just as long as they were all together. With Dan working to control his natural instinct and springing to Hermione's defense without thinking, they were slowly but surely rebuilding relationships that would eventually be stronger than they were before. Dan had sat with a glass of whiskey in his hand and tears rolling down his cheeks as he recounted to her the story of what their kids had faced. Emma had let him get it out of his system and then taken Dan to bed, the glass of whiskey left still untouched on the table. She was so proud of her husband for the way he handled the situation today, and now they could look forward to spending Christmas as a family. This jolted Emma out of her thoughts as a potential problem hit. Sirius, Luna Lovegood has been invited to spend Christmas with us. And she's invited to Grimald too. Where's she? I thought her father was still on his research trip. His wife-to-be had the answer to that. Padma made sure Luna was with Penny before we went looking for these two. Penny swore not to let Luna out of her sight, and was even going to take Luna home with her. They're both coming here tomorrow. Penny is bringing her by something called the night bus, and then Luna will be staying until we go back to Hogwarts. Hermione then added a little more information about their quirky friend. She also knows about our bond. Apparently, she can see it. Cornelius was wishing he couldn't see this as Lucius Malfoy condemned himself with his own words. We can't show that memory in the Wisengamot chamber. They would never accept evidence collected like that. He clearly didn't know someone else was watching, and it was a discussion with his wife, in his own home. If we started admitting evidence like that into a trial, half the Wisengamot would probably end up being interviewed by your department. Having known these facts beforehand, Amelia wasn't perturbed in the slightest. Then we have some serious problems, Cornelius. Barchoke has informed me that only Harry's injuries are currently stopping his son calling the senior Malfoy out. We are talking a duel to the death here. This fairly ruined the minister's day. His public approval rating had never been higher too. Anything happening to the boy who lived would soon put a serious dent in those ratings. Harry wouldn't be doing the actual fighting though, would he? His status as a centurion in his own world sees him regarded as an adult, being an Order of Merlin, first class. Recipient provides the same function in ours. He would fight Lucius Malfoy to the death. Harry was clearly the target, and his friends suffered through it. Luna Lovegood, my Susan, Hannah Abbott, Parvati Patil, and then the three of his friends that accompanied him down to the chamber for the rescue mission. His girlfriend, Miss Granger, is still recovering from the injuries she sustained. This drew an audible groan from the minister. We should be discussing how we can reward these heroes, not trying to stop them fighting duels to the death. What can we do about this, Amelia? I think we have more than enough information to arrest Malfoy. A search of his manor to ensure he is nothing else like this would also appear prudent. He obviously did it, and should then be forced to say so under truth serum. How far we want to open the can of worms really has to be decided by you. In the past, this would be the point at which Cornelius would fold, protecting his friends and his own self-interest. It was time to see if this new version really had grown a spine. The minister didn't disappoint. Acting on reliable information the ministry has received, an arrest warrant should be issued against Lucius Malfoy. Since this relates to a deadly artifact that was in his possession, a thorough search of his premises should also take place to ensure there are no more threats lurking in the background. He should be questioned under truth serum regarding this attack, and any other current or planned future attacks he has knowledge of. Will that do? Amelia could see Cornelius practically begging her with his eyes to accept this compromise. since it was more than Amelia expected and would see Malfoy take up residence in Azkaban, she decided to cut the minister a break. Amelia also had something up her sleeve she now would need to use as leverage. She told Cornelius anyway. That would be acceptable. It will also work for the press, since Miss Skeeter is all set to break the story. I'm looking forward to being ahead of the game for once. I'll get a team together and hit Malfoy Manor today. The minister was certainly paler when Amelia left his office than he was when she entered. Cornelius had made the right choices, though. Now it was her turn. She could have lost the last member of her family over this. Malfoy was going down hard. Neville was finding his conversation with his grandmother extremely hard. Gran, do we really need to talk about a betrothal? I really like Padma, but we have kissed once. That hardly means we want to spend the rest of our lives together. I know, Neville, but you have to understand that these extraordinary escapades at Hogwarts from both of you are going to attract a lot of attention. Even your mother recognized Padma is a beautiful witch. Now that Padma's also recognized as a hero of Hogwarts, Ramrao and Smita expect to be inundated with offers for their daughter. There will also be a lot of offers heading in your direction too. What we're trying to do here is see both of you happy, rather than arranging a betrothal that you don't really want. This drew a groan from Neville. His pact with Padma was supposed to shield them from betrothal offers, but that was before the chamber. Can I just wait for a few years and see what happens? Neville, you know that's not possible. I was betrothed at your age, so were your mother and father. The Longbottoms have done this for centuries. I know two of your friends are different, but you and Padma have always known what's expected of you. If you're not interested in each other, we have to know now so Padma's parents can find the best possible match for their daughter. They really need to take advantage of all this interest. Mentioning his other two friends sparked something in Neville. As I said, I really like Padma, but neither of us know if we're suitable for a betrothal. There is a way we can find out, though. This took Augusta back. Neville, surely you don't mean? Yes, we perform the blood bond ritual. That will tell us if we're a suitable match, then we could happily be betrothed. The blood bond wouldn't finalize until we were married, just like Harry and Hermione. His grandmother was well aware of what act was needed to finalize a blood bond. She spared Neville's blushes and let him off with the marriage comment. What would you do if the blood bond indicated you weren't suitable? Hug Padma and wish her luck in finding someone else. I would also promise we would always be friends. She really is a great friend, Gran. I would hate to see her stuck with me. This way, we would both know if a betrothal would work. It was hard for Augusta to curtail her exasperation, and a little slipped out. Neville Longbottom, you are one of the most eligible young wizards in Britain, and that was before the Chamber of Secrets. You are certainly not someone a witch would consider being stuck with, like some kind of booby prize. Both Smita and Ramrao think Padma's sweet on you, and I know you really like her. That puts you both in the same position your mum and dad were. This made him happier about the situation, but Neville had made his mind up. I still want to try the blood bond ceremony. Like Harry, I've spent my life listening to stories of how much my parents loved each other. I want the same. This way, Padma and I can know exactly how suitable we would be for each other. Augusta really only had one more question for her grandson. And what do you hope the result of the ritual will be? This time, Neville couldn't contain his blush. He answered as honestly as he could. I hope it shows we have a strong bond, and that leads us to a betrothal. A warm smile spread across Augusta's face. She recognized her grandson's innate shyness and also the confidence he would gain from a positive reaction to the ritual. He needed proof that he and Padma would be a good match, and his other two friends had provided such a good example of what a couple should be. Blood bond rituals were originally carried out to see if couples were suitable to wed. I've never heard of one being used as part of a pre-betrothal agreement. Any other family might take this as an insult to their daughter, but I think I'll be able to explain the situation to Smita and Ramrao, that we all only want the best for Padma. It will need to be kept secret, though, whatever the outcome. Neville understood his gran meant secret from everyone except family. He was fine with that. The Granger house once more woke to the whack of practice swords being used in the back garden. Raising his head from the pillow to glance at the window drew a groan from Dan. His groan was directed at the rain he saw running down the glass. Those two are still recovering. I hardly think being out in this weather will be helping. You could see their frustration yesterday because their injuries were physically curtailing them. They're obviously not fit to go for their run yet, but this will let them get some normality back. He couldn't help but tease his wife. Emma, practicing with wooden swords in the pissing rain, mere days after being seriously injured, is anything but normal. It's normal for them. In our world, those two would have been looking at multiple surgical procedures, weeks of lying in a hospital bed, and then months of physiotherapy. They would have been lucky if they were able to practice fencing by this time next year. Those swords saved their lives. Let them practice as often as they want. You're still worried about Harry having to fight this Malfoy. Worried doesn't even start to describe it. I'm bloody terrified. He may be a centurion, but I just see my boy having to fight someone to the death. How the hell am I supposed to feel? I honestly don't think it will come to that. Barchoke was confident the ministry would take action. Remember, this thing also harmed Susan. We know how protective Amelia is of her niece. I was also watching Sirius as this was being discussed. I think he would take action before Harry could. We have an extended family now, with Harry right in the center of it. That family won't stand back and let anything happen to him. Emma snuggled into her husband, silently praying he was right, and the thwack-thwack was merely their children practicing their sport/hobby. The occupants of Malfoy Manor received a much ruder awakening. Amelia led her team to arrest Lucius and tear the place apart in their search for other dark objects. She had brought Alastor Moody along for this very purpose. That artificial eye of his would certainly come in handy when looking for hidden rooms or compartments. Lucius' heart sank as he spotted his visitors. Bones must have brought about 20 oars with her. What is the meaning of this? Amelia was in no mood to take any shit from Malfoy today. Lucius Malfoy, I have a warrant here for your arrest. Evidence has been presented that implicates you as instigating the attacks at Hogwarts. You will have your day in front of the Wisengamot as they ascertain your guilt or innocence. We also have a search warrant that includes every part of Malfoy Manor. The Ministry has no intention of allowing any more Horcruxes to make their way into the general population. This almost had Lucius reaching for his wand. The gleam of anticipation in Moody's good eye soon changed his mind. The chances of the old Auror hitting him with a stunner were negligible. Moody liked to put his targets down harder than that. While slightly disappointed that Malfoy didn't try something really stupid, Amelia was suddenly thinking she might not need Moody after all. A rather ragged elf had silently appeared behind the Malfoys and was indicating to the floor at her feet. When Barchoke had supplied her with that memory, the goblin had also told her why they had focused their attention on the Malfoys. It was clear this elf wanted Lucius to be caught, and was again providing all the help his bond would allow. Alastor, could you scan this room for hidden compartments or trapdoors? Mad-Eye had of course spotted the elf, and was already concentrating on the floor. There is some kind of ward on the floor, and rather heavy notice-me-not charms. I think our friend from the Unspeakables should start right here. By the time a cowed Lucius was in the magic inhibiting cuffs, the Unspeakable had the trapdoor open, and Dobby was ready to point them in the direction of their next find. There was enough dark objects in that room alone to ensure Lucius would be residing in Azkaban for a very long time. Draco stood beside his mother, helplessly watching as his smart and oh-so-powerful father was led out of their home in chains. The chances of him returning to that same home were nil. The family didn't even have enough gold to waste on hiring a lawyer to defend him. Thinking of family saw the realization hit that he was now effectively head of the Malfoys. It was time to make sure the family survived. Mother, I think you need to contact Lord Black over this matter. That won't help, Draco. Your father and Sirius have hated each other since they were your age. I'm not asking for him to help father. We're going to need help to avoid being dragged under with father. Lord Black is our access to the only person who can help us here. A word from Crow could be the difference between us still living at the manor or begging in the streets. I don't think that will do any good either. Sirius has no reason to be merciful. He has us exactly where he wants us. We're exactly where father put us, Mother. I'm hoping he'll talk to Crow about it. You're pinning your hopes on mercy from a goblin? I thought we taught you better than that. Draco gestured to their home, being torn apart around them. And see where those lessons have led. Things changed the moment Crow walked into Hogwarts. Father couldn't accept that and was let out of here in chains. Dumbledore couldn't accept it and has been chased out of Hogwarts. Crow showed me mercy before when he didn't need to. This time we are actually innocent. The right word from him can protect us from this. Have you got any better ideas? That stopped Narcissa dead in her tracks. She actually had no idea what to do next. All their friends would sit back and wait to see what happened, too fearful of getting dragged into this mess to offer any semblance of support. They were on their own, and probably wouldn't survive the public backlash without some kind of protection. Do you really think Crow would help? He hates Lockhart. The man is a complete idiot, yet Crow cancelled the Tarantaligra spell Slughorn had him under, before taking Sluggy apart and dangling him from the ceiling. His attitude is that of a pure light wizard, but when he chooses to act, his methods are at best gray. With Granger in danger, he would have jumped in that basilisk's mouth and slashed away with those blades of his to save her. Father's biggest mistake was to put her in danger. I half expected Crow to turn up here and personally hack him to bits. Anyone stupid enough to attack her will be shown no mercy. Luckily, we weren't involved with any of it. Crow really is our only chance. She couldn't argue with anything her son just said. Those blades had just taken down the biggest basilisk ever recorded. How could you argue with that? I'll send an owl to Sirius and see if he answers. What about your sister? You might try writing to her too. Draco, I haven't spoken to Andromeda in nearly 20 years. The situation we are in at the moment, we can't afford not to take even the slimmest of chances. I've had to be civil to Crow for over a year now. Not once has he rubbed my nose in it. Things are changing, Mother. We need to change too. What alternative do we have? Narcissa couldn't see any alternatives, knowing the Wizengamot had the power to levy heavy fines against Lucius too. These would be taken straight out their vaults, leaving who knows what for Draco to inherit when he came of age. If they took too much, the Parkinsons would cancel the betrothal between Pansy and Draco. They may be forced to do so anyway, to distance themselves from Lucius' disaster. It was beginning to dawn on Narcissa that if she wanted Draco to have any kind of life, she was going to have to get her nose out of the air and do some groveling. To protect her son's future, Narcissa would do whatever it took. Emma had enjoyed her morning. She was taking a few days off work until Hermione and Harry had fully recovered. That, and she just didn't want to let them out of her sight. After Luna and Penny had arrived and made sure Hermione and Harry were getting better, Emma had offered to take them into Crawley. When the alarm sounded at Hogwarts, there was no time to grab trunks as the evacuation took place. Luna was currently wearing some of Penny's resized clothes since her trunk was still in her dorm. Just being able to do some normal things, clothes shopping and pizza for lunch, was exactly what Emma needed. Anything really to distract her mind from the thought of Harry fighting a duel to the death. Knowing there were charms on the magical bus that wouldn't even allow her to see it, Emma entered the house as the three friends said goodbye to Penny, and was surprised to find Sirius and Henrico waiting there. By the smiles Sirius was wearing, it was going to be a pleasant surprise. Knowing how worried Emma was, Sirius got straight to the point. Lucius Malfoy was arrested this morning. Amelia arrived with a team of Aurors and also tore Malfoy Manor apart. Even his own wife expects him to be changing his address to Azkaban. Emma managed to make it to a chair before she broke down and started crying. These, though, were tears of relief. Hermione and Harry were alarmed when they first spotted her sitting crying. That was until Sirius told them the reason behind her tears. He also told the pair he needed to speak with them. This would not be a straightforward conversation. This was the first time Narcissa had entered Gringotts in almost a year. She had no reason to go there until now. Sirius had responded to her plea and set their meeting here. Once the news broke, she probably wouldn't be able to walk down Diagon Alley and certainly not stroll into Gringotts Bank. She was led through a warren of tunnels until Narcissa was directed into what she considered a very strange room to hold a meeting. There weren't even any chairs. Then she spotted Sirius standing beside an observation wall. I like to come here and spend some time just watching Alice and Frank recover. I always seem to pick up on some little sign of improvement that wasn't there the last time I visited. I've come to think of the Longbottoms as a metaphor for our society. We thought nothing could be done, but, day by day, they are slowly proving us all wrong. She watched in astonishment as Alice carefully brushed what hair her husband had left, and then lovingly kissed him on the cheek. How is this possible? They've spent years in St. Mungo's. It's possible because of who Alice Longbottom is godmother to, the very same person who is my godson to, the same person who your husband intended to see dead. She had no answer for that and didn't think Sirius was looking for one. He hadn't even looked in her direction yet. My godson has a good heart, but that should never be taken as a sign of weakness. Barchoke has done a wonderful job of raising my godson. The one area he was unable to teach is the workings of pureblood houses and politics. That is where I come in. Harry knows Draco is innocent, and also that he has been keeping his head down since their confrontation in the Great Hall. Harry feels a child shouldn't be persecuted for the sins of the father. She let out a long and audible sigh of relief, but that proved a mistake. Sirius now turned to face her. Or should that be Lord Black? Just to be clear here, Malfoy, I don't agree with my godson on this. You may not have known the specifics of what that husband of yours was up to, but you knew enough to get your own son out of danger, leaving everyone else behind to fucking die. Was your husband so precious to you that you were prepared to stand back and let him unleash mass murder onto children? Then again, his half-blood master met his end trying the same, to murder a baby. I'll bet your pure-blood friends will love you when this gets out, making sure the Malfoy heir was safe while their children were left to the tender mercies of a basilisk. Gone were the funny quips and jokes. Narcissa was faced with a furious Lord Black, a quite terrifying sight. Let me make something plain to you. Should Draco bide his time until his inheritance and then act, plot, or conspire against my godson's health, I will make it my business to destroy the very name of Malfoy and all those who bear it. Amelia actually did your husband a favor, either Harry or I would have killed him otherwise, and there would have been no saving of Draco from the consequences that. Draco had already told her Crow would come for Lucius. Adding Sirius to that too would have ensured she wore widow's weeds before long. Narcissa had nothing to say because she had nothing to offer. Both she and Draco were completely at Sirius' mercy. Harry will release a statement, condemning your husband's actions but sparing Draco from any blame. For that, we want something in return. This was how Dobby came to find himself inside Gringotts, and being given clothes by his mistress. Chapter 48, and You Are Mine. Rita held today's prophet in her hand and couldn't help but smile. She was beginning to appreciate how the goblins operated. This certainly felt like a revenge worthy of that race. Although the prophet had literally begged her to return, Rita had politely refused, and then wrung what would have been 6 months' worth of her old salary out them for the stories she had in today's paper. With no editor breathing down her neck and no deadline to meet, her byline of Rita Skeeter, independent investigative reporter, sure tasted like sweet revenge to her. All the gold in her bank account certainly helped to sweeten that feeling too. The prophet had of course led with her story on Lucius Malfoy, or, as the headline screamed, the real beast of Hogwarts. Malfoy was clearly the out-and-out villain of the piece, with the poor, innocent Patil Witch simply unable to resist the dark and powerful compulsion charms on the Horcrux. The article posed a simple question: what 12-year-old could possibly resist the subtle manipulations of a Dark Lord? That her twin sister and her friends had not only discovered, but then broken into the fabled Chamber of Secrets, slain the gigantic basilisk that had been attacking the school, stopped Tom Riddle from being reborn, and then rescued Parvati too meant there would not be one shred of blame heading in the direction of the Patil family. Quite the opposite. That Voldemort had come within a whisker of being reborn was the really shocking part of the entire sorry tale, and ensured Malfoy would be joining his fellow Death Eaters in Azkaban. The Ministry also came out of this looking good. They already had Malfoy in a Ministry cell by the time the story broke and had also ransacked his manor to ensure there were no more Horcruxes lying in wait. That Aurors had been in front of the students they were protecting, and one had fought alongside the students down in the chamber, left the population with the impression that their ministry actually knew what they were doing, a most unusual occurrence. Hogwarts also had effective measures in place to deal with the emergency. The castle's evacuation was swift and efficient. Again, a Hogwarts professor had fought alongside the students, almost losing her life in the process. All in all, Rita was pleased with her articles and really pleased with the direction her life was taking. Being sacked by the prophet and then getting hired by the goblins was proving to be the best thing that had ever happened to her. Minerva was also amazed at the accuracy of the reporting, especially the article on the emergency meeting of the Hogwarts School Board. With Albus' non-arrival, the current information Amelia Bones had available pointed to him leaving Britain altogether. He was quickly dismissed as headmaster in his absence. Minerva had then refused the offered headmistress position, citing that she was in the process of introducing an entirely new method of transfiguration and would like to concentrate her efforts on that for the foreseeable future. Augusta had invited Amelia and Barchoke to attend the meeting. It was the goblin, though, who asked the all-important question. "Excuse me, exactly what did Headmaster Dumbledore do inside Hogwarts?" "All my dealings are with Professor McGonagall, which is why I asked that question. I know he didn't teach, and that his deputy handled all the finances. What was his contribution to running the school?" All eyes then shifted to Minerva, recognizing that she would be best able to handle this question. She was rather uncomfortable with where the question could lead, but still answered truthfully. "Albus left the day-to-day running of the school to me. He was more interested in setting Hogwarts policy, dealing with the paperwork involved, and, of course, hiring new staff." This was greeted with silence before Amelia offered a suggestion. Why not let Minerva continue with what she had been doing and just appoint someone to generally oversee Hogwarts? There exists some old legislation where the ministry can appoint someone into that very position. They would be known as the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. They would also have the power to remove staff they felt weren't up to Hogwarts standard. A certain defense professor immediately springs to mind. Her idea wasn't exactly greeted enthusiastically, so Amelia set out to solve their obvious problem with this. "I wasn't suggesting the ministry actually appoint someone, rather use the existing legislation to ratify whoever the school board chose to fill the role." That was certainly a lot more palatable to the board, and Augusta Longbottom was selected for the part-time position within the hour. Barchoke then explained the reason behind why he was here. "Between us, Augusta and I represent 3 of the students who fought the basilisk. We also have Ramrao Patil's permission to make this offer. They propose to split the profits from the basilisk carcass into 3 pots. The first would pay for the upgrade of the Hogwarts wards that won't even allow a marked Death Eater to enter the castle, far less something as dark as a Horcrux. The remaining gold would then be split evenly between the final 2 pots, one to be shared amongst the rescuers and the other reserved for those who were injured by this situation." Since they were basically getting the best wards gold could buy for free, the school board unanimously accepted this generous offer at once. Barchoke did explain that Gringotts would be erecting these wards at cost. The Goblin Nation had no intention of making profit from protecting schoolchildren. What he didn't say was that this would be a massive advert and profitable endorsement for their new wards, and that they expected to make a fair bit of gold from protecting homes of the wealthy. To a wizard with enough gold, wards that wouldn't allow Death Eaters even access to your property were certainly worth paying for. It proved to be a very productive meeting, with everyone feeling as if they had gained something positive by the end of the night. Minerva was delighted that she would now be allowed to continue teaching the different form of transfiguration, and also have someone inside Hogwarts that might listen to her when she complained. With Augusta Longbottom in charge of hiring and firing, she didn't see Lockhart lasting much past Christmas. The only reason he might last that long was they would need to find a replacement first. Edmund Parkinson focused more on the short interview Crow had given Rita. He'd heard from Pansy that Crow could easily lord it over Hogwarts but made no attempt to do so, and apparently had no interest in doing so either. The impression given here was of a wizard who had no interest in honors, or any intention of playing a hero over this affair. He stated quite plainly they had gone down there to rescue their friend, nothing more. Crow's comment that he didn't want to see his friend being blamed for this incident, or anyone else other than the person who gave Parvati the Horcrux, resonated with Edmund. They had pulled their daughter out of Hogwarts on a mere suspicion. Here was Crow publicly exonerating them, and others, of any blame. Pansy had begged him not to end her betrothal to Draco, citing this would indicate they blamed him and his mother for what happened at Hogwarts, something that could destroy the Malfoys. The smart move would be to end that betrothal now and offer Pansy to the Longbottom lad. This was something Edmund might still do, depending on the outcome of Lucius' trial. That Lucius was bound for Azkaban seemed beyond doubt. What would happen to the Malfoy money was not. A 17-year-old Draco would still inherit, and, with Lucius out the picture, Edmund was sure he could influence his daughter's then wealthy future husband. Draco would have a reprieve, at least until his father's trial. If the Ministry took over half of the Malfoy money, that would be the end of Pansy's betrothal, no matter how many tears his daughter cried. Dolores was attempting to be pragmatic about the situation, and failing miserably. Inside the witch was seething at the injustice of this, even though she understood it was nothing more than a case of very bad timing. The summer after next, she had secured the Quidditch World Cup to be held in England. Dolores had worked her arse off fighting to get the tournament to Britain, only to find the news buried deep inside the Prophet. The newspaper was still being dominated by the Basilisk and Harry Crow. Seeing him once more cast as the hero really made her blood boil, and that was before he stole her deserved front page. It was now the following day before Albus could get his hands on a copy of The Prophet. He still thought it was worth the effort, though. Now that he'd left Britain, it was vital that he kept himself up to date with just what was happening back home. The most striking thing for him was just who had ended Tom Riddle. Albus had to read it 3 times to ensure he hadn't made a mistake. It actually said Neville Longbottom. This saw Albus questioning just which of the boys was the child of the prophecy. Could he actually have gotten it wrong? This would need careful consideration, but he had time. Neither of the boys would be going anywhere for the next 5 years or so. Plenty of time for Albus Dumbledore to make his triumphant return to Hogwarts and once more engage in the battle for influence over the prophesied one. That there were again 2 contenders for the position meant he would need to keep a careful eye on what was happening back home, otherwise known as getting the Prophet delivered a day later than those living in Britain. The group of friends were spending time together in Crawley that Saturday afternoon for 2 reasons. One was simply that they enjoyed each other's company, and 2 was to help Parvati recover from her ordeal. Being in the company of Luna, Susan, and Hannah, all of whom were petrified yet bore her no ill will, would certainly help Parvati with facing having to climb back on board the Hogwarts Express on Wednesday. Knowing her friends would be there for her too would also help, with even Lavender being invited to spend the day with the group. Hermione was holding Harry's hand as they led their friends around the town center. Her mind, though, kept wandering back to last night and the events at Longbottom Manor. Oh, last night, oh. Barchoke didn't need much of an excuse to show the memory of his son and daughter's bonding, and the family had already heard Harry had to fight in the pit. Luna was clutching Harry and Hermione as the fight unfolded, sensing something bad was about to happen. Both Patil twins screamed as the goblin blade bit into Hermione, only for her armor to deflect it away. Still hurt like a bitch, though. I had a bruise right down me. No one was surprised at Hermione's revelation, and neither were they shocked at Harry's response to the attack on his girlfriend. That goblin was just fortunate Harry dropped his blade. The girls' screams had soon turned to sighs as the bond formed, with Padma, Parvati, and Luna all staring at the couple in awe. It was Neville, though, who reacted first. "Harry, can I borrow your sword for our bonding ceremony? I was going to use the potions knife you gave me, but I want all the help magic can give me." After insisting on the bond, Neville was now dreading a negative result, as was Padma. Hermione had worn her sword specifically in the hope Padma might ask for it. She handed it over to her friend as Neville had the sword of Gryffindor in his grasp. The rest of the world no longer existed for the pair as, with a nod, Padma indicated she was ready. They cut their hands in unison, Neville going deeper than he intended due to the exceedingly sharp blade. That was the least of his troubles, though. The next few minutes could decide the course of his life. They clasped their bleeding hands together as Neville offered the incantation. "You are mine, and I am yours." Padma's eyes positively sparkled as she provided the necessary response. "You are mine, and I am yours." Not one person in the room breathed as they studied the couple's joined hands. Those collective breaths were released as a silver glow began to escape from their linked fingers. As that glow passed their wrists and began traveling up their arms, an air of euphoria amongst the watchers escalated directly in relationship to the expanding glow. As it reached their shoulders, Ramrao let out a loud yell of celebration. His wife and Parvati had already been in floods of tears from the instant the silver glow first made an appearance. It crept into their chests, stopping when it reached their hearts before slowly fading away. Neville's gaze had never left Padma's eyes. "Will that do you, Miss Patil?" "Mr. Longbottom, I was yours the instant our hands healed." She proceeded to prove it by grabbing him for their second kiss, and this time Neville just might have ended up sockless. With the exception of Augusta, all the females present then mobbed the couple. The Longbottom matriarch had a wide smile on her face, though, as she approached Ramrao. "I believe we have some business to discuss. It will give me great pleasure to invite your daughter to join our family." As Padma's father, I can honestly say I couldn't think of a wizard better suited to one day marry my daughter than your grandson. I will be delighted to sign the documents that will formalize what we witnessed here today. Dan found himself standing next to Barchok, a hint of sadness creeping into what was a happy occasion. "This is what it should have been like for our children, and I ruined that." He didn't get to say any more as Hermione had heard and quickly rounded on him. "Dad, everyone today knew exactly why we were here. You had just watched some memories and then were told I was married. How else could you react? You now understand our situation and are happy for us. I can't ask for anything better than that." Barchok was chuckling as Hermione kissed her father on the cheek. "Dan, I have to confess I've rarely known our daughter to be wrong about anything. She is, of course, right about this. If it makes you feel any better, Dan, we all expected to get a right roasting for the chamber. Let's now call it even and move on." Looking at the boy he was quickly coming to consider as a son, Dan nodded his acceptance of that and held his hand out to shake. "Deal." As they clasped hands, Dan had one more question. "There is something I wanted to ask, though. What is your honest appraisal of what happened down there?" Neville and Padma were returning their borrowed swords, which gave the four a minute to think of an answer for Dan. "I didn't want to take Hermione down there, but she was right. We needed her. We also had no plan to deal with Tom Riddle. Neville saved all our arses over that. Henrika was just amazing. Otherwise, we would have been in really bad trouble. I think we would all agree that we carried an amazing amount of luck, the only time it turned against us being Hermione slipping." Hermione agreed with every word of that. "I certainly didn't feel heroic, lying on a wet and bloody floor with a giant snake's head in my lap. Padma and I were too worried about Parvati and Harry to feel much of anything. Our training saved our lives. That same training has also taught us just how lucky we were that day." Dan then embraced the happy new couple. "Congratulations, you two. I didn't mean to lower the tone of the celebrations." Neville wore a smile that nothing was going to shift, just like nothing was going to shift Padma from his side. "That's fine, Dan. Without going down into that chamber, Padma might never have kissed me, and I certainly wouldn't have had the courage to ask her to blood bond." His betrothed now playfully slapped his arm. "Listen, Longbottom, you were always going to get kissed." That ruddy great snake just moved the timetable up a bit. The celebration was back on track when Augusta and Ramrao returned, the paperwork all dealt with. She handed a small box to her grandson, and Neville's smile got even wider. He opened the box and placed the Longbottom betrothal ring on Padma's finger before offering her the box to do the same for him. There was no need for words. Their blood bond was far stronger than any betrothal agreement, something the rings recognized as a spark of magic passed between them. An impromptu party broke out after that. No one had wanted to plan one beforehand in case they jinxed the outcome of the blood bond ceremony. It was during this time that Sirius approached Dan and Emma. "I have a little problem you two might be able to help me with. Setting Dobby free has created an unforeseen problem. The little guy apparently likes being free." This left Dan shaking his head. "Why does everything in your world have to be so bloody complicated? How could someone wanting to remain free be a problem? House elves love to work. It's when they're at their happiest." This drew a nod of understanding from Emma. "Hermione told me the same thing. Says she deliberately messes up her room sometimes to keep Betsy happy. That little elf is devoted to her. Dobby still wants to work, but he now wants paid for that work. While that might seem perfectly natural to you both, it's certainly not in our world. All his fellow house elves think Dobby is crazy. a disgrace for wanting payment for doing what he's supposed to do. To put him into a magical household would cause chaos amongst the other elves. I probably could get him into Hogwarts, but the little guy was really hoping for a family. And you just naturally thought of a family that seems to be growing all the time. Emma was smiling in Luna's direction as she said this. Dan, though, was more business-like. I don't know if we could afford a servant, and where would he live? Our house seems to be full now more often than not. He wants a galleon a month, and will live in a corner of your loft. Sirius enjoyed watching his two friends' rather predictable reactions to his last statement. Indeed, he will not live in a corner of our loft. A galleon a month. That's not even pocket money. He would build himself a little cozy nest and be very happy with that. The money thing is more about symbolism than economics. Dobby gets paid, therefore he's free. The amount he's paid is inconsequential. When I told him I was going to inquire if the family of Harry Potter wanted a house elf, he immediately dropped the price to a canute a month. Both took some convincing they wouldn't be exploiting the little creature and wanted time to speak with Harry and Hermione first, before making a decision. Harry found himself dancing with Hermione, Parvati and Luna. Neville and Padma weren't for being separated tonight. This gave Hermione time to talk with her parents and advise them to give Dobby a job and a home. Hermione danced in Harry's arms, delighted they were regaining their mobility and fitness. She was also delighted for her two friends, with not a hint of jealousy at the rings they wore. Hermione already knew there would be an engagement ring on her finger, a present for her 17th birthday. That it would be joined by a wedding ring the following summer made her happier than she had the words to express. As a couple they would still disagree, argue, and might even resort to the occasional fight. What their bond did, though, was ensure they knew how they felt about one another. Yes, each had faults that the other could find irritating, but they loved each other, faults and all. Oh, presento. Hermione was drawn out of her musings by someone calling her name. She felt Harry tense beside her as Padma and Neville casually took up supporting position behind them. Harry and Padma had personal experience of Hermione meeting people she knew before heading off to Hogwarts. This might be for girls rushing toward them, but they were taking no chances. Both intended to make certain Hermione wouldn't be needing to see a healer after this meeting. Hermione Granger, is that really you? No, Melissa. I'm the Wicked Witch of the West. What can I do for you? You can tell us who your stylist and personal trainer are. You look fantastic. She studied Joanne, finding none of the sarcasm or smirks she expected to accompany a comment like that. Hermione looked to Harry for help. Hey, I always think you look fantastic. Hermione had no way of knowing just how much she'd changed in the year and a half since these girls had last laid eyes on her. The frizzy hair that was the source of so many jibes was now soft brown curls, and those two front teeth perfectly matched their lovely pulley white neighbors. All her exercising had also had a very desirable effect on her body, as did the confident way she walked down the street, holding Harry's hand. I don't have a stylist, and I exercise with Harry every day. You almost got hit by a bus, running across the road in front of it to ask me that. Melissa silenced Joanne with a look before answering. No, we came over to thank you and say hi. Things are so much better now in school since you stomped on Dudley's gang. Tony came back on crutches, and then his family finally moved away altogether. Joanne and the others nodded their agreement. We searched for you all last summer to thank you, but you were nowhere to be seen. Oh, we spent the full summer traveling. I was only in Crawley at the end of August. Padma had certainly picked up on Hermione's wariness as these girls approached. She also noticed the envious glances they were stealing at Hermione and Harry. She had learned from Hermione that Muggle school had been a lonely place for her friend. Padma didn't need to be a genius to deduct that these four played a part in that loneliness. It was time for some retrospective payback and provide these four with a real focus for that jealousy. Starting off in Florida was brilliant. Are we doing that again next summer? Susan was also no slouch, spotting the tension before figuring out what Padma was doing. Oh, I would love to go back to Japan. That was just amazing, and Annie talks about it all the time. Sorry, Susan, and I hate to disagree with my girlfriend, but Rome was the highlight of the whole summer. Lavender hadn't catoned onto what was happening here. That made her outburst so much more believable, though. She had been listening to stories of that holiday since Parvati returned from it. Lavender certainly knew which part sounded best to her. Neville, Rome was better than Harry's private tropical island. Are you nuts? Harry settled the matter. This summer our holidays will have to be built around a wedding. We won't be able to do much planning until that's arranged. The four girls were left looking at each other in disbelief. They'd heard the wild rumors, but here was the proof. Hermione Granger, the girl who they wouldn't give the time of day to, had somehow fallen on her feet and had every girl's dream in the palm of her hand. Certainly these four girls' dream. A gorgeous, rich, and actually titled boyfriend. Sometimes life just wasn't fair. They had been searching all summer to see if the rumors were true, and if they were, to begin the process of working their way into Granger's good graces. Here she stood, though, surrounded by friends and hand in hand with the aforementioned gorgeous boyfriend. Melissa was left clutching at straws. Will you be coming home for Christmas? Hermione's shake of her head shattered any hopes they had of ingratiating themselves into her clearly wealthy company. It was always going to be a hard task, but the girl never being in Crawley just make that mission impossible. Sorry, but no. Harry's godfather, Lord Black, is getting engaged at Christmas. We will be spending the entire holiday with him in London. It was nice meeting you again, but we need to go. This is the first time some of my friends have been in Crawley. We're showing them around. None of the four were quite brazen enough to invite themselves along. It was a close-run thing, though. As the friends walked away, Padma, of course, had a comment. Well, that certainly went better than the last time we met the natives of Crawley. Her sister couldn't contain her curiosity. Why, what happened? Oh, 5 guys tried to beat us up. One of them was even stupid enough to punch Hermione in the mouth. Let me guess, his name was Tony and he ended up on crutches? Why, Susan, your aunt would be proud of you. That is certainly deduction worthy of an oar. Padma couldn't hold her giggle, though. She was in a very good mood. Lavender was only paying partial attention. The shops were distracting her, but she wanted to ask Parvati something. I thought Ravenclaws were supposed to be bookworms. This lot are more Gryffindor than we are. Hermione had explained to her parents that, as Betsy was her personal elf, there would be no conflict with Dobby and Crawley. The elves already considered her Lady Potter, and Dobby would be the Granger's elf. Emma couldn't get her head around having Dobby living in the loft. There was also no way he was going to walk around wearing a pillowcase. Dan and Emma were currently in negotiations with the elf. It was hard, though, as Dobby was currently in floods of tears. If this isn't big enough, Dobby, we could. Oh no, Mrs. Granger. This is far too big for Dobby. This is a room. Dobby, it's a storage cupboard under the stairs. We emptied it and put that little cot in there. We thought you'd be more comfortable here than in the loft. We bought you some outfits. Do you like them? Both Emma and Dan had been coached not to say clothes. Dobby may be a free elf now, but that just wasn't a word you used around house elves. There were 3 children's outfits on hangers in the walk-in cupboard. Dobby's eyes were drawn to the little tracksuit. It was brightly colored, had zips and pockets, and Dobby had never seen anything so fine in all his life. Dobby loves them, and Dobby already thinks he's going to really like working here. With a shake of hands, the deal was done. The Grangers had just hired a very dedicated house elf. They had spent Tuesday night staying in Grimmauld to make accessing King's Cross easier. Breakfast was already a lively affair before the pair of Gringotts owls arrived. Both Henrika and Luna were stunned into silence at what they contained. Harry, I have a Gringotts bank draft here for 90,000 galleons. Would you care to explain why? It's your first installment from the basilisk carcass. Henrika, it will be a few months yet before the final figure is known. As a victim of the creature, Luna should have about half of that. That's simply because there were more victims than rescuers. This received a nod of agreement from Luna. Mine is for 45,000. That's an awful lot of gold, Harry. Everyone who is a victim gets the same. Luna, you, Hannah, Susan, and Parvati will all get that today. Padma and Neville will receive the same as Henrika. It was a puzzled Sirius who asked the obvious question. Where are the owls with your bank drafts? Hermione was almost blushing as she answered. We sorted that out yesterday, when we were at Gringotts. It was getting embarrassing. Everywhere I went there would be goblins bowing to me. I hope it dies down soon. Emma could put two and two together quicker than most, and was sure she had the right answer here. So, Parvati is terrified of facing everyone on the express later today, and those checks just happened to be delivered this morning? His ruse might have been easily read, but Harry was unrepentant. This was an attack on me and my family. I'll do everything I can to protect them. Serious, loud laughter cut through anything else Harry was going to say. This is genius. Instead of Parvati being picked on, you'll have a train full of people wishing they had been petrified. Luna was out for about a week, and the rest of them were fed the potion the same day. The news also pleased Henrika. I didn't say anything before, but I'm traveling to Hogwarts on the express with you lot. There will be a few Aurors on the train too. We were worried in case there might be trouble, but this will make the entire journey a party. Someone better tell the trolley lady to stock up well. I've a feeling she's going to be busy. There was a party atmosphere taking over the breakfast table, but Hermione noticed Luna's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Is there something wrong, Luna? I thought you were looking forward to going back to Hogwarts? Oh, I am. It's just all this talk of family. There's only me and my father. Luna, when we found out you'd been petrified, Harry was ready to take the castle apart stone by stone to find out what did that to you. When he says family, you, Miss Luna Lovegood, are certainly considered part of that family. Really? Really, really? Luna's eyes now sparkled to match the wide smile she was wearing. Since her mother died, Luna had longed to be a family again. It would seem she was now part of this one too, something she was very happy with. It was no coincidence that the trial of Lucius Malfoy was held on the same day the children returned to Hogwarts. Like Amelia, a lot of the Wisengamot members would have just waved their young loved ones off on the express, and then left for the ministry to try the bastard who attempted to murder every single one of those very same children. Malfoy was guilty, of that there was no doubt. In the past, though, that wouldn't necessarily mean Lucius would be punished. A new wing at St. Mungo's wouldn't get him out of this one, though. Not that he had access to funds to even attempt a deal like that. Today was all about showing the British wizarding public they could trust their ministry to make the hard choices and protect them. Since a lot of the parents were in London anyway to see their children off, the public galleries were packed to capacity. They were currently watching a Lucius Malfoy who had certainly lost his sneer of superiority. To be fair, sitting chained to a chair inside an iron cage while awaiting trial for the attempted massacre of the nation's schoolchildren would have that effect on most people. Sirius, Ramrao, and Barchoke sat together at the trial, listening while Lucius under truth serum congratulated himself for slipping the diary to the Wog, which that was a close friend of Crow's. It was only after returning home and reading the Dumbledore expose that he realized the diary was a Horcrux. His house elf was then sent to infiltrate Hogwarts and retrieve the Horcrux, only to return empty-handed. It wasn't until after reading about the chamber incident in The Prophet, Lucius realized he'd slipped the diary to the wrong Patil witch. He confirmed that no one else knew what he had done, and it was purely concern for their son that saw his wife withdraw Draco from Hogwarts. Lucius then condemned himself to the entire magical population of Britain, including any Death Eaters still at large, by confirming it was pure self-preservation that sent his elf off to Hogwarts. While the Malfoys were denied access to their funds, the Dark Lord's return would be an utter disaster for them. It was also noticed that Lucius was the only Malfoy in the Wisengamot chamber. Not even his wife was here to offer any support. With Malfoy's goose well and truly cooked by his own confession, Amelia then showed Auror Tonk's memory to all the people crammed inside the chamber. The ministry wanted everyone to see what the outcome of Malfoy's ministrations could have been. To those intently watching the events unfold, Tom Riddle's appearance was every bit as terrifying as the basilisk. The vote on his guilt was a mere formality, a unanimous answer quickly being returned from the Wisengamot members. It was then left to Amos to pass sentence. Lucius Malfoy, you have been found guilty of unleashing a terrible horror into Hogwarts, with callous disregard for the welfare of the children being taught there, your own son included. It is nothing short of miraculous that there were no fatalities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hesitated in using the death penalty for this case. This drew gasps from around the Wisengamot chamber as people realized this was not Albus Dumbledore they were now dealing with. Amos Diggory appeared not to be the forgiving sort, Even the Lestranges had escaped the death penalty. The attack on the Hufflepuff students, though, had badly shaken the chief warlock. His own son had been mere yards from the point of the basilisk attack. "You will spend the rest of your life in the high-security wing of Azkaban." It was also my intention to fine the Malfoy family rather heavily, and use that gold installing wards at Hogwarts to ensure nothing like this could ever be repeated. Thanks to our friends from the Goblin Nation, and those 4 brave and generous students who destroyed the basilisk, our children today return to a much safer Hogwarts. I still intend to impose a financial penalty, though. 20% of the Malfoy fortune will be awarded to the Ministry. This will be allocated to the DMLE, its purpose to help equip and train more brave Aurors like the ones who protected our children at Hogwarts. This proved a very popular decision. The profile of the DMLE had never been higher. Edmund watched with everyone else as a sobbing and broken Lucius Malfoy sank into the floor. Personally, he thought the death penalty might have been kinder than spending the rest of your life in Azkaban. The 20% fine meant he would leave his daughter's betrothal to Draco intact for the moment. The news flashing around Platform 9 3/4 that the Longbottom lad had just gotten betrothed also affected this decision. He would call in on Narcissa before going home, give her the expected news about Lucius, and then see what future concessions he could wring out of the Malfoys. If Edmund even suspected Draco was as stupid as his father, his betrothal to Pansy would be over before the blonde Ponce could spit. Lucius may have wormed his way into high society, but the Malfoy name could become poison for many years to come. Edmund would have to give serious consideration to whether he wanted his grandchildren lumbered with such a disadvantage. Thankfully, he had a few years yet before finalizing any arrangements. Narcissa would know all this, and also that should Draco's match to Pansy be dissolved, she would certainly struggle to find another suitable betrothal for her son. Edmund should be able to squeeze more Parkinson control over the Malfoy fortune. Narcissa wasn't really in any position to refuse. Chapter 49, Just One Thing. Parvati had been pleasantly surprised at the positive reactions she'd received on the express. Then again, she'd never ventured outside the 2 compartments they had occupied, and Professor Hobson had stayed close. Now, the professor was at the staff table, Susan and Hannah at Hufflepuff, while Padma, Hermione, Luna, and Harry were all heading to sit at their own house table. She still wasn't alone, though. Neville had offered his arm, and Lavender was by her side. Ginny and Colin were leading the way to a space at Gryffindor that would accommodate the 5 of them. Unfortunately, this free space was closer to Ronald Weasley than they would usually sit. "Hey, Longbottom, looks like Lucius Malfoy isn't the only one who can't tell the Patils apart. You do know your girlfriend is sitting at the Ravenclaw table, right? Or did they come as a pair?" Ron was laughing at his own joke. That was until he realized he was the only one laughing. The way Neville was glaring at Ron was certainly enough to deter any sensible person from laughing at the redhead's supposed joke. After all, Neville Longbottom had just fought a basilisk and killed Voldemort. This was not someone you wanted to upset. Since Padma is wearing the Longbottom betrothal ring, and Parvati clearly isn't, that should tell even someone as thick as you who this is on my arm. That same ring also makes Parvati my sister. Would you stand back and let anyone say horrible things about your sister? This had a red-faced Ron on his feet. Don't you dare say anything about my sister. She wasn't the one stupid enough to write in a cursed diary. Oh, I think the whole school knows who the stupid one is in the Weasley family. You prove it every time you open your mouth. Talk about my sister like that again, and I'll call you out. This is the only warning you're getting, Weasley. Before Ron could say any more, Percy intervened. Ron, sit down and shut up. Oh, take his side again. Why don't you? He's sticking up for someone who isn't even his sister, yet my own brother stabs me in the back. Must be nice to have a supportive family. Perhaps if you weren't such a jerk, we just might. Parvati's been through a horrible experience. Ginny found herself being interrupted by a now snarling Ron. An experience she caused, and then got paid a bloody fortune for it too. That doesn't sound too horrible to me. Neville was just about to launch himself at Ron when his head of house made her presence known. Ronald Weasley, go to my office at once. What, and miss dinner? I shall have the elves prepare a sandwich for you. A sandwich? You have just gained an extra week's worth of detentions for your disrespectful attitude toward me. That's on top of the week I was originally going to give you. If you are not in my office inside the next 5 minutes, our new High Inquisitor can start her first day on the job by taking you home, and then explaining to your parents the reason why you are no longer welcome inside Hogwarts. It had been reported in the Prophet that the new High Inquisitor was Neville's grandmother. Ron rightly thought that he would receive no sympathy from that quarter. With his head down, he began making his way out the hall. McGonagall, though, made sure he still heard her address to the rest of Gryffindor. When you all arrived at Hogwarts for the very first time, I told you then that your house would be your family. One of our family was hurt by Lord Voldemort. That another member of our family made him pay for that hurt makes me prouder than I can say. Parvati needs the support of her family and friends at this time. Her Gryffindor family will provide that support, or I'll know the reason why. As McGonagall headed back to the staff table, Parvati found herself sitting between Neville and Lavender with the rest of the house rallying around. It appeared as if Ronald Weasley's was the only disconcerting voice in Gryffindor. Harry felt it was now safe to release his grip on Hermione and Padma. Both had wanted to rush to Parvati's aid. The confrontation had been heard by the entire Great Hall. Ronald Weasley and Subtlety weren't exactly close friends. Harry had no intention of letting two angry witches now focus their ire on him, though, so quickly offered his reasoning. Neville always had the situation under control, and I saw McGonagall keeping a close eye on them. She was moving the minute the mouth without a brain started speaking, or should that be shouting. We know what would have happened if Ron had been foolish enough to reach for his wand. Neville would have wiped the floor with him. By us not interfering, McGonagall was able to deal with it as a Gryffindor house matter. Can I borrow your sword, Hermione? I want to go and cut Ron's sandwich into bite-sized pieces, then ram them down his throat with my fist. You'd touch that mouth? Hermione, I'm a betrothed witch, and I wouldn't be able to eat my dinner if I even thought about shoving sandwiches in any of his other orifices. Girls, you're frightening our friends. Well, at least spoiling their appetites. Relax, everyone, they're only joking. We're still the same people we were before all this happened. Oh, Harry, does that mean I can stop bowing every time I meet you now? Luna's sing-song voice stopped all conversation as everyone stared at her. She couldn't hold her pretense, though, and burst out laughing. You should see your faces. I told you we shouldn't have let her eat all that chocolate on the train. Ladies curtsy, Luna, not bow, don't get it wrong again. Harry couldn't hold his laughter either, soon being joined by most of the table as they figured out they'd been had by the little blonde first year. The Ravenclaws had gotten used to seeing Harry or Hermione on the front page of the Prophet. It wasn't exactly a gigantic leap to add Padma to that group too, especially when the three of them just acted as they normally would. At the Slytherin table, the overwhelming emotion was that of relief. Crow's notion that only the person responsible should be blamed seemed to be prevalent amongst their fellow students. Longbottom jumping on Weasley for haranguing the main victim of these attacks suited them down to the ground. It deflected attention away from those who had fled the castle, while reinforcing the belief that only the guilty should be punished. Draco was trying to blend in so hard, he was in danger of disappearing. He, of course, knew his father's trial was today, and no sane person questioned what the verdict of that trial would be. His concern was purely the sentence. Would his father live through this? Would the ministry punish what was left of the Malfoy family with severe financial penalties? Pansy was glued to Draco's side, understanding exactly what he was going through. Their betrothal may be hanging by a thread, but she would be here to support Draco, no matter what happened to his father, or what her father said. Lucius could have used support like that. Lucius would currently accept support from anywhere. The guards had flung him into this dark, dank cell, and the reality that he was never getting out of here completely destroyed any fortitude Lucius had left. He was crying like a baby, but his torture was just beginning. The Dementors were undoubtedly horrors, but having his mental sister-in-law in the next cell was taking things a step too far. The imprisoned Death Eaters were starved of news, and had just been presented with a feast. Lucius was constantly bombarded with questions from all sides. Bellatrix, though, just wouldn't give up. Since neither he or Bella were going anywhere for the foreseeable future, Lucius decided that answering her was the only way to gain some respite. In his state of emotional turmoil, it never occurred to him that the crazy bitch might not like the answers Lucius had to give. She could be heard screaming at him by everyone in the high-security wing. "Our master entrusted you with one of his greatest treasures, and you gave it away, all for a bit of revenge on a boy. Why didn't you just kill the little bastard? At least then you would have ended up in here for doing something constructive and worthwhile. Our master also entrusted me with one of his treasures. I would gladly die before letting anything happen to it." The family's squabble continued unabated, and in the same vein, Bella was verbally tearing strips off Lucius and promising more if she ever got her hands on him. This was as near as the residents of the high-security wing got to entertainment, and all were discovering secrets at the same time. Lucius' revelation that their master had a muggle father, though, was a revelation too far for Bella. She was yelling that he was a liar while pounding the stone wall between their cells in an effort to get at Lucius and rip his tongue out for even suggesting something as vile as that about her beloved master. Augustus Rookwood lay on his thin mattress and absorbed all the information being shouted about like a sponge. He was very good at that. Augustus had entered the ranks of the Death Eaters with his eyes wide open and his own personal goals. After suffering dragon pox as a child, Augustus had survived, but the disease left its mark, not all of them visible. While his face had enough pockmarks to make people wonder if his parents had allowed him to be used as a chew toy for their pet dog, the aftereffects of the potentially fatal disease ran much deeper. While Augustus' intellect was approaching the genius level, his magical power struggled to scrape average on a good day. Combine that handicap with a complexion that resembled Swiss cheese that was going slightly off, and you could perhaps understand why his time at Hogwarts was not a happy one. The ministry was also disappointing. Yes, he got to work in the Department of Mysteries, but his lack of power meant the goal of being an unspeakable was denied him. With no family name worth speaking of, and certainly no fortune, he had grasped the opportunity to don the Death Eater regalia with both hands. Wearing that uniform and mask, Augustus was just as handsome and powerful as anyone else. What a time he'd had, actually losing his virginity during his first raid on a mudblood's home. Augustus soon fell in love with the double life he was leading. He'd spy for his new master during the day, then at night receive his rewards as the Death Eaters rampaged throughout Britain, wherever they wanted, unopposed. His master was smarter than he was, and certainly more powerful. Augustus didn't give two hoots if the Dark Lord's father was a muggle or a baboon. He himself held no pure-blood superiority beliefs. Augustus was honest enough to admit that he became a Death Eater simply to access what was denied him otherwise: sex and power. What Augustus heard here today provided his first spark of hope for over a decade, hope that those days of power and plenty might return once more. He, of course, knew what a Horcrux was, though didn't think it was possible for an individual to make more than one. Here again was proof of his master's supreme intellect and unbelievable magical power. If Bella had access to one of their master's Horcruxes, Augustus was certain he could bring their master back from the dead. With Dumbledore apparently having fled the country, and the Potter brat living as a goblin, Britain stood wide open for the Dark Lord's return. Over the years, Augustus had of course speculated on ways and means to escape from this hellhole. The stumbling block had always been a pressing enough reason to risk his life attempting to escape Azkaban, only to then spend what was left of that life trying to hide from the ministry. He'd been raised with nothing, so didn't find the physical conditions in here too severe. A Dementor really had to be parked right outside his door for their debilitating effects to penetrate his inclemency, leaving him free to reflect on those stored memories that were by far and away the happiest days of his life. If he somehow got out of here and then returned his master to life, Augustus was sure his master would reward him by allowing his most loyal Death Eater to make many more of those wonderful memories. The one memory he was really looking forward to creating was the slow, painful death of that traitorous bastard, Igor Karkaroff. Even if he didn't get to torture and kill the bastard responsible for him being in Azkaban personally, Augustus was certain a grateful Dark Lord would at least let him watch as their master carried out his own brand of retribution on the traitor. He could easily console himself in the knowledge that their master would certainly inflict a lot more pain on Karkaroff before allowing the traitor to die than Augustus ever could. With that sweet thought, It was time to plan. Augustus almost felt alive again. Harry and Hermione felt alive again as they practiced in the room of requirements with their swords. Since their bodies were now fully healed, their morning training made them feel as if things were back to normal for them, that is. Bill and Sirius would both be putting in their usual appearance at the weekend, with Sirius promising to consider animagus training for the four. He was trying to gather together some reading material beforehand, with their actual training probably not beginning until the new year. It was a sweaty but happy couple who were making their way back to Ravenclaw, only to find Draco and Pansy in their path. After waiting on the couple, Draco approached, ensuring that both his empty hands were clearly visible. Centurion Crow, it would seem I owe you my thanks more than once. I was already in your debt for speaking out about only punishing the guilty. A note from my mother has seen that debt increase. Your generosity in providing new wards for Hogwarts saved the Malfoy fortune, and probably my betrothal to Pansy. My father has been sentenced to life in Azkaban, a punishment I think he deserves. Had you not stopped his plans, the name of Malfoy would have been cursed in Britain for centuries. Harry could detect no deceit or malice coming from the Slytherin, and the concern radiating from Pansy was certainly genuine. Draco had effectively lost his father. His wealth was locked down, and it would seem Pansy's parents were questioning if their daughter should remain with the Malfoy heir. That was a lot of hits to take for anyone, far less someone who had been taught the world should bow at his feet simply because of his last name. Mr. Malfoy, I did what I needed to do in the hope of protecting Parvati. That you too benefited from this requires no thanks. As to Hogwarts, I am her champion and had to help our friend who is trapped down there. Those wards would have already been in place if Dumbledore had been kicked out before the summer, so again no thanks is necessary. I see no debt between us, so please don't consider there to be one. With the formal part over, Harry tried a different tack. Draco, we both got off on the wrong foot. I would also like to think we are both different people since that first meeting. I would say we are way off being friends, but I hope have moved past the point of being considered enemies. Your father is paying for his crimes, and I bear you, and your mother no ill will. Goblins preach live and let live. I think we could do with some of that here. Harry offered his hand for shaking, and Draco hesitantly took it. The world shifted for the Slytherin at this point in time. Had that been a pureblood he'd just made the same offer to, Draco would have been beholden to them for the rest of his life. Crow had treated him with honor and integrity, yet logically dismissed any claim of debt between them. Hermione knew she couldn't interfere between Harry and Draco, but had also picked up on Pansy's concern. This was somewhere she could offer advice. Pansy, I know Draco has been cast from the Black family. I also know Lord Black wouldn't sit back and watch you two parted, if you really wanted to be together. Betrothal is not an option available for Harry and me. That doesn't mean we won't fight like hell to stay together. If that is something you would consider, Sirius is in the castle every weekend. I'm certain he would at least speak to you both. Like Draco, Pansy didn't know how to handle this approach. She was as certain as she could possibly be that this offer was genuine, as was the thought behind it. As she'd been taught, Pansy was looking for the ulterior motive for making this offer, and coming up empty. This girl had everything: fame, power, smarts, looks, the heir to one of the biggest fortunes in Britain as her serious boyfriend. Hermione Granger didn't need to waste her time playing Pansy Parkinson for a fool. Thank you, Hermione. That is certainly something Draco and I will talk about. Neither couple thought this brief meeting could have gone much better. Just having two purebloods considering different opinions counted as a victory to Harry and Hermione. Draco and Pansy were left reeling. He expected to find himself beholden to Crow. Instead, they'd shaken hands and a tentative offer of help with their betrothal troubles, namely Pansy's father. Neither knew how Edmund Parkinson would take an approach by Lord Black on the matter. That left them thinking they would use that option only as a last resort. Hogwarts students once more adapted to their new normal, and life proceeded as usual. Classes still had to be taught, and there were exams to be passed. Helena was keeping Harry informed on the progress of her fellow ghosts. The current prognosis that they would be back amongst the living for Christmas was still on track. Dumbledore's absence was barely noticed. The former headmaster wasn't exactly missed. Augusta was trying to make some sense of his former office. getting the elves to place a lot of the more outlandish knickknacks into storage. Someone at her door halted the redecorating, only for something even more outlandish to walk into the room. Her defense professor was wearing a set of robes so bright, Henrika Hobson would have struggled to look good in them. On Gilderoy, the overall effect landed somewhere between hideous and ridiculous. "What can I do for you, Professor?" "It's these new wards, Madam Longbottom. I don't think they're working properly. In fact, I'm sure I've uncovered a serious flaw in them." The thought that this Ponce could in any way possibly be right never entered Augusta's head. All she was thinking about was a means to get him out of here as quickly as possible. That applied to both her office and Hogwarts. "You are the first person I've heard complaining about the new wards. Can you tell me specifically what you think is wrong with them?" "Oh, I know they are there to prevent all sorts of nastiness passing into the school, but I fear they may be set too severe. Since we returned to the castle almost 2 weeks ago, I haven't had one piece of fan mail. Betty Crocker has never gone this long without writing before. The wards must be filtering my fan mail out. I hardly think that letters from my fans would count as dark or evil." Augusta was going to take great delight in explaining the facts of life to this arse. Professor Lockhart, for young students, my grandson amongst them, went down into that chamber and fought not only a basilisk but Lord Voldemort himself. Meanwhile, it was widely reported that the castle's defense against the dark arts professor was the first person from Hogwarts to arrive at Hogsmeade Village. I ran all the way there to raise the alarm. A job that had already been done by Minerva and 2 of the Aurors using the FLA system. Instead of assisting with the evacuation, you ran for your life. I would say that was the reason for your lack of fan mail, not what literally are some of the best protective wards in the entire world. You would have thought Gilderoy had been slapped by the way he reacted to that analysis. "Don't be preposterous, madam. I am Gilderoy Lockhart. My fans would never desert me. I'm 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Does that sound like someone who wouldn't get any fan mail? You need to see about having these wards repaired, otherwise I might be forced to leave Hogwarts." Augusta was delighted the new wards protected the students. If they also got rid of this useless Ponce too, she would probably kiss Barchoke the next time they met. "I shall ask Assistant Ambassador Weasley about them when he comes to the castle on Saturday." After all, before his latest promotion, he was a Gringotts cursebreaker. Mentioning Bill Weasley was perhaps rubbing Gilderoy's nose in it more than a little bit. The red-headed wizard was everything Lockhart pretended to be. He flounced out of her office in a swirl of robes and ringlets, not a happy wizard. Crow's Marauders now looked upon their tutors with something akin to awe. Dumbledore, at the height of his powers, would have struggled to gain this level of attention from his students. The only exception to this was a heartbroken Colin. The Longbottom ring on Padma's finger was taking some getting used to for the young wizard. Padma was his first crush. Seeing her now betrothed to Neville almost had him in tears every time he saw that ring. Ginny and Luna were certainly helping him understand the Indian beauty simply didn't feel that way about him, and how could he hate Neville when his fellow Gryffindor was going out of his way to ensure the rest of the house didn't make fun of him over the situation. Fun was certainly back on the agenda as they practiced shield/stinging hex exercises. Since they now all knew exactly what getting hit with a stinging hex felt like, they were allowed to wear dragon-hide tunics as they dueled. Face shields had been made mandatory. Harry had supplied sets of face shields and tunics purely for this purpose, allowing enough that they could be swapped over while the current duel was taking place. Their aim was now to help their students increase the power of their shields. The only real way to do that was to have someone firing spells at them until it collapsed. There was no reason not to let the dragon hide absorb most of the spell that would eventually get through, though. Their plans were to have them dodging and shielding after Christmas, building up experience to help with the difficult decision of when to do one or the other. They were firing 2 stinging hexes at their opponent's shield before then having to receive a couple in return. Anyone whose shield protected them from 5 or over got cheered, and a chocolate frog. The 4 fourth years were now a big part of this class too, so much so that Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw Quidditch practices were now arranged around it. The Slytherins had unopposed use of the pitch every Tuesday evening. Augusta stood with Henrika, there purely to observe, but brimming with pride at the same time. As usual, The 4 second years were concentrating on what they were doing and had totally forgotten the adults were present. The noise being generated from the dueling meant the two witches didn't need to worry about their conversation being overheard. This is what defense lessons are supposed to be like, not students swinging from the chandelier because the professor ran away terrified. Even the older boys are hanging on their every word and working seamlessly together as a team to make everything run smoothly. If every class was taught this well, there wouldn't be a need for me inside Hogwarts. This drew a wry chuckle from Henrika. Minerva said pretty much the same when she observed them. She was every bit as impressed. Can I assume you're having no luck in finding someone suitable to take over from Lockhart? Oh, I have the very person in mind. I just need the all-clear from the ministry to offer him the job. Let's be honest here. Padma, Hermione, Harry, or my Neville can all teach defense better than the person Dumbledore appointed. The proof of that is currently right in front of us. There was certainly never going to be an argument from Henrika on that subject. Augusta was on a rant, though, her anger directed at the former headmaster. Dumbledore seemed to be building his own little empire here, rather forgetting the people he employed were supposed to be teaching students. Snape was horrible at teaching, yet the board could do nothing because Albus protected him. Harry has managed to force through some exceedingly positive changes. I would certainly include you in that list, but it's now up to me to finish the job he started. Henrika had always gotten the impression Augusta Longbottom was a formidable witch. Seeing her impassioned about her new job just confirmed that. In the best British bulldog tradition, she was going to take Hogwarts by the scruff of the neck and shake all those not doing their jobs properly right out of the castle. I could never be classed as an expert on muggles, though I'm very proud to say I have 2 very good friends who are of that persuasion. That's something our Muggle Studies professor certainly couldn't claim. I doubt if she's actually met any. Even with the time I've spent in the company of the Grangers, I can recognize that most of what she's teaching is wrong. I've sent a copy of the coursework to Dan and Emma for their opinion. I'm not expecting good news. The new High Inquisitor was left shaking her head at her next revelation. Minerva refused to comment on the divination teacher, saying her own opinion was this subject should not be part of the Hogwarts curriculum. After visiting the class, I'm inclined to agree. The students are being taught the methods of divination, but unless they have the gift, they are wasting their time. You might as well hand a stick to a muggle and tell them how to make something float. They could learn the wand movements and enunciate Wingardium Leviosa until they're blue in the face. They still won't be able to make anything float. Is this a bigger job than you expected? Henrika, I honestly can't believe the mess Dumbledore has left behind. Apart from those I've mentioned, when Neville arrived at Hogwarts, there was a bigoted ghost teaching his own version of history, a Death Eater teaching potions, and a Voldemort-possessed wizard instructing the students on defense. We've had trolls and a basilisk. What's next, Dementors? When it was all put together like that, it really was a damning indictment of the previous headmaster. Dumbledore always gave me the impression that he wasn't used to people saying no to him. He'd gotten his own way for so long that he began to believe he could do no wrong. More than once I had to remind him that he was not my employer and that the course I am teaching has already been agreed upon, purposely to bring Hogwarts up to the same standard as the rest of Europe. The lesson was now finishing and all the first year sat on the floor as hot chocolate appeared in front of each student. The relaxed way they all accepted this, and the critique of tonight's lesson that followed astonished Augusta. They had started tonight's lesson by explaining exactly what they hoped to achieve. Now they were all sitting and discussing whether they had achieved their goals. Questions and answers flowed easily in both directions. It appeared an informal arrangement, yet respect was there from all sides. Harry then gave them a general outline of what they would be doing next week before calling it a night. The 4 fourth years then led the first years back to their dorms, Fred Weasley happily leading the Slytherins down to the dungeons. When they had left, Augusta pulled Neville and Padma into an embrace. I am so proud of you, all 4 of you. I have spent my time here observing professors teaching their subject. What I just witnessed was up there with the best of them. That was simply brilliant, and restored an old witch's faith that Hogwarts can once more be the premier magical school in the world. Neville was beaming at the praise. They all worked hard preparing for this class, but really enjoyed passing on what they had learned. Thanks, Gran. We were hoping to hold a Christmas party for them the last week of term. Who do we need to ask for permission? You certainly have mine, and I can't see Minerva objecting. If they work like that every week, then a party is certainly well-deserved. First-year students casting shields. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it for myself. Padma was also beaming at the praise, and basking in the acceptance she was being shown as Neville's betrothed. Professor Weasley taught it to us in first year. We didn't see any reason for not teaching it to them. This saw a sigh of frustration emitted from Augusta. Have you any idea how difficult my job becomes when 3 of the best teachers in the school don't work for Hogwarts? It was a totally serious Neville who faced his grandmother. But Gran, there's 4 of us. This saw Hermione theatrically palming her face. Oh great, just what we need, Neville channeling Padma. This saw a tickling hex heading in Hermione's direction, only for Padma's hex to be deflected by her bracelet shield, straight to Augusta. Neville and Harry had the counter cast in seconds, only for Augusta to burst out laughing anyway. The fact that her once painfully shy grandson now felt confident enough to joke with her was certainly an occasion worthy of laughter. There wasn't much laughter amongst the 3 people in the minister's office. Cornelius couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. Amelia spelled it out very simply. Cornelius, I know these people. You try to give them different levels of award, they will throw them back in your face, and all the gains you've made in the last year will be for nothing. The minister was a political animal and knew what this group publicly refusing ministerial awards would do to his popularity ratings. He also explained the other side of the equation to his head of DMLE. You may be right, Amelia, but think of the alternative. Can you really see me surviving trying to award a Swedish villa, an Indian witch, and a muggle born in Order of Merlin? First class? The Wisengamot would have me out on my ear. Amelia knew this would be a tough sell. The head of the DMLE also knew she was right, though. You're looking at this all wrong, Cornelius. Where you see a villa, I see one of Hogwarts' most popular professors, a professor who will become engaged to Lord Black on Boxing Day. I already have my invitation. Where you see a witch of Indian origin, I see a brilliant young lady of ancient magical lineage that just became betrothed to Neville Longbottom. They fought bravely together. Can you honestly see him accepting a higher award than his wife-to-be? This news had Cornelius floundering since none of it had appeared in the Prophet. With the public perception and level of adulation of this group, the last thing the Prophet wanted to do was alienate any of them by forging ahead and making any announcements. They were waiting on official notification from those involved. Amelia then went in for the kill. She was well aware which award would cause the biggest outcry in the Wisengamot chamber. Hermione Granger is certainly a Muggle-born. She is also academically head of her year group. Need I remind you who else is in that year group? This witch is also a friend of the Goblin Nation, and you weren't in the Chamber of Secrets to see what happened just after the beast had been killed. A 12-year-old girl took on the biggest bloody basilisk the world has ever seen, with a goblin sword. Every goblin down there was treating Hermione like some kind of warrior princess. I have it on very good authority that Ragnarok is strutting around Gringotts as pleased as Punch that his gamble to make that award to her is paid off far more handsomely than he could ever have imagined. Do you really want to insult them too? Like any good Auror, Amelia had been trained to use her big spells when they counted most. She released them here. So, you have a brilliant young witch whose boyfriend, Centurion Crow, is totally besotted with her. Only goblin culture stands between that couple becoming betrothed too. She will be welcomed into Gringotts with open arms, and don't forget, that same boyfriend has a massive choice to make before he's 17. Surely you can see how the ministry publicly insulting Hermione must affect Harry's decision. Cornelius now had his head in his hands. Of course I can see that. How is that any worse though than trying to push it through the Wisengamot and failing? Amos, what do you think? Amos Diggory was still getting used to being the chief warlock. What was important to him though was that he did the job properly. He had a wife and son that he loved more than life itself. Those were the 2 most important opinions to Amos. He already knew what Cedric would say. They fight as a team, Cornelius, whatever the battle, and whoever the opponent. I had some long chats with my son over this matter. He's very friendly with all 4 of them. Had they asked, he would have been down there with them. He and 3 other 4th years take part in their training every Sunday, and every Sunday they get their arses kicked. After seeing what they did in the Chamber of Secrets, Cedric now thinks getting his arse kicked is a badge of honor. No one else can get near them. Again, this was something Fudge had not heard before. Cedric had only told his father after the Hogwarts evacuation sent him homeward. Did you know that once a week, those four teach the entire first-year defense against the dark arts? They have first years producing Protego shields.
What?
Preposterous. That's exactly what I said, Cornelius, until Cedric told me he helps with their lessons and saw it with his own eyes. The first year call themselves Crow's Marauders, have an official club badge and everything. Oh, the club is also staff-sponsored by Professor Hobson, the same Vila who probably saved all their lives down in the Chamber of Secrets. They were all in equal danger. They all played their part in the victory, so therefore should all be treated the same. With a groan, Cornelius had slumped onto his desktop. Damned if I do. Damned if I don't. Has either of you got any other options for me? This was what Amelia was waiting for. Cornelius, I thought the stroke you pulled with the Goblin Ambassador was masterful, so why rest on your laurels? Let's keep pushing reforms, and if we go down fighting for what we believe in, for what is right. If it's all the same to you, Amelia, I'd rather not go down at all. I'm all out of brilliant ideas at the moment, so anything you have will certainly be listened to. Amelia just had a flash of how Cornelius must have felt trying to sell her the idea of a Goblin Ambassador. This one, though, was even more out there. In all this, we haven't mentioned the one name at the center of everything we've discussed. Were you just going to hand Harry another Order of Merlin? This got another groan from the minister. What happened to keeping them all the same? They will be the same. Harry's already got one. What he doesn't have is a title. Amelia held her hand up to stop the expected interruptions. Harry Potter is heir to a title. Harry Crow is not. Harry is also Hogwarts champion, a title he will hold for life. I propose we grant him a piece of land near Hogwarts with a house and a title. Harry Crow, Baron of Kingussie. Amos had to interrupt. Amelia had clearly overlooked something. Except that Harry Crow is a goblin, and goblins can't live anywhere but Gringotts. The words dried up in his throat as Amos realized Amelia had overlooked nothing. Are you crazy? Crazy as a fox. Who's going to give a shit about a muggle-born witch being awarded an Order of Merlin, first class, when compared to that? The minister totally agreed with that assessment. Yes, they'll be far too busy chasing us out of our offices with pitchforks and burning torches. But then we release our secret weapon. That led to a pause in the discussion, a pause that was eventually broken by the minister. Are you going to tell us what this secret weapon is? With a canny smile, Amelia revealed her idea. How about some extremely positive goblin publicity? Publicity so positive, we will all want a goblin neighbor. Don't underestimate the popularity of another summer awards ball either, especially when that ball is for the heroes of Hogwarts, and we'll have the new Baron of Kingussie in attendance. Cornelius was now very interested. Positive publicity always had his attention. For over a decade, two prominent pure-blood Aurors have resided in Ward 49 of St. Mungo's. They were alive, but took no part in the world around them. They're not there anymore. A few weeks ago, I visited them. I sat and had a conversation with Alice Longbottom. Amelia was renowned for her stoicism, but both men could see the emotion clearly etched on her face as she talked about this. They are currently in a goblin medical facility and have even visited a muggle hospital. The point is, our best healers could do nothing for them yet. In our arrogance, we ignored all other options. Frank and Alice will never be the people they were before, but they are already far beyond what the remaining Longbottom family had hoped for. The politician in Cornelius was very weary of this. Just what is the goblin's angle on this? Cornelius, the answer is exceedingly simple and nothing to do with politics. Not only is Neville one of Harry's best friends, Alice Longbottom is his godmother. Apart from you and Amos here, I have discussed this idea with no one else. There has been no goblin input or scheme. I'm simply offering an alternative to the shocking embarrassment that Miss Granger being denied her award would bring. Are you saying the goblins have no plans to publish this, rubbing our noses in the fact we couldn't heal our own people? Amelia could understand the minister's view. They really knew so little about the Goblin Nation. When holidaying with Harry over the summer, I got to know Barchoke a lot better. Susan considers him a kind of honorary uncle now. He told me that one of the dreams his nation had was that his son's wedding would see witches, wizards, muggles, and goblins all in attendance. I don't see anything wrong with that dream, and hope to be one of the witches invited. You better believe everyone will be treated equally by the bride and groom. Amos tried to be the voice of reason here. Amelia, I don't see anything wrong with that dream either. Dreams are good, but we have to face reality here. I think changing another law that affects the goblins is too much, too soon. Amos, I agree with you except for one glaring problem. The boy who lived deciding to remain a goblin would make our government the laughingstock of Europe, if not the world. No one present could dispute what a disaster that outcome would be, so Amelia spelled out some more facts. A wizard killed both his parents, and tried to do the same to him while he was still a babe. It was witches and wizards that placed his godfather in Azkaban and his godmother in St. Mungo's. It was also a wizard that abandoned him on a muggle doorstep as a baby. Are you seeing the pattern here? Both Cornelius and Amos were rather green about the gills at just how badly their society had failed their savior. Amelia, though, was by no means finished. Now, the other side of the coin has the goblins raising Harry to be a fine young man. They were instrumental in freeing his godfather, are totally responsible for bringing back his godmother, and treat his chosen girl as a princess. Knowing all that, we need to look at our problem again. Harry thinks of himself as a goblin, and that is the side of him we need to appeal to if we want any chance of that decision ever going in our favor. He won't give a shit about being Baron of Kingusi, but he will proudly accept it, knowing the impact it will have on his nation. Is it too much too soon? Yes. Can we afford not to do this? That is what we need to decide here. Cornelius was between a rock and a hard place. His choices appeared to be get squashed or try and blast his way out. Do you really think the goblins announcing they managed to heal people we couldn't will have such a positive impact? Absolutely not, but Augusta Longbottom announcing it would. Both she and Neville feel they owe the goblins a debt that can never be repaid. This would be her opportunity to do so. When Augusta Longbottom speaks, witches and wizards the length and breadth of Britain will listen. There are those we will never convince, just like there are those we won't have to, Harry's involvement being enough to guarantee their votes. It's the moderates in the center we need to convince. It will be hard, it will be close, but I think we can pull this off. Cornelius couldn't think of any other alternatives with another old idiom popping into his mind. He might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. Failing to gain approval for Miss Granger's award would just as surely end his political career as Harry's supposed title would. Probably not so swiftly, though. He was thinking of something that might just tilt the scales more in their favor. Do you think we could get the goblins to open a Gringotts branch in Hogsmeade? That would certainly help the local businesses, and might even see the village grow. Amelia privately thought she could get a lot more than that from the goblins if they could change this law. She nodded her agreement before cautiously proceeding. If we are really going to go ahead with this, can I suggest I privately approach Harry, Augusta, and Barchoke on this matter? I would like to gain their opinions before we pass this over to Arthur. Cornelius looked to Amos. I've got nothing better, Minister. While I still think we're proceeding too fast, the proposal will certainly have my personal and public support. Okay, Amelia, proceed with caution, and then we'll have another meeting to decide if this is definitely going ahead. At that point, we'll bring Arthur into the mix. Do we have anything else that needs to be dealt with tonight? Just one thing. Augusta wants to know if she can have ministerial backing for offering the defense against the dark arts position to a werewolf. With that, Cornelius' head was once more back on his desk. Chapter 50. Hogwarts on Ice. Neville was taking a good-natured ribbing from the Weasley twins. Surely you can tell us now, we're on our way there. We hate surprises, Neville. Unless it's us that's supplying them. Sorry guys, I told you I can't help. The three of them were arranging it all. Padma wanted it to be a surprise for me too. You were serious about that? We thought you were pulling our leg. What do Harry and Padma know about Christmas? They've only celebrated it once. These are the people you let organize our Christmas party. I'm really disappointed in you, Neville. Fred, it may have escaped your notice, but this party is for the first years. You're both invited along to help out. We know, and we will. It's just that we never get invited anywhere. And we intend to make the most of it. The rest of the first-year Gryffindors were following on behind, and of course listening to every word. Ginny couldn't help but interrupt. Is it any wonder you two don't get invited anywhere? This is my first Christmas party, and if you spoil it with any of your pranks, you'll both be sorry. You don't need to worry, Ginny. We'll be on our best behavior. Yeah, Hermione's already passed out that warning. No offense, sis, she's a lot scarier than you. They reached the doors and found they were the first to arrive, apart from the Ravenclaw trio, of course, who had set the room up. Neville led them in and then stopped dead in his tracks, leading to a lot of pushing behind him. The Gryffindors were soon all inside, and all now standing there with wide eyes and open mouths. Padma nervously approached them. She was watching for Neville's reaction. Welcome to the party. What do you think of our idea? Neville was having trouble getting his mouth to work. It was as if his eyes had commandeered all his brain power to absorb the wondrous sight that currently greeted him. Two sides of the room had tables along their edge, tables that would hold about 6 people each. The seating/eating area was separated from the rest of the room by a railing that had a gap to be used as an entrance. Going through that entrance would lead you onto an ice rink. Harry and Hermione were currently skating around the massive, fully decorated Christmas tree that commanded the center of the rink. There was music playing and snow gently falling as the laughing couple sped toward them, stopping at the railing. Well, what do they think? I don't know, Harry. They haven't said a word yet. Ginny was almost hyperventilating as she tried to answer for the shocked Gryffindors. A couple of years ago, our pond froze enough to let us try skating. It was nothing like this, though. This is simply beautiful. It was then Neville got his mouth to work, though his brain still hadn't quite caught up yet. I can't skate. I mean, I've never tried to skate. This saw Padma smile. That's why there's a railing around the entire rink, or you could always hold on to me. Oh, and there's a cushioning charm on the ice. We didn't want anyone getting hurt. There are sets of skates at every table. The room will resize them to fit. The idea was to do some skating and then stop for food, followed by more skating. At that, the Ravenclaws arrived and Luna emitted a squeal of delight. I absolutely love skating. Oh, this is just amazing. Where are the skates? That started a rush to the tables. When falling on your bum didn't hurt, everyone was determined to give ice skating a try. Colin, of course, had his camera and was soon busy taking pictures. His family would never believe this. The tables and chairs appeared to be made out of ice, yet were warm to the touch. The snow falling on the rink was also amazing, since it didn't build up and appeared to just be absorbed into the ice. The other 2 houses had now arrived, and the room, or should that be ice cavern, rang with the sound of excited laughter. The rink was filling up fast with skaters moving in a clockwise direction around the sparkling tree to avoid collisions. There were all levels of skating on display, from a few too nervous to leave the security of the railing to those performing spins and turns. Jake, a Muggle-born Hufflepuff, was clearly a very good skater and was soon trying to teach some of the others the tricks he could do. Henrika had taken one glance at the room and headed straight back out. She returned with all 4 heads of house and Augusta. Well, was it worth leaving dinner to see this? Phileas was practically bouncing with excitement. Oh, this is wonderful. Do you think they would allow me to join in? This had Henrika laughing. Phileas, I'm sure they would love for you to join them. As he shot off to find a pair of skates, Henrika spoke to the remaining staff. The minute I saw this, I thought it was far too good to just be used for one night. If we could get some staff volunteers, we could open this every evening until they head home for the holidays. Minerva thought that was a fantastic idea, but wanted to add to it. What if we made each evening for a specific year group? Watching all the first years mixed together is something I'll never tire of looking at. We could probably easily do the same thing for the second years tomorrow, 3rd on Thursday, 4th Friday. If we give 5th Saturday, we can have 6th and 7th on Sunday. Will Harry need to be here to open the room? Their discussion was interrupted by loud cheering coming from the rink. The The students were all clapping and shouting as Phileas happily sped around the Christmas tree too. Yes, but after people were inside, he could leave. The room will disappear as the last person exits. At that, they were joined by a glowing Harry and Hermione, both of whom were clearly having a great time. Good evening, professors. What do you think of our party? Emma and Dan took the three of us skating in London last Christmas and we loved it, and are planning to take everyone there again this Christmas. Won't you join us? We're just about to eat. Minerva was delighted, glimpsing a side of Harry she'd never seen before. Here was a young man just enjoying skating with his girlfriend. The serious student who was Centurion Crow was nowhere in sight. Centurion, we would love to. They had barely moved to the nearest table when food and drink appeared. Hermione was bursting to explain their choices. We wanted to offer something different, so my mom had Dobby bring a selection of party foods to the kitchen. These are the ones the Hogwarts elves could produce. There were platters of all different foods on the table, from pork pies and sausage rolls to pizza and nachos with a melted cheese dip. There were also jugs of hot chocolate, butterbeer, and goblin ale to choose from. As the skaters began making their way to the tables, Henrika, Sprout, and Slughorn began mingling with the excited students. Augusta and Minerva sat with Harry and Hermione, soon being joined by Neville and Padma, both of whom were just as excited as their best friends. Nachos and goblin ale. You three really know how to throw a party. You've had these before, Neville? Oh yes, Gran, It's okay, Neville. This is a party, so Gran is appropriate. Thanks, Gran. I first had nachos in Florida. Not with goblin ale, though. Minerva then put forward Henrika's idea and got a very enthusiastic response. You mean we could do this again tomorrow? Harry, say yes. Hey, Patil, save passing out the orders for your own boyfriend. Harry, say yes. Won't it interfere with our studies, Hermione? It took a moment for the other three to realize that their legs were being pulled. Professor McGonagall, I would be delighted to let the rest of Hogwarts try this. Do you want to keep the food part too? I don't know if we could get enough ale for the whole of Hogwarts, though. Since Minerva had just tried her first slice of pizza, she was keen for the rest of the school to sample these different things too. She avoided the hot dogs, though, purely on the basis of their name. That would be excellent, Centurion. I think we can pencil Professor Flitwick in to be here every night. This had the three Ravenclaws chuckling at their head of house. He was clearly enjoying himself on the ice. If you'll excuse us, I think we should join him. Are you ready, Hermione? Both left, and were soon followed by their two friends, leaving Minerva and Augusta sitting watching their students having a great time. It really does this old heart of mine the world of good to see Harry behaving in a manner that would be considered normal for someone his age. Minerva, I holidayed with them over the summer and know exactly what you mean. Harry and Hermione would run for miles every morning, then start practicing with those swords of theirs. Neville and Padma would join in when they were practicing magical dueling. Their concentration levels were frightening for one so young. Then they would dive into the sea and 4 kids would suddenly take their place. As you can see, they do know how to relax and have fun. Put yourself down for tomorrow night, and you'll see them even more relaxed. This is still Crow's Marauders in here, and they're still watching closely to make sure everyone is having a good time. They were joined by the rest of the staff present as all the students were once more making their way back onto the ice, though the head of Ravenclaw would appear to have had enough for now. A flushed Phileas quickly downed a mug of goblin ale before releasing a sigh of contentment. I haven't had as much fun in years, nor connected as well with my students. Alba's standoffish policy seems to have filtered down through all of us too, and for that I'm ashamed. He hid himself away behind that gargoyle and lost contact with the real world. Look at those faces. That's as real as it gets. They'll remember this evening long after they've forgotten who taught them how to charm things to float. This is what their Hogwarts experience should be about, creating lasting memories and friendships, not students fighting basilisks or trolls. Phileas got no argument from the rest of the staff. They were all too busy watching the first years having the time of their lives. No student was left on their own. Hands were offered and accepted with no thought to houses, blood status, or even gender. They were too busy having fun. Amelia was also having fun. It wasn't every day you got to shock a goblin into silence. Wearing her brooch to Gringotts had once more seen her politely and quickly escorted to Barchok's office. Understanding the goblin custom of getting right down to business, she had explained her idea to reward his son, leaving the goblin shocked and speechless. Finally getting his act together, the emotion was clearly decipherable in Barchok's response. "Amelia, this is a boon we certainly never expected. Hoped for, yes, in the coming decades perhaps. Forgive me, please, but would you consent to meeting the director to pass on this news? I give you my promise here, and now that I will do everything possible to turn your idea into a reality. Like you, though, I need to take this higher. To be honest, the director would suspect I'd grown too fond of grog if I took this to him by myself." Barchok certainly understood the risk he was taking here. Arriving at the director's office for a meeting that wasn't prearranged was always a risky business. Arriving there with Amelia in tow was tantamount to Barchok taking his life in his hands. Amelia would be the first ministry official ever to set foot in the director's office. Barchok thought the potential gains here were certainly worth the risks. If Amelia didn't already know how unusual this situation was, the shocked glances from all the goblins they met walking to the director's office were certainly clues the former Auror couldn't miss. With a minimal wait, they were both shown into the opulent office where, after a polite but short greeting, Amelia told Ragnarok why she was here. Even knowing this must be a matter of great importance. Otherwise Barchok would never have dared bring this witch to his office. Ragnarok was still shocked at what they were being offered here. Unlike his subordinate, though, the goblin leader was determined to get to the bottom of why this offer was being made. Amelia was actually embarrassed to admit that, due to prejudice in the Wisengamot chamber, they didn't know if they could reward all the heroes of Hogwarts equally. She was not prepared for the reaction this caused. A clearly angry goblin leader turned his ire onto Barchok. In switching to their own language, she also had no idea what was being said. The tone Ragnarok used, though, didn't leave much to the imagination. A bullwalking was the same in any language. "They disrespect your daughter, yet you rush in here, flushed and excited like a virgin bride on her wedding night. Do you expect us just to smile as we are shafted by those pure-blood morons at the ministry? Surely this, which must have anticipated our reaction? They can't be that stupid, or do they think we are the stupid ones?" Barchok had lost all of his excitement, offering an apology and explanation to his leader. "Your pardon, Director. I was so taken by the implications of the offer that I never looked at the reason behind it. Amelia here is unaware that Hermione is my daughter. I have kept that information away from her to protect her position at the ministry. That was a mistake. This witch should be considered an asset and a friend." Ragnarok was once more under control as he spoke to Amelia, in English. "My apologies, Madam Bones. Both for my rudeness in speaking a language you don't understand, and assuming you already possess certain information that would explain my outburst. The ministry sees Miss Granger as a muggle-born witch. We see her as a child of our nation. You were present the day I awarded her the status of goblin friend. That was before she blood-bonded with a certain centurion we all know. She is Harry's mate, therefore a daughter of our nation, and a heroine too. Treating her disrespectfully because of her circumstances would be perceived as an insult by the goblin nation." It was now Amelia's turn to be shocked. Blood-bonded, so young. Can I ask if this is a goblin tradition? Blood bonding, yes. Becoming bonded so young, though, is certainly not. Them doing so was as big a shock to us as I can see it is to you. Barchok will gladly show you the memory to explain the circumstances surrounding this unusual occurrence. As you can see, this adds further layers of complexity to a problem that was already far from simple. Shrugging off her shock, Amelia tried to deal with the situation she now found herself in. "I would like to offer my apologies for any implied slur on Miss Granger. That was certainly never my or the minister's intention. Our whole plan to defer attention away from her blood status would still seem like our best option for pushing ahead with what we all would like to achieve from this. I hesitate to use the word mess, but this could easily turn into a disaster for all of us." This drew an answering nod of acceptance from Ragnarok. "The ministry offer is a very good one, and I respect the reasons behind it. Our nation too suffers from its quota of bigots who were put in their place by Miss Granger's heroic efforts. alongside those of her mate and friends. That young couple are becoming more and more the focus of both our societies. Finding a way for them to coexist between us could become one of our greatest challenges. We should never forget the couple also have a third option. The pull from the Muggle world is certainly a strong one, and that would be a disaster for all of us. We are certainly prepared to work with our friends at the Ministry to plot a course that is suitable for all of us, especially the young couple in question. This saw Amelia relax slightly. The minister would be pleased to know the goblins had the exact same concerns as them. Director, that is a goal I am happy to work toward. Can I ask if Harry and Hermione's status could become public knowledge? From what you said, am I to understand that this knowledge is known amongst your nation? That fact is certainly well known inside Gringotts. Whether it gets released further than that would be a family matter, something that would need to be discussed between Barchoke and everyone else involved. Do you think releasing that news would help this case? I think so. Blood bonding is an old magical tradition that fell out of favor when the pure blood movement gained preference. Matrimonial matches became more about protecting the bloodlines and joining families than whether the couple were suitable to be married to each other. Having witnessed Harry and Hermione together on many occasions, can I assume they have a strong bond? This had Ragnarok laughing and allowed Barchoke to enter the discussion once more. He couldn't believe the foolish error he'd made and needed to recover swiftly. Amelia, it's the strongest bond anyone here has ever seen. Full body, with an aura that turned golden. Our society moved in the opposite direction to yours. Marriage is sacred to us, so a strong blood bond is vital. I'll let you see the memory of their bonding later, and try to explain why I didn't tell you. I would need to discuss the possibility of releasing this with both of them, and the Grangers. That was fair enough. She then floated the idea of a Gringotts branch opening in Hogsmeade. It was well received. If the law was changed to allow goblins to live at the branch, that would certainly be something we would like to move forward with. It should also encourage more businesses into the village, possibly even rivaling Diagon Alley someday as a commercial center. With all three people in the room realizing they basically wanted the same things to happen, the barriers came down and ideas were being put forward on the best way to achieve their common goals. All thought it was a very productive meeting. It was now time to start the negotiating process, officially. Sirius needed all his Gryffindor courage for what he was planning here. All he had to do, though, was think of the woman who would soon become his wife, and he knew this had to be done, however awkward it might prove. The warming charms on his thickest cloak were struggling to cope with the severe cold. His time at Hogwarts hadn't really prepared him for weather this cruel. He thought Henrika was joking when she told him the sea would freeze over for a couple of months every year in Lulia. He was beginning to believe her, as well as being thankful that they were a month or so away from experiencing that phenomenon. He had found the house he was searching for without too much trouble. Sirius couldn't remember if he'd ever been inside a house totally made of wood before. The door was soon answered by a blonde colossus of a man that looked as if he would give Hagrid a run for his money in an arm wrestling contest. "Hello, sir. I'm Sirius Black. Would you happen to be Mr. Hobson?" Sirius Black. In the name of Thor, what possessed you to go out dressed like that? This isn't London. We're just below the Arctic Circle here. Get yourself in, man, before you freeze in your fancy breeches. Sirius was hustled into the hall, the homely warmth seeping into his bones within seconds. The house may be wooden, but the welcome was certainly gregarious and genuine. "Forget this Mr. Hobson rubbish, I'm Lucas." Sirius shook the massive hand that was offered, thankful it didn't crush his fingers. "Let me take that cloak, and then we can go through and meet the missus. Moa, we have a visitor, all the way from London too." He found himself being led into a room that just made you want to kick off your shoes, sit by the fire, and never leave. This effect had nothing to do with the stunningly beautiful woman who'd just risen from her chair to greet him. Moa Hobson was clearly Henrika's mother, though she didn't look old enough to have a child that age. Sirius bowed, took the offered hand, and kissed the back of it. "Mrs. Hobson, it really is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, Lucas, we've got a live one here. He knows how to treat a lady too, and my allure didn't affect him in the slightest. Yes, dear, it would appear our Henrika has chosen well. Sit, Sirius, and tell us all about yourself. You'll stay tonight, of course, though the nights are nearly 20 hours long at this time of year. This had Lucas laughing at his own joke, though Sirius didn't quite get it. He decided to press on with why he was here before agreeing to any sleeping arrangements. They might throw him out the door in the next few moments. He also decided to forego the use of Lucas and Moa. He needed to be formal for this. Mr. and Mrs. Hobson, I have come here to ask your permission for your daughter's hand in marriage. This saw Lucas leave the room, and Sirius thought he'd blown it, only for Henrika's father to quickly return with a tray containing a bottle and 3 glasses. Wonderful news like that should be greeted with a glass in your hand to celebrate. Have you ever tried aquavit, Sirius? His no was greeted with a smile that was either predatory or signaling a prank was being played here. One taste and Sirius knew it was a prank smile. He also knew that 2 glasses of this aquavit would certainly see him staying the night. He wouldn't be fit to go anywhere else. Moa had brought out what was obviously a scrapbook. When Henrika moved to Scotland to teach, we began to get the British newspaper delivered. It comes to us a day late, but that is not a bad thing sometimes. We had Henrika's letter saying she was all right just before we got the issue, where she faced that basilisk. Sirius could see the fear in this beautiful woman's eyes. It was a fear he had shared. I was at her bedside waiting on the potion to work its magic. This gave me time to think. My thoughts turned to what my life would be like without your wonderful daughter in it. I asked her to marry me within moments of her recovering. We hope to become engaged on Boxing Day, with a wedding date still to be arranged. I have invited family and our friends to stay at my house over the holidays. I would like to extend that invitation to you both too. The fear was now replaced by tears of delight in Moa's lovely eyes. She writes all the time, and we always knew she was going to be very busy, between working at Hogwarts and Gringotts, but we both miss her so much. We would love the chance to spend the holidays with you both. The house will be very busy, and we'll be planning some outings and activities to keep everyone entertained. You would be very welcome additions to the madness that we hope the holidays will be. One thing though, could you not tell Henrika you're coming to London? I would like it to be a surprise for her. This had a jovial Lucas refilling their glasses and offering a toast to Christmas in London and much holiday madness. Moa then offered her own toast, showing both men the picture taken of the soon-to-be engaged couple at the Ministry summer ball. To Henrika and Sirius, a beautiful couple. Sirius couldn't let that go unanswered, so offered a toast of his own. To the beautiful Hobson women, may there one day be many more of them. That was something Lucas would certainly drink to, before indicating the scrapbook Moa held. Henrika writes all the time, so we feel like we already know you. We want to use this time to fill in the blanks about you and the rest of the people in those pictures. The last time Sirius had felt this comfortable in someone's house was when he ran away from home and stayed with James. Lucas and Moa were certainly physically nothing like the Potters. Their attitude to life, though, appeared surprisingly similar. They certainly made him feel just as welcome as that scared 16-year-old boy had felt all those years ago. Sirius had soon kicked off his shoes and told story after story. When Moa then brought out another book with pictures of Henrika growing up, it was his turn to listen as stories of the woman who would be his wife were being offered. The long night passed pleasantly and easily. The skating evenings were proving a massive success. The first years had been making everyone jealous at breakfast before McGonagall stood and announced the schedule for the rest of the school to participate. The most noticeable event amongst the group of friends was Blaise holding Parvati's hand as they skated along during the second year's evening in the room. This was a gigantic boost to Parvati's confidence, and something her friends and family approved of. Ronald Weasley's detentions were over, so he had been allowed to attend. He stood at the railing and laughed at those who slipped. That lasted until the food appeared. Eating was far more interesting to him than skating ever would be. Ron actually reveled in having a table all to himself. He didn't have to share the food on it with anybody else. The Parvati development from Wednesday evening saw Henrika being approached about a couple of things. Bill arrived for their lesson on Saturday morning with an answer from her and Sirius, and a couple of envelopes. Harry made his way over to the Slytherin table to personally deliver them. If Blaise appeared shocked to receive an envelope, Draco was astonished. Opening that envelope kicked his level of incredulity up a fair few notches. He and Pansy were invited to Lord Black's engagement party on Boxing Day. Pansy was ecstatic at what this would mean. "Oh, Draco, this is wonderful. Father was really unhappy that I wasn't at the ministry summer ball. We won't make the Christmas one either. Here, though, is something that will pacify him. I think these invitations will be extremely hard to come by. This will make him think twice about ending our betrothal. Lord Black's interest will ensure that." "Pansy, we both know who's behind this, and I'll bet he still claims I don't owe him anything." Both were watching Harry as he left the hall to attend his training. On entering the room, their training didn't begin immediately. They all understood there were things to be discussed first. Harry started the ball rolling, not happy with some of the news he'd been receiving from his father. "Assistant Ambassador, I want you to know these changes did not come from us. We are very happy having you for an instructor, and will certainly resist any moves to see you replaced for our weekend lessons." Bill was actually quite touched with the concern these four were showing him. It was time to let them see that concern was misplaced. "Thank you very much for that vote of confidence. I can assure you all I will also resist any moves that would see our weekend lessons halted. What this is, though, is simply a case of putting Hogwarts' needs first. Do any of you have the slightest doubt that Remus Lupin will be a better defense teacher than Lockhart?" The only answer Bill got was 4 looks that clearly wondered if he'd lost his mind. Thought not. Now, Hogwarts and the Ministry have stuck their neck out in supporting Remus for the job. Gringotts really needs to be seen to be doing the same. On the wizarding side of the divide, like it or not, they see Harry here as the public face of the goblins. Augusta would also look foolish if she championed this change in professor, only for her grandson and his betrothed to still be receiving their timetabled defense lessons from me. You 4 are treading water in that class anyway. We all know this is where you do your main work in defense. I may ask Remus to help the occasional weekend, but you will still be working with me." This cleared the air somewhat and allowed Bill to ask the question his boss wanted answered. "How do you two feel about your bond becoming known to the public?" Again, Harry was first with his answer. "I think it would be hypocritical of me to have a problem with it. I publicly bonded with Hermione to change her status in the nation and offer her protection. If they think that this news being made public would also offer her protection in the magical community, then it gets my vote." This had everyone turning to Hermione for her opinion. Her answer was a very simple one. "He is mine and I am his, and I really don't care who knows it anymore." Do you know what our parents said to this? "Our weekly letter from Crawley usually arrives tomorrow." This had Bill smiling. "Dan understands why you both bonded, and thinks that if it will stop his daughter being attacked by witches or wizards, it should be made front-page news. As long as it doesn't appear in the Crawley Observer until you two are a bit older, he's fine with that." Emma and Barchoke both agreed with him. Harry then asked the question that he had really been struggling to comprehend. Will the Ministry really try and award a goblin lands and a title? They were all aware that the land in question wasn't by any stretch of the imagination a huge tract of the Highlands. It was more the possibility of being able to own and live on his own land as a goblin that was responsible for the excited anticipation. The title of Baron was also purely a ceremonial one. Legally being able to own his own Scottish glen as a goblin, though, was like being offered a kingdom to Harry, worth a lot more than any title the Ministry could dream up. It certainly looks as if they're going to have a damned good attempt at it, which is why it is so important to support Remus Lupin's appointment. We're all trying to push the joint message that by working together, everyone benefits. What about you, Neville? Are you okay with the news of your parents being used like this? His answer was also simplicity itself. Harry helped my family. We're glad of the opportunity to help his. That's what family does. Bill couldn't help but wish his youngest brother was more like this, or that he would at least one day grow up in a similar vein. The twins and Ginny were friends with these 4, and had blossomed from that friendship. Every Sunday, Bill got to witness Fred and George put on their serious heads and work their arses off in his lessons. That Master Pitsley confirmed they performed just as well in their potions class would be a very pleasant surprise to both of their parents when their report cards were issued. With the discussion over, it was now time to get down to the serious business of defense. Augusta was also getting down to the serious business of defense. The wry smile playing on her lips was there for a specific reason. a reason that just entered her office. Professor Lockhart, please have a seat. The new Hogwarts wards have been minutely examined and found to be working perfectly. That cannot be the case. They must have overlooked something. I'm sorry, Professor. I can assure you that nothing was overlooked. Now, after our last discussion on the matter, and knowing you are a man of your word, I will regretfully accept your resignation. You will be delighted to note, though, that I was able to find a first-rate replacement. Please ensure all your belongings are removed from Hogwarts before Christmas. We're very lucky the new professor can start in the new year. We, of course, all wish you well in whatever venture you undertake next. Augusta resumed her paperwork after that dismissal, knowing full well Lockhart was too shocked to even leave his chair. She carried on working for a few moments before pretending to notice he hadn't actually left yet. Oh, I'm sorry, Professor. Is there anything more I can do for you? Madam Longbottom, perhaps I was a tad hasty in indicating I would leave the castle. Hasty? I thought you ran as fast as your legs would carry you. Oh, I see. You're talking about your decision to resign? Unfortunately, that decision has already been made. I can't have two defense professors. I would be left needing to dismiss one of them. Surely it would look better on your resume if you could truthfully state you resigned from Hogwarts, rather than having to be sacked? You can leave any time, Professor. Augusta now allowed some steel to creep into her voice, ensuring Lockhart understood it was time to go, from her office and also the castle. With the students returning home on Monday, you've taught your last class at Hogwarts. The Patil sisters were currently chatting away, both making a deliberate effort to ensure a gulf was never allowed to open between them again. I hope you don't mind us pushing for Blaise to be invited to the engagement party. Susan and Hannah will be allowed to invite partners to the party, but I didn't think you would be up to asking anyone just yet. Oh, Padma, it's worked out brilliantly. Blaise obviously sussed why he was being invited. He asked me earlier if I would be his date for the party. Of course I said yes. Making the dress code include goblin formal, where means we already have that angle covered too. Yeah, Fred, George, Roger, and Cedric will all be invited tomorrow, and Harry has already arranged an appointment with the goblin tailors for them, and their dates. Sirius really didn't want to invite a lot of people who sat back and did nothing while he rotted in Azkaban, and you know he's a big kid at heart anyway. The party will be family and friends, and a lot of fun. The Patils didn't celebrate Christmas as such, but this was quickly turning into a holiday they would remember for a long time. Not only were they getting to spend it with friends and family, there were already promises of at least one party, more ice skating in Muggle London, and even more shopping too. What was not to like? Augustus Rookwood didn't like what he was doing, but needs must. It was a very fortuitous occurrence that the plinth his thin straw mattress rested on was not made of the same material as the rest of his cell. Attempting what he intended on the black granite that Azkaban was constructed from would have rendered his already perilous attempt at escape clear into the totally hopeless bracket. As the pain in his mouth became unbearable, he removed his fingers to find traces of blood on them. This saliva/blood mixture was immediately transferred to the very rudimentary wand he was constructing. Lengths of straw from his thin mattress were bound together with hairs he'd pulled from his head. This was then being coated in the mixture coming from his mouth. Hopefully over the coming months this process would be able to infuse enough of his magical essence into his very basic construct to allow it to cast a couple of spells. This wand was never going to allow him to fire curses at anyone. That wasn't its purpose anyway. He needed this wand to open the cell door, along with any others that blocked his way out of Azkaban. It would then hopefully hold together enough to cast a warming charm on himself before he was forced to enter the North Sea. A simple Alohomora would suffice to open the doors in Azkaban. With prisoners being denied wands and dementors waiting in the corridors, the prison's reliance on such a simple spell was perhaps understandable. Augustus would first need to hack a piece of stone from the plinth before he could even think of making a protection medallion to get him past the dementors. That would then need to be shaped, have runes carefully carved into it, and then be infused with his blood to activate them. He was forced to use what he had available in his cell. Conjured tin plates and cups lasted just long enough for the food to be eaten and any liquid drunk. Knives, forks, or spoons were never supplied. They certainly weren't stupid enough to provide their prisoners with anything that could be used as a weapon. That was why his fingers once more returned to his mouth. Augustus needed something that could carve stone. The only thing he had available in Azkaban were his teeth. He reckoned his molars should be best for cutting out a piece of stone, while his incisors would be needed to carve out the required runes. Between pulling out teeth as required and the finger scrapes he expected to get working on the stone, Augustus didn't think there would be any shortage of blood for his wand and protection medallion. He also knew that this was going to take months that outside factors ensured he needed to take anyway. While getting out of his cell, past the Dementors and out of Azkaban prison itself was going to be an amazingly difficult feat, he then still had the problem of being trapped on an island in the middle of the North Sea. To enter that same sea in December would carry a 100% guarantee of death. He would basically be committing suicide. It was simply far too cold for anyone to survive for any length of time in the water just now. Augustus knew there was only one narrow window available during a couple of months of what passed for summer here to make the attempt. Only then would he have any chance of making landfall, and only then could he begin the task of returning his master to power. Chapter 51, Christmas at Grimmauld. Rita knew she was going to have a Merry Christmas. Having a front-page story in the Prophet on Christmas Eve practically guaranteed that. It wasn't her usual type of story either, though the paper's editor had still begged for her return to work at the Prophet after reading it. Rita wasn't interested in returning to that lifestyle. She would enjoy Christmas before focusing on her new subject. Gilderoy Lockhart's perceived persona was just begging to be torn apart. Whilst today's piece was all wholesome and light, Rita knew it was in brutal character assassinations that her real skills lay. Even to a casual observer, Gilderoy's literary self-portrayal didn't in any way match the reality of the man himself. She intended to discover all his dirty little secrets and then inform everyone about them. It would be somewhat ironic if she managed to get a book out of destroying this famous author. The title, Liar Lockhart, just flowed off the tongue. A miraculous collaboration. The picture below displays a scene that many readers will agree is nothing short of miraculous. Frank and Alice Longbottom have found themselves trapped inside their own bodies for over a decade. That is clearly no longer the case. Since August, they have been receiving treatment that has peeled back some of the trauma damage inflicted when these two brave Orcs were tortured by the Cruciatus curse. This is a result that was thought to be impossible by the best healers in St. Mungo's. Fortunately, this news was never passed on to Alice Longbottom's godson, a certain Centurion Crow. Her godson was aware goblin healing was different from that used in St. Mungo's, and an offer of assistance was made to the Longbottom family. Madame Augusta Longbottom had this to say on the matter. While the care my son and his wife received whilst in St. Mungo's was second to none, we had explored and exhausted every treatment that the healers had available in their attempts to improve Frank and Alice's condition. The offer from Gringotts came with no guarantees, other than they certainly wouldn't cause my son and his wife any harm. We had nothing to lose and a distinct possibility of gain, so of course I said yes. They were also examined by Muggle healers, using advanced medical equipment to produce scans of Frank and Alice's brains. These scans are providing vital clues to further improve their treatment. This treatment was made possible and arranged through the Grangers, themselves both Muggle healers, and whose daughter is Harry's girlfriend. I have no words to describe how my grandson, Neville, and I feel over their recovery, nor to express our gratitude for those who made this possible. Here is a wonderful example of what can be achieved when everyone works together. I then contacted St. Mungo's to inquire if they had any comment to make on this situation. The interview I was given with one of the senior healers was, to say the least, enlightening. Healer Woodcock was clearly excited by the momentous news. As healers, it's far more important to our profession that the patient recovers, rather than assuming any form of professional posturing over who is actually responsible for healing them. The goblins have very kindly offered a month's secondment for one of our healers, allowing them to spend time in Gringotts learning of this new healing technique. This is hopefully the first step in a process that will see exchange programs put in place. I understand that the Muggles have facilities where any breakthrough in healing is shared with the rest of the world. This is something I would like to see us as a community adopt, as anything that helps our profession heal patients more efficiently is certainly something we can't afford to dismiss. With attitudes of cooperation and collaboration springing up all over our magical community, it provides hope that we can move forward and that the coming years will not only be happy but prosperous. The picture showed a beaming Alice Longbottom with an arm around her son and his betrothed. They had used this occasion to make their betrothal announcement public, with Frank and his mother standing behind them. It was the epitome of what a happy family portrait should be, 3 generations each looking forward to a better future. The large breakfast table was full to bursting, and Lucas just had to comment to the lady sitting at his side after reading the latest developments. "Amelia, Moa, and I were worried about our daughter coming to Britain. Your country's reputation for intolerance of anyone without what they see as the correct breeding is renowned. But this..." Lucas indicated the paper, and then the company around the table. Muggles, goblins, Vila, and even a werewolf were all chatting away amiably. That the children present were not only involved in whatever was being discussed, but their opinions being listened to was also a shock to the Swede. This was not what he expected in pure-blood Britain. The Hobsons had been an instant hit with the extended family, especially amongst their children. They all adored Henrika, and seemed to have no problems in extending that emotion to include her parents. Lucas and Moa, though, made that transition very easy to accomplish. Amelia smiled at Lucas' understandable confusion and tried to help him grasp the reality of the situation. "If only what you were reading in that paper and what you see around this table was a fair reflection of our country, then I would be very happy. Unfortunately, it is not, yet. There are people on both sides of the divide, wizard and goblin, whose views are far too entrenched to ever accept this as the new normal. We know they are just biding their time, waiting on something to focus attention on and turn public opinion back the way they want it to go. When I see the children acting like this, though, it gives me hope that one day it might be better." After a moment's silence, Amelia decided to put into words what she'd only thought before. "The more I get to know the goblins, the more I see them just like ourselves. We have the same problems and similar aspirations. Helping each other to reach mutually beneficial solutions is rapidly becoming the biggest thrill of my life. The boy sitting at the end of the table is the catalyst for all this change, and also the reason we're all sitting here together." Harry would be the first to admit he had lots of help, but it was him who chased Spins out of Hogwarts and who started the ball rolling to set Sirius free. While believing every word Amelia said, it was still hard for Lucas to comprehend how one so young could have achieved so much. "I know my daughter thinks very highly of him, of all of them actually. Her letters home always contain a mention of this group, and whatever they've been up to, I feel as if I know most of them already. This group have the potential to change our country for the good of all. Even their peers simply observing their behavior is beginning to change attitudes. I see our job as parents and guardians to do our best ensuring they can continue to behave the way they are, neither breeding nor background affecting who they choose to befriend." This was something Lucas would certainly agree with, but Amelia had even more to say on the matter. "Hogwarts is unrecognizable now from the school it was a mere 2 years ago. Your daughter is playing an integral role in that. Remus Lupin is another excellent teacher and another vital part of the jigsaw that, when complete, will see Hogwarts as one of the finest magical schools in the world. Theirs is the generation that will take our society forward, and it all starts with Hogwarts. If we can reach the children of Death Eaters with the message that there is a better way, then, and only then, will the British Magical Society be able to proudly hold its head up on the international scene for the first time in generations." This was not the time for such serious conversations, though, and both were soon pulled in the direction of more jovial subjects by those around them. Padma, Hermione, and Harry had all loved how they spent Christmas Eve last year, so a repeat was arranged for everyone today. Barchoke and Amelia were unfortunately having to work today, but the rest of the adults, including Augusta, appeared to be looking forward to the day. Sirius, of course, had to add his own twist to the holidays. Knowing not everyone in their extended family celebrated Christmas, he still intended to get them all involved by introducing Kris Kringle to the proceedings. Hermione dissolved into fits of laughter when Harry started looking around for this person her godfather was talking about. Sirius then explained the concept. "Everyone's names are in this hat. We each draw one and must buy that person a gift. You don't tell anyone whose name you drew. rather just wrap their gift up and write their name on it. There will be a sack beside the Christmas tree for these presents, and we'll hand them out tomorrow at dinner. This just added another layer of excitement onto what was already building for the day. The hat was rapidly passed around the table, with Sirius agreeing to accept the name that was left. 19 names were soon chosen, leaving Sirius with Moa. He had hoped for someone he could get a joke present for. Playing a prank on his mother-in-law to be, though, was not a good idea. He wondered if this was him finally growing up and sincerely hoped not. Luna sat that night trying to write a letter to her father, the problem being she just didn't know where to start. They had barely entered Sirius' house when there was a loud scream. Henrika had found both her parents standing waiting on her. Their history professor, who was always so in control of her emotions, acted like a little girl as she pounced on them before dragging Sirius into the family embrace. Harry and Hermione had led the group away from the family reunion and directed them to the rooms they would be staying in. Both they and the Grangers often stayed here, so were using their regular rooms. Luna was sharing with Hermione while Neville doubled up with Harry. Padma was sharing a room with her sister, leaving Susan and Hannah to bunk in another. With the Patils, Augusta, Amelia, Barchoke, Remus, and now the Hobsons staying too, it was a busy house. Every day of the holiday had something arranged: a visit to London Zoo, shopping in Diagon Alley, or a simply unbelievable visit to something they called a cinema. Luna was having a fantastic time. There lay her problem, and she resolved to talk to Hermione about it when she came in. She and Harry were currently saying goodnight, and, by the way Hermione had just practically floated into the room, Harry must be quite good at it. She flopped down on her bed in a daze. Then Luna noticed where her eyes kept wandering, to her left hand, or rather the ring now on it. "Everything all right, Hermione?" With a squeal of delight, she shot off the bed and had Luna practically in a headlock with excitement. "Oh, everything is so much better than all right, Luna. Things are just fantastic." Hermione then pulled back to let Luna see her ring. Harry thought that, since our blood bond will be made public shortly, I should wear a ring to tell the world I am his. He gave it to me tonight, so I would wake up on Christmas morning with it already on my finger. Have you ever seen anything like it, Luna? I just love it. Yes, it matches your bracelet. The ring did indeed match her bracelet, having the same filigree design that indicated she was part of Harry's family. The stone, though, appeared to be a blue diamond, rather than the sapphires that her bracelet sported. I think it's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen. When the tears began to fall, Luna just couldn't stop them. While Moonlight shot over and jumped on Luna's knee, Hermione pulled a chair up beside her younger friend. "What's the matter, Luna? I thought you were enjoying your holiday?" "Oh, Hermione, I'm loving my holiday. That's the problem. Last year was our first Christmas without Mum. It was horrible. Dad tried so hard to make it the same, yet the both of us spent most of Christmas crying. I think that's why he's not spending it at home this year. It's just too hard without Mum there too. Ginny and Colin were so jealous of me coming here for the holidays, but I'd much rather be doing what they are, spending Christmas with my Mum and Dad." Moonlight was snuggling into the upset girl, practically forcing Luna to stroke her. Hermione felt out of her depth here and offered to go and fetch her mum. Luna didn't want to involve anyone else. "I'll be fine, Hermione. Just give me a minute. I was trying to write a letter to my dad and just felt horrible that I was having such a good time with everyone while he is on his own." After thinking of what her mum would say in this situation, Hermione tried her best to comfort the crying girl. "Don't be afraid to tell him you are having a good holiday, Luna. That will make your dad feel a lot better about not being with you at Christmas." "Do you really think so?" Seeing her efforts were working, Hermione continued in the same vein. "I really do, Luna. Your father loves you very much. He's just missing your mum too. We haven't really looked at what we'll be doing over the summer holidays. Maybe when Henrika and Sirius set a date we might talk about it next week. Whatever we do, though, you should know that we will want you there as much as possible. Your father will be invited too." Luna's eyes were now sparkling, and not just from the tears she had shed. "I would really like that. Coming to Hogwarts and having friends has been the best thing that's ever happened to me. You and Padma have treated me like a little sister, and Harry—" This drew a smile from Hermione. "Harry thinks you are pretty special too." Oh no, not like that. Hermione was now giggling. It's okay, Luna, I know you're not Ginny. You see Harry just for who he is. That's what makes you special to him. That, and the fact he's just about adopted you as his sister. This had Luna blushing. That's the way I think of him too. Someone I can depend upon for anything. Ginny is trying, you know. She's been in love with the boy who lived since she was about 6, though. I've read some of that rubbish too. I much prefer Harry the way he is. Do you need any help to finish that letter? I'm sure Irgit will take it for you in the morning. I think I'll be fine now, though I might need more parchment. Today was just wonderful. No wonder you wanted to do that again. It's the people who we were with that made today wonderful, Luna, and you are certainly classed as one of our family now. With her feelings of guilt beginning to fade, Luna resumed writing a long letter to her father. If it made him feel even a fraction of the happiness she'd been experiencing, then she knew her dad would be smiling as he read. Christmas morning was off to a flyer before a present had been opened. Padma's joyful yell alerting everyone to what now adorned Hermione's finger. All of those in Grimmauld Place were happy for the young couple, and each had their own reasons to be happy too. The Patils were so very happy still to have both their daughters. That one of them was now betrothed to Neville was certainly a very pleasant bonus in their eyes. Neville would be going to chat with his mum and dad today, accompanied by his betrothed. Christmas just couldn't get any better than that for the Longbottoms. Amelia was delighted she would get to spend today with Susan and Hannah. No jumping through blown-out windows this Christmas. With Hannah's parents attending the ball tomorrow night, this was as good as it got in her book. Sirius, though, thought this Christmas was easily the happiest of his life, and certainly light years ahead of last year's. Sitting here a free man, surrounded by friends and family, with the beautiful Henrika by his side. He was thinking it couldn't get any better than this, when his mind wandered a few years into the future. He pictured himself standing with his wife as their children opened their presents. For far too long, that scenario was nothing more than an impossible dream for Sirius Black. Now, it was a dream come true. Or, at least it soon would be. The Hobsons, too, were very happy with their lot. Spending Christmas with their daughter and her intended had certainly put smiles on their faces. They had both held some reservations about their daughter marrying into what was an old British pureblood family. That Sirius clearly intended for them to play a large part in their lives was the best present they could have been given. Remus also didn't need to look too hard for reasons to be cheerful. Sitting here amongst friends already made this a red-letter day in his book. Having a new job starting in the new year meant he even had something to look forward to. It had been many years since life had been this good to the werewolf. Dan could hardly take his eyes off the ring on his daughter's hand. After her initial squeal of delight, Emma had clearly been worried over his reaction. Hugging both Hermione and Harry quickly quashed those fears. He knew this was just another level of protection for Hermione. It might be more political than the practical bracelet, but what a statement it made in any world. That ring not only shouted that Hermione was Harry's intended, it also broadcast just how financially powerful this young goblin was too. He wasn't a jeweler, but Dan had no trouble imagining that ring being worth more than their house and business combined. It was simply stunning, and its beauty could only be matched by how happy it made his daughter. That made it priceless to all of them. Harry had Hermione sitting at one side of him, and his father at the other. This was only the second time he had celebrated Christmas, but already knew it wouldn't be the last. Any occasion that got the entire family together to celebrate should be encouraged, something he certainly intended to do. He could tell from the smile his father was wearing that he actually agreed with him. Henrika leaned over and kissed Sirius. What was that for? Just for being you. What you did with my parents was simply wonderful. You've made us all so happy. Just wait until you see what I've got planned for New Year. The look Henrika was now giving him clearly indicated she had no intention of waiting. Do you remember our first date? This got another kind of look. This one said of course she did, and he should continue. I've hired the entire boat for New Year's Eve. We'll spend it going up and down the Thames and bring in the New Year dancing to the music. He couldn't say any more. Henrika was far too busy showing him that she really approved of that idea. Sirius quickly put winning Henrika's approval at the top of this and every other Christmas wish list. Molly was also having a Merry Christmas, Any time her entire family were back under her roof was going to be a happy occasion for the Weasley matriarch. A glance, though, told her they currently weren't all here. Her husband and eldest son had once more gone for a stroll out in the orchard. They both returned and removed their heavy cloaks, earning them a rebuke from Molly. "It's Christmas Day. Can't you two forget business for one afternoon?" "Sorry, Mum. Just something I needed to discuss with Dad." A sigh escaped Molly's lips. "And it could only be spoken about in the orchard? I never thought I would miss your father sitting telling us all about biting teacups or backfiring toilets. He can't even talk about his job in his own home anymore. The first we find out about what's going on is when we read about it in the Prophet." "I'm sorry, Molly, but the things Bill and I work on now are secret and need to stay that way." This set Ron off in a grade 1 huff. "That white owl delivers letters to Crow all the time. You can bet his father tells him what's going on." His mother, father, and Charlie were all shocked at this belligerent attitude. The others had all seen it before. Bill was really getting tired of it. "And you know why that is, Ronnie boy, because Harry is not only a centurion and an Order of Merlin first-class holder." "Yeah, right. They just handed him those like they gave Parvati all that gold after she set the basilisk on people. Mental, just mental." Molly couldn't understand her son's attitude about this, and wasn't long in telling him so. "Ronald Weasley, I better not hear you've said that about the poor girl outside these four walls." "Too late, Mum. He actually said it to Parvati's face, in front of the entire house in the Great Hall." Ron was staring daggers at his sister, but Ginny wasn't caring. She pressed ahead. "Neville threatened to call him out if he did it again, and McGonagall gave him 2 weeks' worth of detention for it. As you can see, Ron still thinks he did nothing wrong. All I did was tell the truth, but no one wants to hear it because she's a friend of Crow's. The truth is you see it, Ron, and that's where all the trouble starts." Bill thought it was time his youngest brother heard a few home truths. No one gave Harry anything he didn't earn. Before taking the job of tutoring him, I saw all his scores. The Sorting Hat really couldn't have placed him anywhere but Ravenclaw. He's the top student of the year, with Hermione and Padma taking the next 2 places. Neville Longbottom is pushing his way through the pack to join them. Ronnie here needs Percy to sit and force him to do his homework, and he's still in the bottom 4. A Crabbe, Goyle, and Finnegan. Really pushing yourself there, Ron. Hey, at least I'm not last. You are in some of the classes. Purely out of laziness, too. Ginny is already pushing her way to be near the top of her year group. Fred and George are also shooting through the rankings, with Percy here looking a good bet for next year's head boy. Like Charlie, me, and Dad, they are all achieving what they want through hard work. You're jealous of Harry, but let's ask his friends here if they know anyone who works harder than him. Fred was first to provide an answer. We work on defense with him once a week, and it nearly kills us. Harry and Hermione exercise and practice every single day. I really don't know how they do it. This drew agreement from George before he added his own thoughts. Fred and I thought we were pretty handy at potions. Harry is miles ahead. Master Pitsley is probably the top potion master in the whole of Britain, yet he comes to Hogwarts to teach Harry. We're learning so much more than we ever would in normal potions classes at Hogwarts, and we'll be sitting our potions OWL this summer. This was a shock to both parents. Sirius twins, though, would be a shock to just about anyone. Ginny wasn't about to be overlooked here, though. She had her own thoughts to add. Harry does all his extra training, yet still makes time to teach us defense every week. As a teacher, he's also miles ahead of Lockhart, and it's the favorite class of all the first years. Hey, it's bad enough you lot are all going to hobnob with them tomorrow. I really don't want to hear about it today, too. And that's the problem, Ron. You just don't get that we're actually talking about you here. If you go through the rest of your life the way you're approaching Hogwarts, then I hate to think what will become of you. Doing just enough to get by is a bad habit to fall into. You seem quite happy to embrace that as your entire philosophy on life, while deriding those who don't share your opinion. You also seem to go out of your way to ostracize yourself amongst your peers, a really, really stupid move. A big part of going to Hogwarts is to meet other people the same age as you. Hey, I offered Crow my friendship. He didn't want it, his loss. Charlie hadn't been as involved as the rest of the family in this matter, so offered an opinion from what was almost an outsider's point of view. Do you really believe Crow refusing your offer of friendship is his loss? I don't think he's too bothered by it, Ron. I've never met the boy, and certainly wouldn't expect an invitation to Lord Black's engagement party. With Bill, Fred, George, and Ginny going, though, I would certainly hate to have been in his year and not been invited. Percy was also keen to see Ron mend the error of his ways. If he made head boy next year, he wouldn't have the time to sit on his youngest brother, and then Ron would slip even lower in the rankings. It's worse than that. Charlie, Draco Malfoy, got an invitation. This is a boy who Crow punched out and challenged to a duel at the welcoming feast when they were first years. He also had his knife at Lucius Malfoy's throat, too. That settles it. With Malfoy there, I wouldn't have gone anyway. And that is why I'm worried about him. Fred and George have Quidditch, extra defense lessons, and also help out with the first-year defense club. Percy here is going to have to concentrate on his own exams soon, and I won't be in the castle as often to keep an eye on him. Why won't you be in the castle as often?
Ron.
You're totally missing the point, as usual. Their father rarely raised his voice. When he did, it was time to sit and pay attention. Ever since you set foot inside Hogwarts, it's been one bad report after another, and none of it was ever your fault. I'm willing to bet you never apologized to this girl either. Dad, you taught us to never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. How stupid would you need to be to write in that diary, and then she gets thousands in gold for doing so? Am I the only one who thinks that's wrong? The Patil girl was as much a victim in this as Luna Lovegood. If that was my little girl lying down in that chamber, I could only hope they would still have gone down there to rescue her. With total confidence, 5 of his children answered at the same time. They would have. Fred had to add his own twist. If it was Ron down there, though, they might just have left him. Arthur was coming more and more to rely on his eldest son's advice, and there was absolutely no way Bill would steer him wrong on a matter regarding their family. Bill had claimed that Ron wasn't coping with life at Hogwarts as he should, instead treating it like some holiday camp with good and plentiful food. The fact that the 4 of his other children who currently attended Hogwarts supported Bill's view was forcing Arthur to take action when he really didn't want to. For a pureblood, attending Hogwarts was as much about interacting with your peers as it was gaining an education. Lessons could be taught at home, and exams sat at the ministry. Hogwarts was about growing up and gaining life experiences with witches and wizards the same age as you, something that couldn't be achieved at home. For Ron to leave Hogwarts after 7 years with poor qualifications and more enemies than friends would be an unmitigated disaster for his youngest son. Leaving after 2 years would mean Ron would be remembered as that annoying kid, still giving him room to prove he'd grown up since then. Spending the rest of his years at Hogwarts as he'd spent the first would see his son struggle to do anything with his life. A wizard's time at Hogwarts were their most formative years. Spending 7 years creating bad impressions and gaining enemies was something Arthur couldn't see his youngest son recovering from. It was time for the head of the Weasley family to make a decision. Ron, unless there is a marked improvement in your behavior, you will be withdrawn from Hogwarts at the summer. Any more incidents where you openly court trouble will see you brought home before then. You can try and pull the wool over your mother's eyes as she homeschools you. We will be having some long discussions over the rest of these holidays, so there can be no doubts exactly what I mean by marked improvement. With the decision made, Ron's Christmas wasn't going to be very merry. Someone else was missing the warmth and good food of the Burrow's Christmas celebration. Somehow gnawing on the remains of a sandwich he'd liberated from a bin yesterday didn't match up to all the wonderful tidbits Wormtail would normally be enjoying about now. This was certainly not the first Christmas he'd spent as a rat. It was his first spent alone, though, and Peter was finding that fact harder to deal with than he'd ever thought possible. Yes, he was alive, but this could hardly be called living. By scavenging old copies of the Prophet from his infrequent sorties into Diagon Alley, Peter was able to build a picture of what was happening all around him. Lucius Malfoy now residing in Azkaban was a real shock to the system, as was Dumbledore being chased out of Hogwarts. With the Ministry building up its Auror force and actually administering justice, Peter knew the sands of time were running out for him. To an outsider, it appeared as if the Potter family were demanding and receiving retribution against those who had wronged them. There was just no way their greatest betrayer wouldn't be near the top of that revenge list. It almost brought a smile to his lips when reading that Sirius was about to become engaged to that stunning Swedish villa, trust Padfoot to land the most gorgeous female he'd ever seen. This drew Peter's mind to the party tomorrow night, and how he would have been a guest if he hadn't turned betrayer. He had to quash thoughts like that immediately. Peter had made his decision all those years ago, a decision he may have regretted but still didn't see how he had any other choice in the matter. Peter was again being forced to make a decision he didn't want to make. He felt, though, that again he was being left with no other option. Sooner or later they would find him. Whether that was due to a sustained search or a mistake on his part was immaterial. They would find him. His only protection from the fate that awaited him after capture was to once more have a powerful protector, his master. He was going to have to leave this refuge and go looking for the one person who could save him. That this same person might actually kill him instead was the reason why he delayed this journey for so long. He fully expected a Dementus kiss if the Ministry ever got their hands on him. Peter would do anything to avoid that fate, including going searching for his master. It didn't take much searching for Gilderoy to discover who was going to replace him at Hogwarts, or should that be what was going to be replacing him. Armed with a name, it also didn't take him long to get his hands on the really disturbing information either. Remus Lupin was registered at the Ministry of Magic as a werewolf they were going to allow to teach children, not if he had anything to do with it. Gilderoy thought it was his duty to inform the wizarding public that this monster was going to be let loose on their children. He would write the story and then offer it to the prophet for printing. This wouldn't be Wandering with Werewolves, though. Rather, a timely warning a werewolf was going to be inside Hogwarts as a professor. Even Gilderoy had to admit there had been major changes in their community recently. This, though, would be a change too far. There was no way parents would stand for a dark creature teaching their children, especially directly after the basilisk fiasco had them all terrified for their safety. After they kicked the beast out, Gilderoy planned to string them along for a day or so on whether he would return to the castle, dropping hints that this is what happens when you don't have a headmaster, and a totally unsuitable person attempting to run Hogwarts should see him in new accommodation for his triumphant return to the castle. After saving all the children from a werewolf, they could hardly give the position of headmaster to anyone else. Sitting down to write, he had to continually remind himself this wasn't a work of fiction. It was an unusual sensation for Gilderoy Lockhart to be writing the truth, or at least his version of it. Draco thought this new version of Christmas for the Malfoys would take some getting used to, just him and his mother sitting down to dinner. No father, no guests, and certainly no lavish parties. The only bright spot was his invitation to Lord Black's official engagement function tomorrow. That these invitations were very much sought after kept Pansy's father off their case for a little while longer. The man was pushing, though, and Draco had no intention of handing over control of his inheritance to anyone. His mother had a Black family heirloom that he would be taking to the party as their gift for the engaged couple, a tiara that family custom dictated should be worn by the bride when a Black marries. It was in her possession since she was the last Black to be married, and now it would return to its rightful family. Draco would be wearing the clothes he received for the Merlin Ball to the engagement party, thus covering the fact that he couldn't afford new dress robes. Apart from Blaise, the only other Slytherin they knew who were invited was Greengrass, her father having some long-standing business connections with the Blacks. He had been taught enough of pure-blood politics to understand what was going on here. This was an opportunity for both him and Pansy to mingle in this company. Their future invites would depend on how successfully they could pull this off, though Blaise had given him a word of warning. He had told Draco this group did not act like any he had ever met. The closest he could come to putting a name to it was they behaved like a family. Blaise had easily been accepted, but knew he was under constant observation. Not because he was a Slytherin, it was purely to observe that he treated Parvati properly. Both Draco and Blaise had seen Neville very publicly claim Parvati as a sister. They also hadn't missed Crow holding back the other two girls. McGonagall saved Mouth Weasley from some serious trouble, and all the idiot had cared about was missing dinner. Draco could see his father had made some poor choices in his life, binding the family to a half-blood bastard, and then the basilisk fiasco immediately springing to mind. He was going to have to make his own choices from now on, and those choices would begin tomorrow. Anyone who had outrightly opposed Crow had been politically, financially, and sometimes even physically taken apart. His father and godfather were only two names on a list that also included the once great and untouchable Albus Dumbledore. Draco intended to do whatever it took to ensure his name never joined those on that list. His problem would be how far he would need to go to appease this group, or even become part of it. You didn't need to be a genius to understand that uttering the word mudblood would see a blade instantly appear at your throat, and the next thing passing your lips had better be an apology. That most of the wands which would also be trained on you would be held by purebloods was really food for thought. Professor Hobson had taught them that the term blood traitor was coined by the half-blood bastard, purely as a means of turning purebloods against each other. When old families like the Bones, Abbotts, Longbottoms, Blacks, Diggorys, Weasleys, Davies, and Lovegoods appeared all in favor of the direction their country was moving in, who was Draco Malfoy to assume he knew better and then stand against an assembled force like that? Draco decided that, instead of a plan, an open mind might suit their needs better for the party. He would have a quick talk with Pansy about this before they set off tomorrow, though wasn't expecting any problems from that direction. All Pansy's efforts were directed toward maintaining their betrothal, and she would adopt whatever attitude or beliefs that were necessary to achieve her goal. Draco found himself looking forward to tomorrow night for another reason too. The Merlin Ball at Hogwarts was one of the best functions he'd ever attended. He was hoping tomorrow night might be arranged somewhat along the same lines. Harry was also looking forward to tomorrow, though he was in no hurry at all to say goodbye to today, or should that be goodnight to Hermione. He'd noticed even in Ravenclaw House that they seemed to take a little longer each night to part, the problem being that neither wanted to let go of the other. His arms were currently locked around her while Hermione rested her head on his shoulder, snuggling into his neck and doing funny things to his insides. They would then whisper to each other about everything and anything, purely to put off the moment when they would need to part. So, do you know who got Sirius his secret present? Hermione couldn't hold her giggles. That was Mum. The dog bowl and leash were funny, but the collar with "if lost, return to Henrika Hobson" engraved onto it was hilarious. So that would mean it was Dan who gave that gift to Amelia. I knew it had to be Muggle, but still can't work out what the thick wand and restraints were for. Neither could anyone else, though I thought Sirius and Remus were going to choke with laughter. She was glad Harry was taller than her, therefore couldn't see how red her face was buried in his neck. He could probably feel the heat of her embarrassment, though. That was a truncheon and handcuffs. It's what the police carry. Muggle ors. Didn't you notice that time they brought us home in Crawley? I knew I recognized the hat from somewhere, but I was too worried about you that day to notice much else. I think Luna liked her book on mythical creatures. That was you? I thought it was Father. I assume, then, he picked Susan's name out the hat. She loved her necklace. I asked him to get that book. Goblins have different views on the subject, something I thought Luna would appreciate. Amelia has been such a help to us. Father was delighted to draw Susan's name. Who did you get? I drew Lucas. It was hard because we've only known them for a few days. I think he liked his tankard, though. I think he loved his tankard, especially since it had the Hobson coat of arms on it. I just spotted a shop that sold all different items that you could get coats of arms on, and I don't think they stocked t-shirts in Lucas size. We better say goodnight and let Mum get to bed. What? Shush, love. Her room is at the end of the corridor we're currently hogging. She's just keeping an eye on us. We are getting older, you know. Not old enough. Hermione was once more glad Harry couldn't see her face. It was red again after letting that thought slip out. We'll be old enough when we're old enough. Don't wish your life away. Hermione, I'm really happy with where we are now. Harry, why are you so good to me? Harry lifted her chin so he could see her face. Because you are mine, and I am yours. He finished that with a tender kiss that left both of them wanting more. You are mine, and I am yours. Hermione then offered a kiss of her own before breaking their embrace. Good night, Harry. She then rather cheekily raised her voice a bit. Night, Mum. Hermione then shot into her room, leaving a rather embarrassed Harry and Emma in the corridor outside. Deciding to follow his bondit's example, Harry called out night, Mum, before heading off to his own room. Emma had came upon the couple as she was heading to her own room. Not wanting to disturb them, She was waiting on Hermione and Harry saying goodnight before calling it a night herself. She thought these two made the sweetest couple and was also delighted to see that at least this part of their relationship was progressing in what she considered an age-appropriate manner. Her 13-year-old daughter receiving a cuddle and a good-night kiss from her boyfriend was perfectly acceptable behavior in her book. The entire bond thing would work itself out over time. She had forgotten, though, that Harry always seemed aware of what was happening around him and was mortified in case the kids thought she was deliberately spying on them. All that was instantly banished from her mind, though, with the incident that just made Emma Granger's Christmas. Harry had just called her mom. Chapter 52. Orders of Merlin. The silence at the breakfast table alerted Sirius that there was something wrong. One glance at the prophet informed him of just what that something was. Another dark creature set loose inside Hogwarts was banner headlines across the front page. Sirius didn't read another word. He was already looking around the room for Moony. Where's Remus? Has he seen this? He was here but left after the paper arrived, said it ruined his appetite. No wonder, Sirius. This is pure character assassination. How anyone could think Remus Lupin in any way matched what was described in that article is beyond me. I know, Emma, but I need to go find him. With that, Sirius was out the door and heading for Remus' room. He got there just as his friend was finishing packing his meager belongings into a well-worn traveling bag. You should be able to get your money back for the robes. They were a lovely Christmas present, but it doesn't look as if I'll need them now, and the sheep would piss themselves laughing at me if I turned up to work dressed as a wizard. Even a wolf has to have some dignity, Sirius, and sheep laughing at you is just not something that can be taken lightly. Tell Harry thanks for the clothes, too. They really are the finest I've ever owned. I know you never return a gift to a goblin. Can I leave them here? Remus hadn't once looked up as he finished his packing and tied the neck of his bag. Sirius wasn't fooled in the slightest by the feeble attempt at joking. Moony was really hurting here. Sirius shut the door. It was time for some tough talking with his friend. You'll need the clothes Harry got you for Henrika and my engagement party tonight. You'll be there. Yes, this news is going to cause a stink, but I promise at the end of it, Remus Lupin will be smelling of roses, or at least not left stinky. This drew Remus' full attention. And just how do you hope to achieve that? I am a werewolf, and I am classed as a dark creature by the Ministry. Whatever you say against that article, those facts remain. I never read that article. I don't need to. What you're forgetting is that you are also Remus Lupin, a thoroughly decent wizard. You're my best friend, who'll also be best man at my wedding and godfather to Sirius and Henrika Black's firstborn child. I won't allow you to leave, at least not like this. Sirius, what option do I have? I couldn't get a job cleaning glasses at the Hog's Head after that article. Lord Black couldn't get that job either. They don't wash their glasses at the Hog's Head. We were expecting this news to come out, Remus, not so dramatically or so soon, but it would have broken anyway. The difference this time is you now have powerful friends who will fight for you, but you need to understand this is not out of any sense of charity. Augusta wants you at Hogwarts simply because she thinks you are the best person for the job. Amelia wants you there so her Auror candidates at least know one end of their wand from another when they leave Hogwarts. Trust me, that is not a joke. Sirius then got deadly serious. We both know Voldemort isn't really gone, and when he returns, he'll be going after Harry. Henrika has already attacked a basilisk trying to keep them safe. I simply can't lose Harry, Hermione, or Henrika. I need you in that castle. Moony, I need someone I trust implicitly to have my wife and godchildren's backs. They're my family, and so are you, Moony. Azkaban taught me I don't cope with being alone too well. Neither do you, and sheep don't count as company. Look, Sirius, it's not as if I want to return to those sheep. Contrary to what you keep insinuating, there was no shepherd's delight under the moonlight with my favorite you. How can I possibly teach at Hogwarts after today's prophet? The parents would never stand for it. The smirk on Sirius' face was reminiscent of the one he would wear just before pulling off a particularly audacious prank. Remus was really worried now. Moony, we though the Marauders were pretty hot shit, and we probably were. Compared to Amelia, Augusta, and Barchoke though, we're mere babes in the woods. You already have ministerial support for taking up your teaching position at Hogwarts, and Fudge will defend that decision. They then have a scheme in place that means you probably won't rate a mention in the Prophet tomorrow. All their reporters will be busy chasing down other stories. With today's front page, I'll bet an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot has already been called. All your problems might even be sorted before tonight's party. At least give it until the end of the holidays before returning to your flock. I don't know about hot shit Sirius, but I think you're full of it. Voldemort will shave his legs and take up belly dancing before they'll allow a dark creature to teach at Hogwarts. Sirius now had his arm around his friend's shoulders, leading him away from the room and the still-packed bag. Moony, my old chum, did I ever show you my favorite photo? It was taken exactly a year ago today, and Henrika somehow acquired a framed copy for me. If a 12-year-old boy can chase Dumbledore out of Britain, getting you a teaching job in Hogwarts should be child's play. Then again, that boy has an awesome kick-arse godfather and a wicked sword. No one would be surprised that Sirius' prediction proved to be correct. An emergency Wisengamot meeting was tabled for noon. The glints of anticipation on certain faces were hard to miss. Here was the pure-blood rallying point they had been searching for. Here was a cause that would allow them to draw a line in the sand and say no further. They had no idea a tidal wave was just about to hit their beach and sweep more than their puny line away. Wisengamot member Duncan, I was under the imperious Avery, was first to his feet after Amos opened the proceedings, making his intentions clear right from the off. Can I ask if the minister was aware that this creature would be entering Hogwarts, and what does he intend to do about this disgusting situation now it has been exposed? Cornelius had expected nothing less, and had his answer well prepared. The ministry was asked if Remus John Lupin could be allowed to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. After ensuring proper and robust methods would be in place to remove any hint of danger from the students, the ministry gave its consent. His qualifications and references were all excellent. He's easily the most qualified applicant we've had for the job in many years, and the children will be lucky to have him teaching there. The minister sat after giving his answer and began counting into himself. Amelia had bet both him and Amos that there would be at least 10 seconds of silence after that answer. Cornelius hadn't expected to make it back into his seat before the bedlam began. He now owed Amelia 5 galleons, as the expected bedlam took almost 20 seconds to arrive. It then took a good few minutes for Amos to get the chamber back into some kind of order. Duncan was then allowed to respond to the minister's answer. It was an angry Avery who responded, not quite believing what he'd just heard. The only way to keep the children safe is to remove this creature from Hogwarts, or remove its head. Amelia calmly stood to rebuff this attack, though inside she was seething. It was time to use some of that anger to verbally kick this Death-Eater bastard's teeth right down his throat. In this chamber we administer the law of the land. I'll have no more talk of beheading a member of our community. This is a similar situation to those who were cursed with the Imperius to do a Dark Lord's bidding. Remus Lupin didn't choose to suffer from lycanthropy either. In fact, he was a mere boy when infected. Duncan felt the ice-cold hand of fear grip his gonads. Those claims of Imperius had never been questioned inside this chamber. A fair bit of gold had changed hands to ensure that catastrophe never happened. The problem here was that none of the gold had gone into the hands of Bones, Diggory, or Fudge. The mood inside the chamber had now changed dramatically. They weren't used to witnessing members being slapped down so brutally, and Amelia Bones appeared to be ready to get bloody over this matter. Even though he was afflicted with this terrible disease, Remus Lupin attended Hogwarts as a student. In those 7 years, he not only passed his OWLs and NEWTs with distinction, but also gained the respect and trust to be chosen as a Gryffindor prefect. This was before the invention of Wolfsbane Potion 2, yet a young Remus still managed to pose no danger for those 7 years, and more than keep pace with his peers. This was all news to the vast majority of those members in the chamber, and certainly hadn't been mentioned anywhere in the Prophet's article. The minister, quite rightly, demanded that we introduce protocols to ensure the children's safety before he would agree to allow this teaching appointment. Those protocols stood up to the most rigorous examination we could put them to. Professor Lupin will be supplied with Wolfsbane Potion to ensure he retains his mind while transformed. He will also be escorted by an auror from the castle to a secure location outside the Hogwarts wards before the full moon rises. The new wards at Hogwarts are amongst the most powerful in the world. They will not allow a transformed werewolf anywhere near the school. Amelia was knocking their arguments down like Skittles, and she still wasn't finished. As you know, due to poor teaching in this subject, Assistant Ambassador Weasley has been traveling to Hogwarts twice weekly for the last 18 months to teach Harry Crow's defense classes. This was paid for by Harry's father. Professor Lupin has so impressed with his teaching that this will no longer be the case. The Hogwarts defense professor will now teach all 7 years, as he's contracted to do. On the few days his condition leaves him too unwell to teach, an auror will cover those classes. I now open our protocols to this chamber. Please feel free to question them thoroughly. After all, everyone is here today purely to ensure our children's safety while they attend Hogwarts. The shout came before Amelia could even sit down. Why don't you get this Weasley to teach defense? Save all this trouble. With a smile, she was able to tell the absolute truth. Bill Weasley was a highly skilled curse breaker before becoming an assistant ambassador. To put it bluntly, Hogwarts simply couldn't afford him. He probably earns a larger salary than I do. The only reason Hogwarts was able to attract a professor of the quality of Henrika Hobson is because someone else is paying for it. Surely there is someone else who could teach defense? Is Lockhart really that bad? Amelia decided to deal with both questions at the same time. Last year, Dumbledore actually employed a wizard possessed by Voldemort to teach defense, certainly putting the children in far more danger than having Remus Lupin as a professor ever would. Lockhart is so ineffective, Harry Crow was actually persuaded by the first years to teach them defense. When a second-year student is a better teacher than the incumbent professor, something needs to be done. Both Madame Longbottom and myself have witnessed Remus Lupin's teaching methods, and we also have dependents attending Hogwarts. The castle will be safe for them. You have our assurance of that. With the rug effectively pulled from under them, those who wanted to object purely on the basis that Remus was a werewolf were left looking around for support. That Amelia had mentioned the unbelievably delicate matter of those escaping punishment by using the imperious curse defense inside the Wisengamot chamber meant there were now quite a few members who were desperate not to draw attention to themselves, so their objections died too. Cornelius let the arguments against Lupin's appointment peter out before standing again. As that matter now appears settled, and since we are all here anyway, I would like to introduce something for this chamber's consideration. Before that, though, I would like to first set the scene by giving this chamber the chance to view Auror Tonk's memory of what actually happened inside the Chamber of Secrets. There was never going to be an objection to that. Even the fact that they were using a goblin device to view this memory was being conveniently ignored. The memory captured and held everyone's attention, even those who had watched it before. This time the memory ran just a little bit longer as Tonks reported to Amelia, while they looked on as Barchoke cradled a trapped Hermione while Harry's stretcher was placed beside them. The Wisengamot watched in fascination as Aurors couldn't move the beast an inch, the creature's skin being so resistant to magic that their spells simply glanced right off. It was left to the goblins with transfigured metal bars to shift the beast enough to slip the girl free. She had thankfully passed out by this point, sparing her any more pain. Cornelius once more stood and addressed the chamber. I think we can all agree that was one headline the prophet got right. Those 6 really are the heroes of Hogwarts. This resulted in a round of applause. Then Cornelius began to reveal what he was up to. I hope the chamber will agree with me that these heroes deserve to be rewarded. With Professor Hobson becoming engaged to Lord Black today, and the betrothal announcement from the Patils and Longbottoms, it's also clear these heroes are going to play a prominent part in our society in the years to come. With the success of last year's summer celebration ball, I'm also proposing that we again adopt that method to distribute those awards. So far, the minister hadn't said anything too controversial. That was about to change. The affection that the goblins clearly showed Miss Granger was rather difficult to understand. She is, after all, a first-generation witch. That difficulty remained unexplained until we were supplied with more information. Information I am now at liberty to share with this chamber. It has been correctly reported that goblins don't use betrothal contracts and never arrange marriages between families. Instead, they insist on a much more ancient form of magical joining. In a ceremony held in Gringotts, Centurion Crow and Miss Granger blood bonded and will marry when of an appropriate age to do so. The Goblin Nation already considers her a Centurion's mate and the daughter of Ambassador Barchoke. The stunned silence that greeted that announcement saw Cornelius simply push on with what he wanted to say. Taking all those factors into consideration, and having again watched all six work as a team to overcome such overwhelming adversity, I would like to propose the following awards. Or Nymphadora Tonks, Order of Merlin, First Class. Professor Henrika Hobson, Order of Merlin, First Class. Neville Longbottom, Order of Merlin, First Class. Padma Patil, Order of Merlin, First Class. Hermione Granger, Order of Merlin, First Class. Since Harry is already a holder of this prestigious award and also a lifetime Hogwarts champion, I'm hoping the Chamber will ratify the title of Harry Crow, Baron of Kingussie, on him and the small parcel of land that comes with this barony. This would allow both he and Baroness Hermione to live in close proximity to the castle after they graduate from Hogwarts. There was a moment's pause before the guarded question was asked. Minister, isn't the boy already in line to become a lord? What's a barony in comparison to that? Here was where some of them would pass yesterday's Christmas dinner into their underwear. At the moment, Harry holds the rank of Centurion and an Order of Merlin, First Class. Both of these make him an adult in either society, but don't come with any titles. As it began to sink in just what their minister was proposing here, another tentative question was asked. Isn't it against the law for goblins to own land and live anywhere but inside Gringotts? This would be the moment that defined his ministry, or saw him kicked out on his ear. Yes, that is currently true. It is also true that we in this chamber collectively have the power to change that law. The cries of "never" were some of the more printable comments that came from around the chamber. Lunacy was another well-used term. Cornelius let them rant for a few moments before holding up his hands for silence. He was surprised at himself with how calm he felt. When analyzing his feelings further, Cornelius was even more surprised to find he was enjoying himself. He'd never felt more alive. One shouted comment drew gasps inside the chamber and forced an instant reply from Cornelius. If the boy has already chosen to live his life as a goblin, then I say, let him rot under Gringotts. The only thing young Harry has chosen is the witch who'll be at his side. Even in goblin society, their actions are regarded as somewhat preemptive. It's extremely rare for goblins to undertake this right under the age of 17. Harry has been raised as a goblin, so it seems natural to me that, when he meets the right girl for him, this is the method he would use to show that their level of blood bonding certainly confirmed they are indeed right for each other. Knowing this young couple as I do, and with all of us having just witnessed a demonstration of just how devoted they are to each other, I have no hesitation in passing on my personal and ministerial congratulations to both of them on their bonding. The minister had once more left them with really nowhere to go with their arguments. The issue about the boy who lived now being bonded was effectively closed. The chamber's focus now switched to this proposed change in the law. Again, Cornelius had something up his sleeve. Like everyone in this room, I was taught history by a ghostly professor whose lessons were born from the worst type of bigotry. Even death didn't stop his revenge on the nation he loathed with a passion that ran all the way to assisting a young Voldemort in the hope the emerging Dark Lord would then exterminate an entire society. What we need here is some truth, facts, and figures that we can base our judgment around. For that, I asked Ambassador Weasley and his eldest son to bring us facts that could be corroborated into this chamber. By your leave, I will invite them in to present those facts now. When there was no objections, Cornelius signaled to the clerk to fetch the Weasleys, before offering his final remark to the chamber. As you well know, a change in law of this magnitude needs to sit with this chamber for 40 days. There will be no vote on the matter until January has ended. What I'm anxious to avoid here is another panic similar to the one a certain story in today's Prophet instigated. Let everyone hear the facts of the matter, take their time to form the questions that need to be asked, then, and only then, will we have the appropriate debate and vote. That is the way our law is supposed to operate. While I am minister, that is the way our laws will operate. Arthur and Bill strode into the chamber, having his son stand so confidently beside him, while facing the most powerful legislative body in Britain, was a very proud moment for the head of the Weasley family. A nod from Cornelius was their signal to begin. Looking through all the records in the ministry and with assistance from Gringotts, we were able to confirm that the last sortie between wizards and goblins was indeed 1612. Arthur found himself rudely interrupted by a loud and angry shout from the chamber. By my reckoning, that means our current arrangements have kept the peace for almost 380 years. Why the hell would we want to change a law that works so well? Bill could see this was a deliberate attempt to bully his father and disrupt their presentation. Bill knew his father was a wizard who was too polite to deal with this situation the way it needed to be dealt with. His son, though, was used to negotiating with goblins. It was time to begin earning that large salary they paid him. Excuse me, but since I was invited by the Minister of Magic to this chamber, I assumed I wasn't here for decoration. I'm afraid I have to take issue with that statement you just made. If you class the reigns of terror instigated by Grindelwald and Tom Riddle, I refuse to call that criminal Voldemort as peace, then the definition of the word has changed since you left Hogwarts. I'm quite aware of the definition of peace. I was alluding to the situation with the goblins. I beg your pardon, sir. Goblins never allude, rather say exactly what they mean. I find it quite refreshing. So, what you were alluding to was that wizards were too busy fighting each other to bother with the goblins. This raised a few chuckles as it became instantly apparent that young Weasley could tie knot in knots, verbally, magically, and physically. Don't put words in my mouth, boy. Just whose side are you on here? Bill's entire demeanor just got a lot more serious. The rest of the chamber ceased to exist as he focused on Knot. Oh, I wasn't aware there were sides to join. I thought the vote was at least 40 days away yet. We were asked here today to present some facts, and sir, the only person allowed to call me boy is standing beside me. Please remember that in future. Bill didn't actually say, or he would have to remind him, but everyone clearly got the message. In those few minutes, Bill Weasley had established himself as a player in the game, a player with powerful backing. Arthur waited until Knot had acknowledged his error before continuing. We compared Goblin and Ministry records of the casualties caused by this brief conflict and found them fairly comparable, single digits the only difference between both sets of figures. We then compared this to the British witches and wizards killed during the conflict with Grindelwald. Over 7 times the number of them lost their lives when compared to 1612. When we ran the numbers for Riddle and his Death Eaters, the figure was almost 30 times more. That's preposterous and irrelevant. This time there was no give in Arthur. He stood proud and answered straight back. While all we have is mostly the numbers of casualties for 1612, the Death Eater victims are well documented. We have names, dates, places, and in some cases, even the names of those who committed the atrocities. We were asked for facts, and that is what we are presenting here. It was Antonin Dolohov who murdered both my brothers-in-law. The 4 Death Eaters who accompanied him on that attack were never identified. It wasn't goblins who killed them. Wizards tortured Gideon and Fabian Pruitt to death. This led to Amelia standing and making a statement of her own. It wasn't goblins who almost wiped out the Bones family either, rather cowards who hid behind masks. It was goblins who ensured my last living relative couldn't be controlled by any potion a wizard chose to slip her. The goblins have also erected protective wards around our home to ensure those same cowardly mask-wearing bastards will not burn us out while we sleep in our beds. Augusta then slowly rose to her feet. Her emotions rang clear in her voice. It wasn't goblins who tortured my son and his wife until they almost lost their minds. It is certainly goblins who are slowly returning them to their family. The goblins can never replace the lost years, nor do we hold any false hope Frank and Alice will ever make a full recovery. For everything the goblins do give us, though, we will be eternally grateful. Our home is also protected by the same wards that keep our children safe at Hogwarts, and I could easily make a case for both the Ministry of Magic and St. Mungo's receiving that same level of protection. Any evil bastard who would deliberately fire a killing curse at a baby boy after first killing both his parents wouldn't think twice about attacking a hospital filled with the sick and injured. Augusta was hoping someone would mention denying access to those forced to take the dark mark while under the imperious curse. None of them, though, dared rise to the bait. Her simple answer would have been, "Prove it." Instead, she fired a parting shot before sitting back down. "If I discovered the Longbottoms would have goblins for neighbors, I would be delighted. In our hour of need, I know their reaction would be like the one we just witnessed earlier in that brave Orus memory. They would come running, ready, willing, and more than able to render assistance, not cowering under their beds in the hope the boogeyman would pick on someone else and leave them alone." It was almost as if a gauntlet had been thrown down. Anyone who'd lost family in either war stood and recited their relations' names like a roll of honor. The sheer number of names making the point far more effectively than mere numbers ever could. When you could put names or even faces to the figures murdered, it suddenly became a devastating presentation of the harm done to their society. That none of the named had died at the hands of goblins, and no one in the chamber could recall an ancestor who had, more than proved the point that the minister wanted made today. The goblins hadn't been their enemies for almost 400 years. Wasn't it about time they stopped treating them as such? Bill had one last card to play, or, to be precise, a memory. The Goblin Nation keeps an archive of memories, and have done so for centuries. This one is from May 1610. The memory showed a bustling little town, with wizards and goblins going about their daily business. It was only spotting the occasional group of students in Hogwarts robes that gave a clue to where this location actually was. Yes, witches and wizards of the Wisingamot. This is Hogsmeade. As you can see, at that time it was considered the Scottish equivalent of Diagon Alley. The village would prosper from the Hogwarts students visiting during the school year, and yet those same students would then do their school shopping in London over the holidays. Everyone was prospering until some wizards got jealous and greedy. They thought the goblins had the better land in Hogsmeade and arrogantly ordered them to move. When they didn't, Bloody Bins and his band of pre-Death Eaters started burning goblins alive in their home. Thus began the conflict of 1612 and the demise of Hogsmeade. No one felt like disputing Bill's explanation of historic events. It wasn't really important at the moment. They certainly couldn't dispute the Hogsmeade of today was a pale shadow of the memory they were watching here. The Goblin Nation would like to reopen a Gringotts branch in Hogsmeade, but are currently barred under ministry law from doing so. Let's not forget the outstanding young man who's at the very center of this whole debate. Is this chamber really going to confine Harry to dwell below Gringotts if he chooses to live his life as a centurion? As someone who knows him very well, I can put my hand on my heart and honestly say that would be a great loss to our society, a great and unnecessary loss. Amos asked if there were any more questions, and once more serious, was proven something of a prophet. They had practically forgotten the name Remus Lupin by the end of the session, or the fact that a werewolf would be teaching at Hogwarts in a little over a week's time. The prophet would surely lead tomorrow with the story that the boy who lived had chosen his bride. For the members of the Wisingamot, though, it would be considering changing the laws on goblins that would demand the most attention, and once again this would become a decision that would mostly be determined by their political leanings. For those of the light faction, the decision wasn't too difficult. Their savior and champion had chosen his bride. That she was not from an established magical family was a little disappointing. That this witch then choose the old ways to bond, though, was certainly a point in her favor. Neither her courage nor the couple's commitment to each other could be questioned, though, at least not by anyone who watched a memory of what happened inside the Chamber of Secrets. The possibility of the goblins being allowed to settle outside of Gringotts was not as scary a thought as Harry leaving their society forever. That would be a disaster in their eyes. That he clearly had other options available meant they would offer whatever enticements were needed to keep him amongst them. They would be voting yes to the Baron of Kingussie, and not one member thought to object to a Muggle-born being awarded their society's highest honor. Those of a dark persuasion were becoming terrified of the influence the Goblin Nation was having on their society and their inability to be able to put a halt to it. Unlike the light, they had no leader to rally behind, with even the most bigoted amongst them having to admit the boy who defeated that basilisk cut a powerful figure to oppose directly. For those who also carried the dark mark, things just seemed to be lurching from bad to worse. These new goblin wards were nothing short of a nightmare they seemed destined to be forced to face. Already their mark barred them from entering Hogwarts, and apparently now the homes of some prominent purebloods. Placing those wards around the Ministry of Magic or St. Mungo's would be an unmitigated disaster, denying them access to their power, prestige, and even healing. Their problem was, on what grounds could they object to wards that protected people from what was now regarded as a criminal organization? All had spotted the verbal trap that bitch Longbottom had set, and none had risen to the poisonous bait. Their problems were increased, though, by Bones publicly mentioning their condition in the chamber, drawing everyone's attention to something they would like to see buried deep and never talked about again. Out of principle, they would oppose the Baron of Kingussie, though they were far more worried about these wards than having goblins for neighbors. If the ministry chose to erect these wards, they wouldn't be able to attend the celebration ball anyway. Depending when those wards were erected, they might not even get a chance to vote on this matter. Not one thought was spared to the fact a mudblood would become an Order of Merlin, first class, holder, or that a werewolf would now be teaching at Hogwarts. The neutrals would, as usual, control which way the vote was decided. Their views were similar to those of the Light faction regarding Miss Granger eventually becoming the bride of the boy who lived. While they would usually be in favor of anything that increased commerce in their community, the memory of what Hogsmeade used to be was a powerful enticement. They also realized that there would then be increased competition for that commerce from the goblins. As neutrals, they also understood that purchasing the wonderful new wards the goblins were making available would see their supposed neutrality end in the eyes of those no longer able to access their property. Whether that was a price worth paying to protect their families would be a decision for individuals. In short, they neither wanted the return of the Dark Lord nor any more goblin influence on their society. Many would seek private meetings with those involved at the vanguard of this proposal, quietly promising Amelia and Cornelia's support in exchange for their assurance there would be no more changes in these laws for at least a number of years. Since that was already the plans of those at the ministry involved with the goblins, their assurances would be given. Gilderoy had sat near the back of a packed public gallery, the hood of his robe raised so he wouldn't be recognized, unless he wanted to be. Today had not gone as he had planned, not even close. Who cared about this Lupin person's qualifications or teaching abilities? The man was a werewolf. End of story. Instead of winning his job back, he was forced to sit here while his character was further abused and eroded. Claiming a 12-year-old boy was a better teacher than him was simply ridiculous. Watching that memory again, surrounded by members of the public who were seeing it for the first time, left Gilderoy with the distinct impression he was now the only one who considered that notion ridiculous. Their opinion was crystal clear. They would rather see Harry Crow named king than force him to leave them forever. The journalists who were sitting furiously taking notes were well aware of this opinion, and Gilderoy expected to see that reflected in their stories tomorrow. It was always easier to influence public opinion when you were telling people something they actually agreed with. Gilderoy left the chamber a disappointed wizard. He hadn't gotten his job back. He also hadn't gotten any fan mail since leaving the Hogwarts wards behind. Gilderoy's only consolation was that things simply couldn't get any worse. He had no idea just how wrong he could be. Hermione had been nervous about tonight, and that was before learning the Minister of Magic had announced that she and Harry were blood-bonded to the Wisingamot. Tomorrow the entire country would know. She was dressed like a princess in another new goblin creation that Harry gave her as part of her Christmas, and she was also wearing jewelry fit for any queen, the ring on her finger being her clear favorite. Hermione was in no way nervous that she might outshine the lady whose party this was. We were talking about Henrika Hobson here after all. No, what was making Hermione nervous was that the goblin tailors had taken into account her developing body when they designed this dress for her. It almost made her feel grown up, and for some reason she was nervous as to how Harry would react to that. The dress might make her appear slightly older, but inside Hermione felt like a nervous little girl, and didn't know why. These bouts of self-doubt were becoming rarer, but they still held the power to make Hermione question everything that had happened in the last couple of years. It was almost as if things were going too well, and she was expecting everything to end when the clock struck midnight. She would be back in Crawley. Hogwarts and Harry were nothing more than wonderful dreams, and Hermione Granger was once more the friendless bookworm. "Hermione, are you ready? Oh my, our little girl is growing up. You look so beautiful." "Thanks, Mom, and thanks for everything." I'm sitting here staring into the mirror, almost having to pinch myself to see if this is real, yet you and Dad have had to cope with so much more, and I just really needed to say thank you for all you've done for me. "Hermione, stop. You're going to have my makeup running soon, and we can't really greet our gentlemen looking like a couple of pandas." "Betsy applied my makeup, Mum, it won't run." "Well, as wonderful as Dobby is, that's not one of his talents. If you're ready, your father and Harry are downstairs." Harry and Dan were standing waiting on the Granger ladies at the bottom of the staircase. Their reactions to seeing Hermione were totally different. Harry had a beaming smile on his face. He approached Hermione and kissed the back of her hand in greeting. Dan, meanwhile, was experiencing that pivotal moment in every father's life when it suddenly hits home that their daughter is growing up. This beautiful and confident young lady in front of him surely couldn't be the child that he used to read bedtime stories to. Where did the time go? Emma could see her husband struggling with his emotions at the moment, so spoke with Harry to give Dan a chance to regain his equilibrium. "You seem very pleased with yourself, Harry. Aren't you even slightly apprehensive about tonight? It's not just family who'll know your secret now." He shook his head, though the broad smile never wavered. "Back in May I spoke to Sirius about asking Hermione to be my girlfriend. I said then that she is beautiful, smart, and just wonderful to spend time with. And tonight, everyone can see I was right. Asking her to be mine before anyone else could swoop in and steal her away is easily the best decision I ever made. The entire country, now knowing of our bonding, is not something to worry about. How they treat us now might affect our decisions on where our future lies, but it won't change the fact that we're together." All Hermione's nerves had fled. Now she was back on Harry's arm. He was once more dressed in Harry Darcy mode, and Hermione thought asking him to share a carriage with her that 1st of September was easily the best decision she ever made too. Dan was now the one left shaking his head. "In all this extra training and lessons you do, Harry, were any of them on how to chat up girls? I don't think I was ever as smooth as that. Hell, I'm not that smooth now." "Sorry to disappoint, Dan, but no. I've only ever been interested in one girl, and now she's mine. If that isn't a reason to smile, then I don't know what is." Dan offered Emma his arm before following the couple in front of them, who were practically floating toward the ballroom. "Boy's a bloody natural at that too. There must be something he can't do?" Emma knew Dan was cracking jokes to get himself together. Seeing Hermione in that dress had been a shock for her too. She, though, already had her few moments to get over the shock. Emma tried to help her husband out. "Hermione says Harry's a terrible singer. She thinks it's a goblin thing." Seeing Dan smile at that let her know he was going to be fine. It also earned him a kiss on the cheek, a kiss that promised more later. They were the last house guests to arrive in the ballroom, something Padma was quick to point out. "Got here at last, did you? Were you lost, or just unable to part with a Christmas present Sirius got you?" Nothing was going to shift Hermione's smile tonight, especially not her friend's teasing. "Now, Padma, don't get jealous. Just because I now have a book that gives me access to everything stored in the Black Library." It was an open-mouthed Hannah who just had to butt in. There was something a lot more important she wanted to know. "Never mind talking about some old books, Hermione. How the hell do I get a figure like that?" Sparing Hermione's blushes from Hannah's question, Padma answered for her friend. "It's easy. You just get up in the middle of the night, run for miles, and then cross swords with Harry here for an hour or so. Do that every day for well over a year, and hey presto. Told you it was easy." They were all closer now, and had gotten well used to what passed for Padma's sense of humor. Hannah, though, appeared to be considering if the torture Padma just described wasn't a sacrifice worth paying to have a figure like Hermione's. Susan looked as if she was on the verge of volunteering for this figure-defining training too. Hermione, though, just stuck her tongue out at her best friend, which, as she expected, also earned a quip back from Padma. "Oh, way to ruin the effect, Granger. Standing there like a fairy princess, and then she wastes it by being childish. Such a pity. If a fairy princess had you for a best friend, you would probably be a toad by now." Hermione's playful answering barb just cracked Luna up, a playmate for Trevor, which started everyone else laughing. They had to cut their now normal joking around short though as the guests started arriving. Hannah couldn't wait to introduce her friends to her parents, while everyone else was simply looking forward to a great night. Sirius and Henrika had both been adamant that tonight was their night. They didn't want to spend it surrounded by guests they didn't know, just so it could be said the right people had been present. They had also been reticent about asking the people in power at the ministry who were perceived to be on their side in the struggle to change magical attitudes inside Britain. With the meeting being held today, Amelia had advised that this would no longer be the case. The officials in question would have already stood and declared their position on these matters inside the Wisengamot. That was why Cornelius, Amos, and Arthur had to all flee home to inform their respective wives that they had been invited to Lord Black's engagement party tonight. The Diggories were actually the first to arrive, with Cedric having Katie Bell on his arm. Having been present when the twins had asked Angelina and Alicia, Cedric, being the gentleman that he was, had asked the third Gryffindor chaser to be his date, much to Katie's delight. A still shocked Remus had quickly approached Amos to thank him for his support in the chamber today, thanks that the chief wizard refused to accept. Had those objections against you been about your inability to teach our children, my answer would have been different. If the Wisengamot expect me just to blindly follow the old bigotries, then they elected the wrong person, Chief Wizard. Cedric has told me how bad a teacher Lockhart is, and how lucky he feels to be receiving extra lessons. Education shouldn't be about luck, and that's where you come in. Bringing the defense classes at Hogwarts to a level they should be is all the thanks any of us expect. With that, Remus finally began to comprehend that the British magical community was not only capable of changing, it appeared now ready to accept some. Dan and Emma had been watching for the arrival of the Creevies. Colin had quickly shot over to where the rest of the Hogwarts contingent were gathered, leaving his parents adrift in a situation they knew little about. Being taken under the Grangers' wings saw grateful thanks being offered by both. Colin's father saying that milkmen didn't usually get invited to parties held by lords and ladies drew laughter from Sirius and Henrika, with Lucas and Moa also promising to help the overwhelmed couple with anything they didn't understand. The Muggle couple offering thanks to Barchoke for Harry looking after Colin while he was at Hogwarts meant that the Creevies would fit right into their company. The Weasleys' arrival saw the Hogwarts contingent grow even more, and also gave Harry an idea how to switch Remus' mind onto something else. A quick word with Fred and George, with the name Moony being mentioned, soon had them practically stalking the Marauder. Their other friends were all very accepting of Harry and Hermione's bonding. It was surprisingly easy, since the couple weren't acting any different than they normally would. Ginny had been more concerned that Professor Lupin's arrival would see the end of Crow's Marauders. All involved with teaching the club quickly confirmed they wished to continue with it, making Ginny, Luna, and Colin very happy. That club really was their favorite time at Hogwarts, and all three were wearing their Marauders badges tonight. Even Roger turning up with Cho Chang as his date didn't dent the group's good mood. Cho had pretty much kept to herself after apologizing to Harry and Hermione. They certainly weren't expecting any trouble from her tonight. All the Hogwarts students had naturally sat together, seeing them occupy one side of the ballroom. When the Greengrass family arrived, Daphne didn't hesitate to lead her younger sister over to join the large group. Draco and Pansy arrived with Blaze. After thanking their hosts for being invited and handing over the gift, Draco and Pansy followed Blaze over to join the crowd. The news of what had transpired at today's Wisengamot meeting was spreading like wildfire. Pansy had heard it from her father, so of course passed it on to Draco. What Pansy hadn't mentioned was the idea this had sparked in her mind. Her goal tonight was to get Granger alone for a few moments and hope the girl could answer some of the questions the Slytherin had. If that meant she had to play suck-up all night, Pansy was more than prepared to do exactly that. Cornelius was fashionably late in arriving, not through choice or playing games to get noticed, simply because his wife took so long to get ready. Why she had to try on 5 separate outfits, only to finally decide on the one she's put on first, was a mystery way beyond the minister's understanding. He'd learned years ago just to say his wife looked beautiful in everything. He was after all a politician. The Minister of Magic was presented with what he thought was a perfect example of how the political landscape of their country was changing the minute they walked into the ballroom. Barchoke was dancing with a simply stunning Miss Granger around the black ballroom, and their actions didn't even raise one eyebrow amongst the guests who were present. It wasn't so long ago. Even entering this house would have meant that neither the goblin nor the muggle-born, which would have left it alive. A witch who would certainly have considered the murder of both the filthy goblin and the mudblood, simply for daring to entering the home of a pureblood, as acceptable behavior, was sitting alone sipping fire whiskey. Dolores couldn't see any prospects that this latest vote against their way of life wouldn't gain a pass through the Wisengamot. There were just too many powerful figures lining up to support it. Add to that a werewolf would be teaching inside Hogwarts, and their entire society seemed to be going to the dogs. There were now multiple creatures holding teaching positions at the country's premier school of magic, with a Vila, a goblin, and now a werewolf passing themselves off as professors. This would surely eventually foster the belief amongst tomorrow's adults that this was perfectly acceptable and even normal behavior, and something that Dolores Umbridge was desperate to put a stop to. What she needed was a way to directly compare Hogwarts against other magical schools, public humiliation appearing to be her best option for forcing people to face the truth and see the proper standards of blood purity being restored once more. Dolores knew there were enough archaic rules and outright stupid ideas just lying around in the archives of the Department of Magical Games and Sports to cover practically any eventuality. The trick would be in finding just the right one. Good old Ludo Bagman was strutting around the ministry like a pompous prick because the Quidditch World Cup was returning to Britain, due to all of her hard work in undermining the opposing bids for the tournament. The mere thought of pulling off a second coup would see her departmental head providing Dolores with all the help she would need in her search for a way to show Hogwarts for what it really was, an affront and a disgrace to their ancient way of life. Chapter 53. Please, not the house elf. Young Astoria Greengrass' eyes were wider than Luna's at what was happening all around her tonight. Normally, on occasions like this, she and Daphne would sit demurely beside their parents and only speak when directly spoken to. Tonight they were sitting amongst people around their own ages, chatting about things that interested them and having a great time. On hearing that she would be starting Hogwarts in September, Ginny, Luna, and Colin promised to look out for her. With all the older students saying the same too, she would have friends in every house before she even set foot in the castle. This certainly wasn't what she'd expected. Astoria now couldn't wait for September to arrive. Pansy was beginning to think the only way she was going to get Granger alone was to dance with her, the muggle-born which was never off the ballroom floor. Finally, she and the Ravenclaw Patil were heading for a bathroom break. This looked about as good an opportunity as she was going to get. She left Draco's side and hurried after the pair. Blaise had noticed her departure, but a shrug from Draco in answer to his inquiry was of no help. Parvati, though, had also seen Pansy leave and was looking for answers from her date. Have you any idea why Parkinson shot out of here after my sister and Hermione? No, sorry, but I don't think it's anything you need to worry about. Both of them are being nominated for Orders of Merlin. I think they'll cope if Pansy is stupid enough to try anything. Bearing in mind we're also in Lord Black's home, both girls' parents are sitting over there, and then there's Harry and Neville to consider. You would have to be a moron to try anything against those girls anyway, but to do so tonight would be insane. Listening to Blaise reassured Parvati, but not as much as seeing that Harry had also noticed Pansy leaving. Even whilst dancing with Luna, he still missed nothing that went on in the ballroom. Both girls had soon noticed Pansy following them. It was too deliberate to be anything other than that. On entering the large ladies' room off the ballroom, Hermione and Padma let their lessons take over. Padma approached a mirror and pretended to touch up her light makeup while Hermione moved to the other side of the room, ensuring there was no way Pansy would be able to use her wand on both of them at the same time. The young Slytherin witch entered the restroom and immediately sussed the situation she was in here. Knowing these two had no reason to trust her, Pansy made sure both her empty hands were in full view of Padma and Hermione. I was hoping to have a private word with you, Hermione. It's a rather delicate matter. You can trust Padma with anything you want to say to me. She won't say a word, and if it's what I think you're going to ask, Padma might have more knowledge about it than me. Deciding just to go for it, Pansy blurted out what she was desperate to know. I wanted to ask you what's involved in a blood bonding? I was hoping it could be a way of stopping my father withdrawing my betrothal to Draco. Hermione could clearly see the desperation that had led Pansy to resort to asking them for help. She also hated to disappoint her. I'm sorry, Pansy. I don't think it would help your situation. Even if you blood bonded with Draco, your father could still betroth you to someone else. The bond only really becomes legal when you finalize it. A puzzled Pansy asked what she thought was a simple question. Why wouldn't we finalize the bonding? It was Padma who supplied the answer. The bonding will finalize the first time you have sex after performing the ceremony. Oh, I couldn't possibly do that. I'm not nearly ready for that step yet. Pansy found herself being offered a hanky by Hermione. She hadn't even realized she'd been crying. Don't worry, Pansy. None of us are. It's something Harry and I won't be doing for a good few years yet. We're just lucky our parents want us to be together. The blood bonding ceremony shows a couple how compatible they are, but, until finalized, has no legal standing under the current ministry laws. It actually has more legal status in the Goblin Nation where we're already considered mates. If Harry and I were to take that final step, we would be considered husband and wife in 2 of the 3 societies we inhabit. My mom and dad still expect to see me married in church though, and we hope to finalize our bonding after that ceremony. This will see us legally married in all 3. Having pinned all her hopes on this solution, Pansy was now quite distraught to find it wouldn't be of any help. Not caring that these girls weren't exactly her friends, she just had to talk to someone about this. It was only being invited here that stopped my father breaking the betrothal over Christmas. He's still looking at a couple of candidates to offer me to, though. Draco and I have been betrothed since we were 2. We've grown up knowing that someday we would marry. How can he just take that away from us? Here was a side of betrothals Hermione hadn't considered. Being betrothed since infancy had seen these 2 grow up together, already knowing what awaited them in the future. No wonder Pansy was distraught. Draco was not only her betrothed, but her best friend too. Hermione remembered how she felt the night her dad had pulled her out of Harry's arms. That was enough to have her offering to help Pansy. If coming here tonight helped keep you both betrothed, we need to put out heads together and see what else can be done to keep your father from considering breaking that agreement. We will probably need to tell a few more people exactly what's going on though. If it keeps me and Draco together, I don't care if it makes the front page of the Prophet. I have to ask though, why are you helping me? Hermione actually smiled at the Slytherin as she gave Pansy an answer the witch wasn't expecting. Although the 3 of us are from totally different backgrounds and will certainly have differing views on life, there is one thing we all have in common. Each of us has already found the person they want to spend the rest of their lives with. Anyone trying to separate Harry and me, or Padma and Neville, will have a fight on their hands. How could we not help you? Pansy didn't get to say any more as Parvati burst into the restroom, closely followed by Henrika. The signs that Pansy had been crying were unmissable, as were any signs of an altercation between them. Whatever was going on, they certainly weren't fighting. Everything okay in here? We're fine, Pav. Just having a chat with Pansy. Thanks for checking on us, though. Nice to know you've got our backs. No problem, sis. Though I better get back and tell the boys everything's fine, before they come rushing in here too. As Parvati headed back to the ballroom, Henrika stayed to help sort out whatever problem they were having here. It was a relieved Draco who finally saw Pansy re-enter the ballroom. She then practically dragged him onto the dance floor, obviously to talk. How far are you prepared to go to keep our betrothal? Pansy, you know I can't give in to your father's demands. He would soon have a whole new set for me if I did. I'm not talking about giving in to my father. You know I agree with you on that. If we were invited to Lord Black's wedding and then spent some of the summer in Crow's company, do you honestly think my father would risk throwing that away? Who else is he going to find for me with connections like that? What did you have to promise to get that? I won't swap one manipulator for another. I want us to live our lives the way we choose. And so do I, Draco, so do I. What we need to do here is give a clear message that we're willing to change. You've already said we need to. We've been promised to each other practically all our lives. I'm not about to stand still and let my father go back on his word now. The idea I had wouldn't work, but I was then offered another chance. We both know getting close to Crow would stop my father in his tracks. Does this mean I have to suck up to Crow? Look at Blaze, or even Longbottom, they don't act like that. Crow is not interested in anyone sucking up to him. If we want to see the Malfoy name rise to prominence once more, this is really the only way. You said it yourself. If Crow defeats the Dark Lord, Magical Britain will probably all but name him king. If that were to happen, you and I would never be a prince or a princess, but we could be part of that royal court. That's the way a Slytherin would operate. We get to stay together, gain some influential friends, and may also have some fun along the way. She could see Draco was considering this option, get her father off their backs without having to make any concessions. Well, none that hurt anyway. If we were to do this, what do they want from us? They want a public show that we're willing to change. The name Malfoy still carries some weight in certain circles. A message to those same circles is what's needed here. You asking Granger to dance will send that message loud and clear. Crow will then ask me. If that doesn't keep father off our backs for the next few months, nothing will. So, all I need to do is dance with Granger? Pansy nodded in answer, but Draco could clearly see now would be an extremely bad time to tease her. He gave her a tighter squeeze as they twirled and earned a nervous smile. Will you do this for us? Draco had effectively lost everything, yet Pansy had stuck to his side like glue. She was even plotting against her father to ensure she stayed glued to his side in the coming years. If dancing with Granger keeps you by my side, then I'll do it. I would dance with her Muggle mother, if it meant we stayed together. Her mother is a beautiful woman, Draco, so that wouldn't exactly be a hardship. Don't go ruling it out, though. I don't know just how far we need to take this. Tonks was standing watching Hermione dancing with her cousin when Henrico approached. Would you please pinch me, Professor? I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Or, you of all people should know what this group can achieve when they put their minds to it. You're not joking there. I now have a bank balance I still have trouble accepting, and today was recommended for an Order of Merlin, first class. I can't speak for the rest of the country, but the V certainly changed my life out of all recognition. My mother dancing with my father in the Black Ballroom is also a pretty special occasion for our family, too. I'd like to thank you for that. We're going to be family ourselves. Call me Henrika. Thanks, Henrika. Though I still want to be called Tonks, some parents should never be allowed to name their children. What can you tell me of Remus Lupin? Why, Tonks, you interested? Yes, interested in finding out just what I've let myself in for. I'm going to be the Auror who escorts him off the Hogwarts grounds for his transformation, and then takes his classes for a day or so. I'm familiar with the way the castle runs, and, after that announcement this morning, Madam Bones is sure an Order of Merlin-nominated Auror making certain the werewolf is out the castle will put an end to any parental concerns. You won't have anything to worry about, Tonks. Remus is a really nice guy. Sirius will also be there. He plans on staying with Remus to help him with his transformation. Henrika watched the Auror's eyes widen at that before supplying the information she was missing. Sirius is a dog animagus, so will transform too, and be perfectly safe. This had Tonks staring at the beautiful Vila before asking a question. Our family really is nuts. From Aurors to psycho witches that will never see the outside of Azkaban, and now you tell me the head of our family is a dog. You sure you know what you're doing by marrying into it? Henrika only needed to glance at the dance floor where her husband-to-be was currently waltzing with her mother. Hell yes, Tonks. Cornelius was actually enjoying himself for a change. There was no ministerial business being done here tonight. He was being treated as just another guest, a refreshing change. This allowed him to spend his now free time observing the voters of tomorrow, and acknowledging that Amelia had been correct on 2 of her main points. Just watching these young wizards and witches together confirmed they had to be treated equally, and that losing Harry to the goblins or muggles would be an unmitigated disaster. Watching as Lucius' son was not only civil to a muggle-born witch, but danced with her too was certainly something Cornelius really needed to see for himself. Harry was clearly doing his damnedest to ensure his generation was susceptible to the changes he wanted to see happen. It was now the minister's job to try and mold their society into one that would accept these changes too. Cornelius knew he would have a fight on his hands. The dark faction weren't going to surrender any power lightly, but he found himself relishing the challenge. This was why he got into politics in the first place before he started playing the system, or did the system play him? While Amos was watching the same group, his focus was on another dark-haired boy. Cedric appeared to fit comfortably into this cosmopolitan mixture of witches and wizards. It would probably be hard not to. Here was a group where everyone was listened to, and no opinion was dismissed as being wrong, just different. Cedric had told him this before, but witnessing it firsthand was certainly an eye-opener. In any command situation, Harry would clearly take leadership of the group. Like they'd witnessed with the chamber incident, he still listened to and valued the opinions of those around him. His power of command, though, was so strong. An Auror and a Hogwarts professor had followed those commands too. Amos was delighted his son was part of this group, but even more so after seeing the way Cedric interacted amongst them. The party was hailed as a great success by all the guests. As a certain young couple were getting ready to leave, their host for the evening returned Pansy's tactics from earlier and wanted a private word. "Mr. Malfoy, I understand what my godson is doing here, and think he is wrong." Harry then retorts that I'm getting old and cynical. You just got elected as our test case to prove which of us is correct. Pansy was trembling as she held onto Draco's arm. She, like her betrothed, had no idea what Lord Black was up to. Neither had long to wait for their fears to be answered. On New Year's Eve, a lot of the people present here tonight will be celebrating on a Muggle boat sailing along the Thames in central London. There will be dinner and dancing, and I'm inviting you and the date of your choice to join us. Dress is Muggle, but there will be clothes here waiting for both of you. Your wands will also be left here, safely waiting on your return. It's a private party, but the crew and the band will of course be Muggles. Send me an owl when you reach your decision on attending. Draco managed to mumble a thank you for the invitation before they both entered the flow. Sirius then felt a pair of arms encircle him from behind as Henrika kissed his cheek. "That was a very nice thing you did there." "I'm sorry, love, but it wasn't." "What do you mean? What else could it be?" her future husband attempted to explain. "Just because I don't believe in most of their pure-blood doctrine, that doesn't mean I don't know how to use it to our advantage." Knowing this was a foreign concept to his beautiful fiancée, Sirius then told Henrika exactly what she'd just witnessed here. Young Draco has rather a hard choice to make, one I deliberately foisted upon him. If he's going to be in our company and around our family, we need to know where he stands. If he attends our New Year party, Draco will know he'll struggle to be accepted back into the circles his father used to frequent after that. It will also tell us just how far Parkinson is prepared to go to see his daughter in the same company Pansy was in tonight. All very informative. If they make some excuse, this will also tell us they're only paying lip service to the changes our group of kids are spearheading. And what do you hope he does? Oh, I hope Draco turns up. This earned him another kiss from Henrika, though again she had misread Sirius' motives. Just the knowledge that his son attended a Muggle party would probably see old Lucius top himself. I certainly won't shed any tears if that happens. Breakfast next morning also saw the prophet delivered, with the expected front-page story. Using a picture of Harry and Hermione from the Ministry Summer Ball was again rather predictable. The headline, though, was a bit of a surprise. Bonded in blood and heroism. The journalist had obviously researched bonds, and again put their own spin onto the information. Claiming that this was an ancient magical ceremony that predates betrothals was correct. Claiming the bond was stronger than any betrothal wasn't strictly true, though no one at Grimmauld was going to argue that point. This article was overwhelmingly positive and supporting both of their bonding and the proposed ministerial awards. Padma and Hermione were just glad they had explained the situation fully to Pansy last night. Otherwise, she might have thought the blood bonding ceremony would protect them from her father's manipulations. Remus was delighted the now rather positive article on him being cleared to take up his teaching post at Hogwarts was relegated to the inside pages. Orders of Merlin and new barons were far more important to the British magical community, or rather who the minister was proposing to give those honors to. Dan was rather confused about Harry being awarded a barony. Though only the reigning monarch could award titles. This had Sirius chuckling. Do you think the Queen awarded Tom Riddle a lordship? The title, Lord, originally meant those with power over others. Since Voldemort literally held the power of life and death over his followers, one could easily make a case for the Nutter considering himself a lord. The Blacks are an ancient family, with the head of the family being lord over the rest, and again nothing to do with the Muggle peerage system. Sirius is right in what he says, though this title is different again. Making me a baron still has nothing to do with the monarchy, the title comes with the land. Harry had a rather cheeky grin on his face as he made his next suggestion. Hermione, perhaps we could buy them something like that for Christmas next year? I can just see your dad as a Highland laird, and it isn't even that expensive. We could buy a couple each with the money we got from the basilisk. So, you're saying this is about the land, not the title? None of them could miss the gleam of excitement that was visible in Harry's eyes as he spoke. It was always about the land, Dan, never the title. Granting this land to a goblin means the ministry will have to change the law. The last change was nothing more than a small step. This would be a giant leap. I could have goblins building homes and living on my land legally. This will easily be the biggest thing to hit the goblin nation in over 4 centuries. Goblins became masters of wards not only to protect Gringotts and the vaults, but in the hope that one day we could return to live on the surface. No goblin home will ever be attacked by wizards again, not without squads of warriors arriving while those same wizards are still trying to bring down the wards. Emma then shifted the focus to Amelia and Augusta with her question. Just what are the chances of this getting approval by the Wisengamot? I'm actually optimistic about our chances now, certainly more so than before the meeting. Amelia agreed with Augusta's opinion, before adding her own thoughts on the matter. I've had a number of members approach me privately. They are more concerned about the speed and frequency these changes are being introduced, rather than having any outstanding reason for opposing this change purely on its merits. Reassurance that we won't be revisiting this for at least a few years will have them on board for the vote. I personally think we really need to let everyone get used to these changes before even considering any more. Barchoke then offered the nation's view of this. If passed, we certainly intend to open a Gringotts branch in Hogsmeade, but would hold off with any further integration for a while. We would be approaching the new Baron of Kinyusi for permission to build a small settlement on his land, using that as a stepping stone before we have goblins and wizards once more living alongside each other. It was Hermione who then brought some levity back to the table, proving hanging around with Padma was certainly having an effect on her. Well, I personally know this Baron and don't see there being a problem with that. I also think we should spend some of the summer in Kinyusi, probably just before we return to Hogwarts would be best. Are we any closer to working out our actual plans for the summer? This saw all eyes shift to the couple whose wedding would determine so much of those summer plans. One look between them was all they needed to decide Henrika would pass on the news. We haven't set a date yet, Sirius, and I don't want to jinx the vote by prejudging the result. Everyone at this table is hoping for a yes vote, meaning we'll have another ministerial awards ball to attend. Since the vote won't be held until the 5th of February, how about we all get together the following weekend and work out our schedule then? Parvati was first to point out something that might have been overlooked. That weekend also contains Valentine's Day. Oh, I'm sure we could come up with something for that. Sirius smiled, telling everyone they had certainly known that fact before proposing that date. Neville, though, had another reason for instantly agreeing to this proposal. If we're out of Hogwarts, I'll get to visit my mom and dad. There was unanimous agreement after that. The entire company had visited Frank and Alice over the holidays, though a few still only through the viewing wall. While the goblin healers had been delighted that the new scans gave detailed information on exactly how their treatment was progressing, the Muggle physicians had been astonished. Only by claiming this was a radical new treatment, attempted on patients that really had nothing to lose, were the Muggle doctors satisfied for now. Whatever this treatment was, the Muggle healers now held clear evidence that neural pathways to the brain had actually began to repair themselves at a rate thought to be impossible. While Alice continued to slowly improve, Frank was displaying symptoms similar to patients who'd suffered from a stroke. One side of his body was certainly weaker, and his speech was currently slurred. Both Augusta and Neville still thought this was a wonderful improvement. It was only in comparison to Alice that a little disappointment would surface. The goblin healers now had the new scans to help focus their treatment, and a healer from St. Mungo's would also be on their case in the new year. His parents' treatment had certainly passed every one of Neville's original expectations. As their condition improved, though, Neville's expectations were growing right alongside those improvements. He was currently hoping his parents may be able to join them on holiday at Harry's private island. That would be a real dream come true for Neville. The healers knew of his dreams and hadn't yet ruled them out for the summer, though were fairly certain it wouldn't be a problem the following year. Just knowing it would happen someday was good enough for Neville. With that agreed to, Sirius then revealed what he had arranged for today, another day of holiday madness for the extended family. It was a smiling Lucas who thought the old axiom about losing your daughter didn't really apply here. It would appear the Hobsons weren't just gaining a son but a whole tribe. Both he and Moa were extremely happy with that arrangement, and had already been invited back to London in February for the wedding discussions. Edmund Parkinson was also smiling as he watched his daughter and her betrothed greet their new friends before they boarded the Hogwarts Express. He had taken a chance by allowing Pansy to accompany Draco to that Muggle event Lord Black had hosted. The important word for Edmund, though, was accompanied. Draco would be the one permanently tainted by this. Pansy was just on the arm of her betrothed. At least that's what Edmund would claim if he was forced to negotiate another contract for his daughter. What had clinched it for Edmund was that this is the company he wanted his grandchildren to grow up in, amongst the Potters, Longbottoms, Blacks, and Bones. He'd thought betrothing Pansy to Draco had guaranteed her inclusion into the upper echelons of British magical society, only for that to all blow up in his face. Draco, though, had surprised him with how maturely the boy had handled the situation, certainly more maturely than Lucius had. He could see the hand of the Crow boy all over this approach. Having the Malfoy scion on his side lent credibility to what he was trying to achieve at Hogwarts and also at the Ministry. That was another reason Edmund decided to come to Platform 9 3/4 today. He wanted not only to see what was going on, but to ensure he himself was publicly seen. He had heard whisperings that some direct action would be taken to ensure this new Goblin initiative died a horrible death. Edmund thought action of that type could work both ways, either getting the desired result or collectively lighting a fire under the Ministry's arse that might see them tackle the Death Eater problem once and for all. With public opinion so swayed toward the light at the moment, Edmund feared it would be the second option that came to pass. If it did, then his daughter's new friendships should be enough to shield her from any fallout. Whether Pansy's friends would consider saving her family from any downturn in fortune would be a much harder question. They certainly made sure Lucius got what was coming to him. Barchoke was quite pleased with how today's meeting with Arthur had gone. They had scaled these meetings up from monthly to weekly events for the foreseeable future. The Ministry and the nation were both working hard to ensure the minister's proposal made it through the Wisengamot on the 5th. Weekly meetings allowed them to try and anticipate any problems and take actions to smooth those problems away. The meeting venues alternated between Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic, with Arthur playing host to him and his assistant today. The trio were currently making their way through the Ministry's atrium when the hairs on the goblin's neck stood up. This was a response to danger that had saved his life in the past and instantly forced Barchoke to take a closer look at their surroundings. It was the middle-aged witch who was rather mechanically walking toward them that really set Barchoke's alarm bells ringing. The goblins believe that a person's eyes are the window to their soul. Those of this which were telling Barchoke that the lights may be on but no one was home. All this took a split second, a second that saw the witch begin to raise her wand. He yelled, "Attack!" before pushing Arthur away, just as a killing curse passed through the space the head of the Weasley family had just occupied. Barchoke's warning and actions had both taken the witch out the fight with a cutting curse to her wand arm, only for curses to start raining down on them from another 2 locations. The atrium descended into chaos, with Bill and Arthur trying to make their attackers keep their heads down while Barchoke got as many people behind the fountain of magical brethren as possible. He was helping a witch with a young child, using his shield to protect them the best he could when a sudden impact sent him to the floor. The attack was soon over, lasting no more than 90 seconds, but the screaming went on considerably past that. The entire atrium was now flooded with aurors, and the situation was once more under control, with 4 attackers currently in custody and healers fleeing from St. Mungo's to treat any casualties. Amelia found Barchoke face down on the ground, with Bill and Arthur Weasley standing protectively over him while calling for a healer. She had known Barchoke had foregone his accompanying guards in favor of showing a more friendlier face of the nation, and Amelia was mentally kicking herself for not replacing those guards with oars. "Barchoke, can you hear me?" "I'm wounded, Amelia. Not deaf. Of course I can hear you." "What hit me?" "I can't really see it from this position, and neither Weasley will let me move." "You have a piece of golden statue sticking out your shoulder. That's why they won't let you move." "Amelia, please tell me it's not a golden piece of house elf. I'll never live it down if a bloody house elf managed to put me on the ground." Cornelius raced to the atrium, with visions of mayhem and murder happening under his watch adding speed to his legs. Finding a wounded Barchoke, both Weasleys and Amelia laughing was certainly not what he expected. As far as Cornelius was concerned, this was no laughing matter. Ron Weasley wasn't laughing, though he was probably the only person on the Express who wasn't. His holidays had been utterly miserable. Constant lectures from both his parents had certainly marred his enjoyment of the Christmas period, and then the prophet told everyone what his father and Bill had been up to. 3 more Hogwarts students and a professor up for Orders of Merlin, and Crow going to be made a baron. The world was going crazy, and he appeared to be the only one in his family who could see it. His sister's main concern had been over what effect the new defense professor would have on Hogwarts. Ginny was relieved and delighted her Marauders Club would still be running. The twins were over the moon about having one of their heroes as a professor, while Percy was too busy mooning over Penelope to care about anything else. It was as if every member of his family had turned against him, and Ron knew just who to blame for his troubles: Crow. Hogwarts champion, Goblin Centurion, Order of Merlin, First Class, Holder, and the Git would now be a baron of some Scottish glen. How was any ordinary person supposed to compare themselves to that? As if that wasn't bad enough, he not only makes his friends rich, but gets them nominated for awards too. Ron had sat in his compartment, watching the continual stream of students pass his door to go and talk to Crow. Not one of them even gave him a second glance. He shouldn't be surprised, really. His own family would probably do the same. His father and Bill both worked with Crow's goblin father. As far as Ginny was concerned, Harry Crow could do no wrong. The twins took extra lessons with Crow and thought this made him a great guy, surely proving beyond doubt they were both nuts. Penelope was very close to her Ravenclaw charges, which probably meant Percy would think the sun shone out their arses. After spending the entire trip from London going over and over the same points again and again, Ron was in one stinker of a mood as the express pulled into a freezing Hogsmeade. Finding himself behind Crow's crowd in the queue for a carriage up to the castle certainly didn't improve that bad mood any. Then Madam Bones and Lord Black appeared. Being close enough to hear what they had to say just pushed Ron over the edge. "There was an attack today at the Ministry. Your father, Arthur, and Bill Weasley were the targets." Hearing that his father and brother had been attacked, again because of Crow, saw a red mist descend on Ron. While everyone else froze to listen to what Lord Black had to say, Ron reacted. "You bastard my family!" He lunged at Crow, only to find himself flying through the air. It was a very brief flight before impacting heavily with the hard, frozen ground. Having the wind knocked out of him left Ron unable to speak. The deadly knife, now steadily held mere inches from his face, meant he had nothing to say anyway. The anger pouring off the person who was holding that knife probably meant Ron wouldn't have been able to speak even if he could draw breath. He'd never been so terrified in his life. When Crow then spoke, Ron could see he meant every word that was said. "You have previously attacked Hermione, and this is the second time you've had a go at me. This stops here and now. No more excuses or apologies, no more making allowances because you're a Weasley, a family I happen to like. You pull shit like this again against me or mine, it's going to cost you a body part. Is that clear enough for you to understand? I need to hear you say yes, because I think you're too stupid to take this warning seriously, and I want witnesses that you clearly understood what any further stupidity is going to cost you." If Ron was in any doubt, Crow's eyes told him this was one bastard who would clearly do exactly as he said. Since he was attached to all his body parts and wanted to remain so for the rest of his life, he managed to croak a yes, which saw the knife disappear. Ron's troubles were far from over, though. An angry Percy dragged him to his feet before Madame Bones had a word with him. "Your father is fine," purely because Barchoke called out a warning and then pushed Arthur out of the path of a killing curse. Hermione now had her arm around Harry, giving and receiving comfort from the contact. "Amelia, how are our father and Bill?" "Both are okay. Your father was hit with a piece of shrapnel as the curses blasted through the ministry atrium. He's currently being treated in St. Mungo's, but in no real danger. Bill has cuts and bruises, though his jacket probably saved him being in the bed next to Barchoke." Percy thought of his own dragon hide jacket that he wore under his robes, a Christmas present from Bill. He also knew his eldest brother and father would both hit the roof when he wrote to them about Ron's latest escapade. He could see homeschooling in Ron's future. Sirius was making sure their family got the full picture. "Barchoke was lying in bed and trying to crack jokes when I left him to come here. Amelia says it's a miracle no one was killed in the atrium. The ministry have all the attackers and are considering what action to take next." This was clearly an attempt to scupper the vote next month. The Goblin ambassador being murdered in the Ministry of Magic could have started another war between us. "I didn't want you lot finding out about this in tomorrow's Prophet, and I also wanted to give you both the chance to visit Barchoke yourselves." Too rapid yes meant Sirius didn't need to say any more. A quick goodbye to their friends had Harry and Hermione ready to leave. They were waiting on Amelia, though. The head of the DMLE spotted the second year she had come here to speak with. After approaching him, Amelia made sure to cast a privacy spell. The entire country would know this information by tomorrow, but she only wanted one person to hear it at the moment. "Mr. Knott, your father instigated and took part in that attack today. He used the Imperious Curse on 3 people and fired curses during the attack too. You are in no way implicated in this attack. I just didn't want you discovering these facts from tomorrow's Prophet, and to offer you the opportunity to return home if you wished." Theo's head was spinning at this news. How could his father do something as stupid as that? If Madame Bones was already so sure of her facts, then his father was heading for Azkaban, leaving him the de facto head of the Knott family. The offer to return home was an incredibly tempting one, but one Theo knew he couldn't accept. Him heading home now would leave a suspicion of guilt attached to his name, something he couldn't allow. He also had a housemate's example of how to handle the exact same situation. He answered as his pure-blood status demanded. "Thank you for your time and showing me this courtesy, Madame Bones. I believe I would like to stay, though, if possible. I would like a word with Centurion Crow." As they approached, Theo understood what was required of him here. Draco was doing a superb job of ensuring the Malfoy name wasn't trampled in the mire and forgotten about. He would now need to do the same for the Knotts. He had 2 younger sisters who would now be depending on him. Theo swore not to let them down. With a bow to Harry, Theo said what he needed to. "Centurion Crow, I have just been informed my father has been implicated in the attack on your father. I wanted to say this was the first I had heard about it, and that I in no way support my father's actions." Serious lessons allowed Harry to answer Theo exactly as he needed to, and tradition demanded. "Mr. Knott, I think I have made my position on matters like this very clear. Only the guilty should be punished. If it proves necessary, I will publicly reiterate my position." With honor satisfied, Theo headed for the castle, while Amelia had a port key that would take them to St. Mungo's. Spotting the goblin guards outside his father's room certainly reassured Harry, but not nearly as much as seeing him sitting up in bed and talking with his guests. He so wanted to rush forward and hug the person who had raised him, but that would embarrass both of them. He was a centurion after all. "Well met, father." Harry never got to say any more. Hermione suffered from no such embarrassments or rank. She shot off his arm and, while mindful of the goblin's injuries, enveloped their father in one of her hugs. She made no attempt to hide her tears either. "Well met, father. We were so worried about you." "Don't fret, my daughter, I'm fine. I'm only confined to this bed until these healers can make sure I'm not stealing any of their precious golden fountain. They want to ensure they got every last piece out of this old goblin." Master Sharpshard's laughter was joined by Harry's as an exasperated young witch asked a serious question. "Father, I understand the nation's language and am slowly learning your culture. Do you think I'll ever master a goblin's sense of humor?" That the three goblins in the room thought her question was hilarious told Hermione the answer to her question was probably not. The Minister of Magic stood in the background, his conversation with the ambassador immediately put to one side when the goblin's family had arrived. Seeing this young Muggle-born's reaction to Barchoke only hardened Cornelius' resolve that the aftermath of today's attack needed to be met with swift and decisive action on the Ministry's part. The minister shuddered to think how bad things could have gone today, and certainly recognized they were extremely fortunate to emerge from this situation with no fatalities and so few serious injuries. What was also spurring Cornelius on was the obvious affection this young witch had for the goblin. He thought it was a fair bet to say that the two biggest influences on Harry's life were currently sitting on that bed, and neither of them had roots that were embedded in the magical community. The Ministry would respond to this by treating the incident as exactly what it was, an assassination attempt by a member of the Wisengamot on the ambassador of a nation friendly to their government. He thought they had been walking a tightrope before today's events. Now they would be embroiled in a battle he'd hoped to avoid, a battle that needed to be won. Had today's attempt been successful, his ministry would have been involved in battles of a far bloodier kind against goblin steel. The very thought of a golden centurion crow at the front of those goblins, out to avenge the murder of his father, was enough to give the minister nightmares. While the Wisengamot chamber could get brutal, there hadn't been a member killed inside its walls for generations. Cornelius would still speak to Amelia about increasing security for the emergency session they were going to have to call. He had a feeling they just might need it. Chapter 54. Treason is such an ugly word. Hermione felt a sense of real contentment and slowly began to realize why. She was waking up snuggled into Harry. They had left the hospital last night, and Sirius had brought them to Crawley. Dobby was soon whipping up something for them to eat as they told their story to her mum and dad before both she and Harry headed off to bed. Her last memories were of checking to see if Harry was okay with what had happened, and she supposed they had then fallen asleep together. Morning. Looks like someone didn't make it back to their own bed? She gave Harry a peck on the cheek in greeting. Hermione was happy to be here though nervous about the circumstances that led to it. I hope it was Mum who put this blanket on us, and not one of the elves. I would hate Mum or Dad to think we were sneaking about. Betsy arrived with a pop. Not to worry, mistress. The missies covered both of you after finding you sleeping. Betsy and Dobby weren't sure what to do. We didn't want to wake Mistress because she looked so peaceful. That's fine, Betsy. You did exactly the right thing. 2 glasses of orange juice appeared on Harry's nightstand as Dobby got in on the act. They sat up in bed, drinking juice and discussing the upcoming day. I don't think we can return to Hogwarts today. You heard the minister last night. Nott is going on trial today at an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot. I need to make an appearance as Centurion Crow and be at Father's side. I want to be there too. Perhaps Sirius will take me? Harry thought that was a good idea and agreed they should ask him before voicing his concerns about another matter. If they went after my father, I'm worried they might think your parents are a softer target. We know they can't get anywhere near this house, not without the nation rushing squads of warriors to Crawley. It's when Dan and Emma are outside of here I'm worried about. A knock at the bedroom door saw Emma enter. She was smiling as she sat on the bed beside them. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard our names mentioned just before I knocked. Is there anything we need to know? Nothing specific. I'm just worried about you both when you leave the safety of this house. I don't know if we could ward where you work. Perhaps emergency port keys would be a better option. It's certainly something I'll be talking with Father about. It may be nothing, but far better to be careful and put some precautions in place. You and Barchoke haven't steered us wrong yet, Dan, and I will certainly take your advice on this matter. I hate to ask this, but I think it's something we need to talk about, since it would have such an effect on all of us. What would have happened if the attack yesterday had been successful? Harry understood why Emma was asking this question. It didn't make answering it any easier. Hermione burrowing into his side gave him the support needed to deal with this. Politically, it would have depended on the Ministry's response. If they had then gone after the Death Eaters and really sorted the problem, they might have been able to avert a war. Otherwise, Centurion Crow would be right at the front of the fight. At that point, the Grangers would be better getting out of the country. You would be right in the middle of a war that wasn't yours. Never, Harry. Harry gently placed his finger on her lips, stopping his mate before she could get a head of steam up. Hermione, don't you remember? We had this discussion. Goblin females can't be warriors. As a witch, you're underage, and as for muggles, it's not their fight. I would need all three of you well out of it. She removed Harry's finger, determined to have her say. The discussion I choose to remember is the one where I said you couldn't ask that of me. Anything but that, Harry. Having asked the question more to discover what would happen to Harry if he lost his father, his answer had taken her aback. Emma could see the raw emotion expressed between them. She also thought it was better if this was openly discussed amongst all of them. Would you really fight against witches and wizards, Harry? A wizard murdered my mum and dad. If another wizard then assassinated my father, I would certainly have cause to. I am a centurion, though, and Hermione was present the day I swore a blood oath to defend the nation. If the nation goes to war, I'll do the same as every one of its centurions and warriors. I will fight. Hermione had, of course, known how Harry would react if the nation went to war. She gave her mother another piece of information to help save her worrying too much. Both Amelia and the minister knew what Harry would do, too. You could see it last night at the hospital. That's why this will be dealt with very quickly. The ministry is desperate to show Harry and the nation they can take care of this problem. Dan then sauntered into Harry's room. Politics before breakfast? I thought you two would have been fencing by now. It was a sheepish Hermione who answered her father. We overslept. Well, let's get changed to meet the day and then have breakfast together. Sirius will be here soon, and it will be interesting to see what the prophet makes of yesterday. We got so used to reading your newspaper that Dobby now gets us a copy. It actually helps that we have met a lot of the people that are mentioned daily in its pages. Taking that as her cue to go to her own room, Hermione scooted out of there to exchange her pajamas for something more suitable to go down to breakfast with. She needn't have worried, though. Her father was much more concerned with asking Harry a question about the ramifications of yesterday than saying anything about her falling asleep in her mate's arms. Do you really think there would have been a war between wizards and goblins? We've been prepared for one since I entered Hogwarts, Dan. I've been breaking ministerial laws right, left, and center, and have only been getting away with it because the ministry doesn't want to acknowledge that I'm a goblin. That they're now actually changing some of those laws is what prompted yesterday's attack, a backlash from bigoted purebloods desperate to put a stop to these reforms. This was something neither parent could remember hearing from Harry before, leading Dan to ask the obvious question. Why would you deliberately break ministerial laws? We knew Voldemort wasn't really dead, and his Death Eaters were all poised in important positions awaiting his return. The Ministry didn't have this information because Dumbledore kept it a secret, and we couldn't tell them because goblins are barred from interfering in wizarding affairs. Had Voldemort returned and then risen to power, the nation would certainly have gone to war when he then turned his attention onto Gringotts. This was the lesser of two evils for us, and had been working far better than we could have dared hope, up until yesterday. The mere thought of her boy having to go to war had tears forming in Emma's eyes. But why you, Harry? Why does it always have to be you who's in danger? A surprisingly strong arm slipped around Emma's shoulders. Because I'm the only one who can, Mum. The ministry wouldn't give a shit about what happened to any other goblin. Lifting her hand, she tenderly brushed his long black hair away from his face. I've only just gotten a son. I can't lose him. I won't lose him. Tell me this is going to be sorted without a war. As Hermione said, the ministry are desperate to appease us. Nott is certainly going down, as will anyone who helped him, but it's what they do about the Death Eater problem that will really determine how this turns out. Nott was a member of the Wizengamot at the very heart of their government. The minister really has to take action to ensure that can't happen again. Whether that same Wizengamot will allow him to could determine all our futures. That's why Hermione and I decided to give Hogwarts a miss today. We really need to be there. Will it be safe? I think the only blood spilled on the floor will be political. Amelia will have her Oris there to make sure of that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be letting Hermione anywhere near the place. Harry had lowered his voice as he said that last part, but obviously not enough. I heard that, Crow. We'll discuss it over breakfast. What's keeping you lot? A now-dressed Hermione re-entered the room to find her tearful mother holding onto Harry and her dad, looking worried. "Seriously, I leave you alone for a few minutes, and my mum makes a move on my boyfriend. Mrs. Granger, kindly unhand my mate." Hermione's smile let them all know this was her attempt at humor. Unable to resist, Dan reached out and ruffled his daughter's hair before cracking a joke. "Seriously, I think that Padma Patil is a bad influence on you." "Oh, it's not Padma. That was me trying out my goblin sense of humor." For some reason, this just cracked Harry up with laughter. "It wasn't that funny." "Okay, Harry, enough." This was just making him laugh all the harder, though. "You're finally getting it, Hermione. You're more goblin than you think." With that, Dan and Emma headed off to get themselves ready for their day, leaving their daughter impatiently tapping her foot as Harry still rolled about the bed with laughter. Both thought that, after the last 24 hours, laughter was exactly what Harry needed. Harry and Hermione missing at breakfast inside Hogwarts was certainly noticed. Most had now heard his father had been attacked in the ministry, though it wasn't until the prophet arrived that all the details became known. Ron was so upset, he really couldn't face his breakfast. There was his father's picture on the front page, the signs of battle all around him as Arthur Weasley publicly thanked Ambassador Barchoke for saving his life. Homeschooling was looming for Ron. After attacking the son of the goblin who was the only reason his father was still alive, that wasn't what was really leaving him uninterested in food, though. He had charged Crow in a rage and swung his best punch, connecting with nothing but air. Ron still didn't know how he ended up flying through that same air, as it all happened so fast. Crow, though, was in total control of every move he made, and that left Ron Weasley with no appetite. Not only had he believed Crow when he said that next time it would cost him a body part, Ron now knew with utter certainty that he would be helpless to stop Crow carrying out his threat. The lesson that Crow was not to be messed with had finally sunk into his thick skull. He just hoped it wasn't too late, and he could still remain at Hogwarts. Theonot was currently questioning his decision to stay at Hogwarts. The entire school now knew what his father had attempted. He felt as if the walls were closing in on him. Help actually came from an unexpected source. Pansy put a comforting hand on his arm before offering some words of hope. "It will get better, Theo. Trust me, I know. Providing you had nothing to do with this, Harry won't hold a grudge, and we both know the rest of Hogwarts will follow his lead. He's even helping Draco and me, and that after Lucius almost got all of them killed with that bloody diary." Millicent thought this would be a good time to confirm some strange rumors she'd heard, and perhaps divert a little of their house's attention away from Theo. "Is it true, then, that they even have the two of you acting like a pair of muggles?" The smile and enthusiasm that Pansy answered with was a shock to everyone who was now listening, which included most of Slytherin House. "We spent New Year's Eve at a private party organized by Lord Black. Yes, it was on a muggle boat, and all the staff were muggles too. We spent that evening being served delicious food and dancing to a wonderful band while cruising up and down central London. At midnight, there were fireworks along the embankment, and it was easily the best party I've ever been to. The waiters served us these fruit cocktails that were non-alcoholic and simply divine. They even had little paper umbrellas sticking out them. I actually saved a couple as souvenirs when Hermione told me they would just be binned. Her mum was taking pictures, and we'll see them when they return." Pansy trailed off at that, not wanting to remind Theo why the couple weren't currently in the castle. These remarks coming from the pure-blood princess Pansy Parkinson silenced the Slytherin table, then Daphne got in on the act too. "My young sister and I had a wonderful time at Lord Black's engagement party. Are you saying New Year's was better than that?" "Oh, Daphne, London is so much bigger than just the bits we normally see. Beautiful too. It was such an intimate and romantic evening, and starting the New Year dancing with Draco made it one of the best experiences of my life." That Pansy spoke so glowingly of something that was, in effect, Muggles certainly alerted a few Slytherins to the not-so-subtle changes that were beginning to affect all of them. Padma and Luna were busy reading the part where the reporter had interviewed a witch that Barchoke had been injured saving, or rather saving both the witch and her young daughter. Both girls had no trouble imagining Barchoke putting his life on the line to save a child. It got better as they read, since it turns out it was the little girl's birthday and, after a special treat, She had just been heading back home from having lunch with her Auror father in the ministry restaurant. Both girls knew how goblins felt about a person's birthday, and reading that would certainly perk Barchok up. The now 4-year-old witch could be seen peeking round from where she was hiding behind her mother as the press photographer had taken their picture. It had taken all Barchok's persuasive powers to have him entering the Wisengamot chamber without being accompanied by a squad of warriors. Ragnarok had been incensed over the assassination attempt on the nation's ambassador. He had managed to convince the director that, with his son at his side and their assistant ambassador at his back, he would be safe. Barchok's arm was currently in a sling. Both sets of healers didn't want him using it for a day or so to give his shoulder time to heal. Harry was in his Centurion uniform, with his helmet tucked under his arm as he walked beside his father. Those green eyes scanned the entire chamber as he effortlessly appeared every inch the warrior who was alert for any threats. Bill was behind them with his father waiting inside the chamber. That there were only 3 chairs at the table set aside for them was immaterial. Harry placed his helmet on the table before taking a watchful position behind his now-seated father. None in the chamber could miss the statement that was being made here, just as none could object to it. It would be difficult to justify removing someone's bodyguard when a member of this very chamber had already tried to kill them. That his bodyguard was the boy who lived would make any decision along those lines doubly difficult, if not bloody impossible. Amos opened the proceedings before adding that he was really pleased to see their 3 guests fit and able to attend here today. Taking the line of ignoring Harry's presence set the tone for everyone else. It was then Amelia's turn to move the proceedings forward, not appearing from the floor, shackled to a chair and inside an iron cage, certainly achieved that. Yesterday afternoon, an attempt was made to assassinate the ambassador of a sovereign nation friendly to this government, an act that could have seen our society plunged into war. 3 of the attackers were under the imperious curse, a fact that has since been verified by questioning all 3 while under veritasrum, something they voluntarily agreed to. As our laws justly state, these 3 were not responsible for their actions and will face no criminal charges. This was greeted with nods of agreement and a few calls of hear, hear. Theodore Knott Sr. is an entirely different matter. He too claimed to be under the influence of the imperious, though exhibited none of the symptoms. He also refused to be questioned under veritasrum, claiming this was his right as a member of the Wisengamot. While correct that Wisengamot members can claim their words should be believed, there is one situation that cuts right through that privilege. Harry's hand was resting on the hilt of his sword. His grip tightened as he noticed others slowly making their way into the chamber, only relaxing when realizing that Amelia had wisely decided to flood the chamber with Orns. With his mate, father, and godfather here today, Harry thought that was an outstanding decision. Amelia's next sentence provided Harry and the entire chamber with their first clue as to why she thought this action was necessary. She approached the prisoner and spoke directly to him. Theodore Knott, I am giving you this final opportunity to voluntarily accept veritasrum, otherwise I shall be forced to charge you with treason. This started uproar amongst the chamber, an uproar that soon died down as all the extra Aurors made their presence known. I would remind this chamber that treason is defined as trying to illegally overthrow the government, a charge that could easily apply in this case. I would again like to remind this chamber that there is only one possible sentence if someone is found guilty of treason. The choice is Theodore Knott's to make. Knowing that truth serum would soon expose his guilt, and that the penalty for treason was death, Theodore conceded to the only option now open to him and accepted the serum voluntarily. After asking a few questions to ensure the serum was working effectively, Amelia then got right to the meat of the matter. Did you cast the imperious curse on 3 people to attack Ambassador Barchok? Yes. With that admission of using an unforgivable curse, his fate was already sealed. Amelia, though, pressed for more. Why did you do that? I am a pureblood. I will not have goblin filth living next to me like an equal. Was anyone else involved or aware of your plan?
No.
I approached a few like-minded people about striking back at these creatures. Every single one of them wanted nothing to do with anything I was planning. From a professional point of view, there was something about the attack that troubled Amelia. Here was her chance to satisfy that curiosity. After using the imperious to get 3 people to attack, why did you then get involved yourself? I hadn't intended to, but the goblin blew the attack before it could be sprung. I was observing when I saw the younger Weasley with his back to me. I couldn't resist. The blood traitor moved at the wrong moment, and all I hit was the fountain. Then I was under fire from all sides and woke in a cell. So, you intended just to watch as all 3 were murdered? Yes. It was then Amelia slipped in the question that was the main reason behind filling the chamber with her oars. Were you yourself under the influence of the imperious curse when you took the dark mark? Before any objections could be raised, the entire chamber heard Nott's one-word answer that would redefine the map of British magical society.
No.
Those oars were now needed as Amelia faced an angry backlash, with shouts and threats coming from the Wisengamot members. Why was that question asked? It has no bearing on this trial. As order was being restored, the minister himself stepped forward to answer the chamber. In her role as head of the DMLE, Madame Bones is responsible for the safety of everyone in this chamber. From the chief warlock to those in the public gallery, all fall under her remit. She approached me with a method of greatly assisting her department as they carry out their work, not because she needed my permission but simply to warn of the implications this would bring with it. With ministerial backing, she intends to see wards erected around the Ministry of Magic to ensure an incident like yesterday will never happen again, because no marked Death Eater will be able to pass through the wards. Fearing that this was a massive lurch to the light, one of the moderates posed a question. Wouldn't that just mean the people involved yesterday would have been placed under the imperious curse outside the wards? Amelia had an answer prepared for this eventually. It's no secret I already have these wards installed around my home. With Master Orr Moody and some Orr volunteers we tested that very theory last night. In every single case, passing through those wards affected the person under the curse. Some were then able to throw it off while all were affected enough for their behavior to be noticeably different from what could be considered normal. As this was sinking in, Amelia had something else she wanted to say. I would like to take this opportunity to personally and publicly thank Ambassador Barchoke for his swift and courageous actions yesterday. Assassination attempts aside, one of my Aurors almost losing their wife and child in the ministry atrium is not something I could ever tolerate. Swift action has to be taken to ensure people can walk about their ministry in safety. I'm simply doing the job I'm paid to do. Personalizing the attack halted most of the objections as members considered those occasions when their own families had visited the ministry. This tactic was never going to work with the hardcore amongst the Dark members. They had simply too much to lose. What of those who had the Dark mark forced upon them? Should they be punished because of the actions of one individual? This was a question Cornelius knew would certainly be asked. His answer would decide if he was still minister by the end of today. Amelia's departmental remit already made her responsible for the wards protecting the Ministry of Magic. The only way to stop this war replacement was to remove her from that position, something the minister had just made clear he had no intention of doing. The chamber would then have to remove him first to get to Amelia, again something Cornelius was hoping to avoid. It is possible to allow specific people through the wards, though history provides us with a warning of what can happen when security is breached with the case of the Trojan horse. Troy's walls protected the city until they allowed their enemies access. Since neither myself nor Madame Bones held our current positions when the Death Eater cases were being dealt with, a certain level of reassurance would need to be reached before we employed this method. Namely, answering the last question Nott was asked, while under the effects of Veritasrum. There it was, out in the open, but Cornelius had more to say. We are aware that specific methods can be deployed to render Veritasrum ineffective, especially knowing the question to be asked and having time to prepare. Therefore, this questioning would have to be carried out today. It appeared as if the numbers of Aurors present had doubled, which was probably the only thing keeping people in their seats. The minister held his hands up for silence and hoped he could placate the chamber with his next statement. I realize we are practically forcing members to accept this, but since we inherited this problem, I can't see any other solution. What would be the point of wasting your time barring all the windows and doors if you then basically invited an enemy, such as Nott, into your home? I also realize that, historically, Wisengamot members have been exempt from being forced to answer questions under Truth Serum. I have no intention of breaking that history. Any member who feels the indignity of answering this question under Truth Serum is just too much may leave this chamber with no stain on their character, safe in the knowledge that their family seat will be here waiting on their heir. Cornelius and Amelia both knew that forcing this issue could start a war, the very thing they were desperately trying to avoid. By leaving those marked with a way out, they hoped this could be accepted without the battle that would surely come with backing them into a corner. They weren't looking to create any martyrs to the pure-blood cause here, just isolate them so they could no longer play any major roles in their society. The minister's no stain on their character would be the official version. People would make their own minds up over those who would rather leave than answer that particular question under Veritasrum. Harry had a long discussion with his father over what might happen today. This was more than they expected to get. A slight nod was all the indication Harry needed to speak. The minister had just handed them a golden opportunity to get their point across. "Minister, could I be allowed to say a few words?" He took the silence that followed as permission and put their ideas forward. The ministry are to be commended for taking such a fair stance on what is an impossible situation. I would like to bring to this chamber's attention a matter that fits nicely into what is being discussed here. Last night, Madam Bones traveled to Hogwarts to ensure Theo didn't discover what his father had been involved in by reading about it in this morning's Prophet. Theo's first reaction was to apologize to me, saying he had no idea what his father had been planning, something we heard confirmed earlier. I know Mr. Knott has yet to be sentenced, but could we consider his innocent family when that time comes? Theo would appear to be nothing like his father and could be a great asset one day in this chamber. It would be a shame to deprive all of us of that because of his father. When Harry asked to speak, Cornelius wasn't sure what to expect. The minister was as surprised as everyone present by the lad's request, only to be blown away by his follow-on. I also understand young Pauline is down to attend Hogwarts in September. With 2 of the 3 members of the selection committee currently in this chamber, I would like to put her name forward as a candidate for a Potter scholarship. Hermione was sitting in the public gallery, so proud of her Harry. As Harry had said to Mum this morning, he really was the only one who could do this. These may be mostly Bartok's words, but they were far more effective being spoken by his son. She had to nudge their godfather, though. Sirius had gotten so caught up in the proceedings that he forgot he had a part to play. I would certainly support that nomination. Too many of our children are tarred with the same brush as their parents. That statement coming from Lord Black carried a lot of weight. All knew his parents had been as dark as their family name implied. Amelia, too, was caught off guard from this approach. She had to answer, though. I agree in principle with that suggestion, although we will have to look at all the candidates. One glance at Harry, and she knew Pauline would be receiving a Potter scholarship, even if he had to pay for an extra one himself. That's very magnanimous of you, Harry. I don't think so, Minister. What we were hoping to see here today was justice being done, and we're confident it will be. Vengeance on innocence is not something we seek or support. Harry had once more surprised the chamber. They were expecting the goblin stance to be that everyone possible be punished for this attack on their ambassador. It is common knowledge I receive extra lessons in defense, but my favorite subject since before starting Hogwarts has always been history. Our current professor is always quoting that if we don't learn from our history, we're doomed to repeat it. In 1612, Dreyfus Binns slaughtered innocent goblins and was tried, then sentenced for his crimes. His son Donald was almost as bad as his father, resulting in him being barred from Gringotts for life. Cuthbert Binns committed none of the crimes his father and grandfather were infamous for, yet circumstances saw him being punished too. A bitter and twisted Cuthbert Binns ended up doing more harm to the nation than the rest of his family combined. The nation has no wish to create any more enemies, though it always has room for more friends. Everyone in the chamber was glad of Harry's interruption. It gave them that moment needed for tempers to cool and reactions to be considered. The points he had raised also added another dimension to the situation. No one doubted what he had said here had just protected the Knott family and also spread that protection to others. If the Knotts were to be treated as innocents, then no blame would be attached to the sons and daughters of those who had to leave this chamber for the last time today. It also unfortunately gave the truth serum time to wear off. Not Senior. With nothing left to lose, he was determined to have his say. "Stay away from my family, you bastard." Not content with being the son of a mudblood, you stand there claiming to be kin to that creature next to you. Both of you should be put down like the animals that you are. Amelia hit the prisoner with a silencing curse, sparing them from listening to any more of that bigoted bile. Harry felt compelled to answer that accusation, though. "We obviously have different ideas of what an animal is. Personally, I think a person who fires the killing curse at a toddler doesn't even deserve to be classed as an animal. That Tom couldn't even do the job properly makes your so-called Dark Lord an incompetent arsehole too." Amos wanted to stand and applaud that statement. Instead, he concentrated on doing his job. Since Theodore Nott has already confessed to his crimes, we can move directly on to sentencing. As the charge of treason wasn't brought forward, and no one was killed, the accepted punishment for using unforgivable curses and attempted murder would be life in Azkaban. Do we have anyone in this chamber who disagrees with that sentence? Giving plenty of time to allow for any objections, Amos then brought his gavel down as Nott's fate was sealed. The minster's mind had shot forward and focused on something he just felt the time was right for attempting now. As a still silenced Nott disappeared into the floor, Cornelius made the snap decision and just went for it. Before we ask those members carrying the mark for their decision, I would like to put something to this chamber first. On the 5th of February, this chamber is scheduled to make a very important decision. Since I fear some members might choose not to be here when that vote is cast, I would like to offer this chamber the alternative of voting on this today. A decision of this magnitude should not pass or fail in this chamber due to what could be considered a technicality. Even Amelia and Amos were left stunned at this move. While she herself thought that, without any marked Death Eaters in the chamber, the vote was now a certainty to receive a positive response, Cornelius clearly didn't want to hand ammunition to those who opposed it. They changed the wards to guarantee the vote, was an accusation Amelia could already envisage being made against them. Amos had quickly checked through the rulebook to see if this move was legal. Providing the chamber agreed unanimously to hold the vote today, it was. Since they were all here, including the goblin representatives, it was agreed to proceed. One of the members stood and directed a question toward Amos. "Since the proposed Baron is actually here amongst us, could he be asked what his intentions would be if the award were to be made?" Amos glanced toward Harry, who nodded that he was quite prepared to answer, and did. "We in no way wanted to be presumptuous and just assume the award was going to be made, so discussions have only taken place in the loosest possible sense. We have my godfather's wedding, a possible ball, and our summer break from Hogwarts to arrange. Part of those holidays would definitely be spent living in King UC. It would certainly be somewhere Hermione and I would think of as home." That answer went down very well with those inclined to say yes. A question was then posed to Barchoke about opening a Gringotts branch in Hogsmeade. After confirming they were very keen to do so, the Goblin Ambassador then answered the follow-on question about goblins living amongst wizards as honestly as he could. "Our two nations have been separated for centuries. I don't think any of us are quite ready to be living cheek by jowl this time next week." Again, without attempting to prejudge any decision reached here, I made tentative inquiries to the proposed Baron of King UC about the possibility of some goblins living in his glen as a first step. We goblins don't use crystal balls, but I would foresee a Gringotts branch opening in Hogsmeade long before any goblins even thought about settling there. Our whole approach to this would be to take things very slowly, giving all of us time to get used to the new situation. The contrast between the demented and bigoted ravings of their former member, Nott, compared to the reasoned thoughts of Barchoke couldn't have been starker or more thought-provoking. To the majority of the chamber, Nott's views were unpalatable, yet the Goblin Ambassador was painting them a picture that they could all live with. When the questions moved to possible arrangements for the summer ball, it was hard to contain the excitement at what was effectively the Goblins' table. The decisive yes vote had those in the public gallery applauding loudly, with Hermione and Sirius jumping up and down while holding on to each other in sheer joy. The expressing of joy was confined to the public gallery, though. Those on the floor of the chamber understood the session wasn't over yet. It was left to Amos to bring the proceedings back on track. We have one more piece of business that must be dealt with before this session can be closed. Having already heard the question that would be asked, and the chamber giving a guarantee that only this question will be asked, would any member like to forego their Wisengamot privileges and voluntarily accept Veritasrum? While this question was left hanging, Cornelius gave them notice of the timescale involved. Madam Bones hopes the new wards can be installed over the weekend, beginning on Friday evening. This will be the only opportunity to accept this offer. The rest of today will see every branch of the ministry made the same offer, starting in the Aura department. With no one making a move to accept the offer, Amos was left with no other option but to bring down his gavel, ending the session, and also any Death Eater involvement in the Wisengamot. It wasn't so much a victory for the light, more of a disastrous day for the dark. The Goblin party waited until they had reached the privacy of Arthur's new office before celebrating what was a stunning result for them. Sirius and Hermione soon arrived, with the latter immediately finding herself wrapped in a familiar strong pair of arms while being hoisted up into the air by her jubilant Centaurian mate. Harry then lowered her until their lips met. I've never kissed a Baron before. I could certainly get used to that. I've never kissed an Order of Merlin holder before either. Dumbledore really wasn't my type. This started Barchoke laughing, both at his son's joke and his daughter's reaction to it. Did you forget what else was settled in there today? Congratulations, my daughter. I am a very proud father, a father who now has 2 Order of Merlin, first class, holders in his family. Hermione had actually forgotten what else was approved today. The awards were a package deal, but all the emphasis had been on Harry's barony. That Hermione had actually forgotten something saw Bill and Sirius laughing. This was the first time either had experienced the phenomenon of a gobsmacked Miss Granger. It was into this oasis of mirth that Cornelius, Amelia, and Amos entered. They hadn't been experiencing much laughter as they worked their way through the ministry to make their dark mark exemption offer. Unsurprisingly, they had no takers so far. What was losing your job when compared to a stay in Azkaban? Arthur, I just spoke to your staff. While no one volunteered to take truth serum, I can't see you having anyone missing from work on Monday. Arthur graciously accepted the minister's backhanded compliment, but it was a bowing Barchoke who offered his nation's gratitude. Minister, that was masterfully played today on all fronts. A smiling Cornelius was still coming to terms with the rush that pushing through this legislation had provided. He had a definite spring in his step and felt at least 10 years younger. Thank you, Ambassador. You and your son certainly helped. Sorry for just dropping it on everyone like that. I just didn't want the awards to be tainted by people claiming we rigged the vote by barring the Death Eaters. All 6 who received awards today thoroughly deserved them, as today's vote proved. It also ended beyond doubt that anyone who claimed they'd been under the Imperious Curse when working for Voldemort was lying. We plan to marginalize them by taking away their power base, meanwhile keeping our eyes open that none of them try and do a Malfoy on us. Amos was pretty certain that wouldn't happen. They would be risking so much that I think they'll play the longer game here. Both Malfoy and Nott are now in Azkaban, and I'm assuming the Nott vaults will be frozen too. He attacked a goblin ambassador. The nation had to react. Barchoke's grin showed that the goblins had all different levels of reacting. His wife was served with her 24-hour notice, though we do have an advisor helping with her choices. An apology was also offered from Amelia. Sorry, Barchoke, for announcing these wards without confirming it with you first. You offered the service previously, and I'm hoping the offer is still open. Of course, Amelia. Friday evening suits us just fine. Are we erecting a new ward scheme just here, or is St. Mungo's included too? It was actually Cornelius who answered. We thought to leave St. Mungo's for now. Like you said, Ambassador, we want to take things slowly and give people the chance to get used to this new idea that Death Eaters are not welcome in our society. Now, if you will excuse us, we have many more departments to cover before people begin leaving for home. The minister then led Amelia and Amos back out of the office to the 6 Aurors who were accompanying them on their historic and momentous task. It was only still having to take potions for his wound that gave Barchoke a valid excuse for escaping the director's office without having to consume at least 1 tankard of grog. With the reactions his news sparked in Gringotts, though, Bartok fully expected the nation's celebration still to be ongoing in 2 days when his potion regime ended. This gave Bartok some time to spend with his son and daughter, which had led directly to where they were now. Both he and Harry had loved Hermione's idea, so his son knocked on the door. The door was answered by a wizard who appeared to be in his mid-20s, his wary expression changing instantly when he noticed just who was at his door. Ambassador Bartok. Sir, I can't thank you enough for yesterday. If you hadn't been there, or Dugan, every day you report for duty, you're prepared to do exactly what I did yesterday. I know you were on duty several times at Hogwarts, spending your time there helping to protect my son and daughter. Between warriors, no thanks are ever needed. His wife had headed for the door as soon as she heard the ambassador's name mentioned. Andrew, don't keep these people at the door. They are certainly welcome in our house. Andrew Dugan rather sheepishly held out his hand to Bartok. My wife is of course right. I was just so shocked to see you standing there. You are indeed very welcome in this house. It was handshakes all around as the trio were led into a rather plain but certainly homely living room. A certain young witch was sitting playing with some stuffed animals. This is Danielle, our daughter. On hearing her mother say her name, the youngster looked up to see they had visitors. There was no hesitation on her part as she rose from the floor and headed straight for Bartok, pointing to his sling. Does it still hurt? Sitting to be on the same level as the child, Bartok gave a merry chuckle. It did, but not any longer. I have to wear this for a couple of days. On hearing that it didn't hurt, Danielle then did what she wanted to do in the first place and hugged the person who her mummy had said saved them both. Thank you. There was hardly a dry eye in the house, though Harry was smiling at how well his father was adapting to receiving hugs. You are very welcome, young lady. I just hoped it didn't spoil your birthday. To a goblin, that is a person's most important and special day. With complete innocence, the now 4-year-old witch asked the nice little man a serious question. What's a goblin? That led to a smile and a knowing look in Harry's direction. My little boy used to ask me that very same question. Not wanting this to turn into a blubberfest, Hermione slipped her hand into Harry's bag and withdrew the wrapped present they had bought for Danielle. She knelt beside her father and the little witch. We didn't want yesterday to spoil your birthday and brought you this. Danielle had been taught proper manners, so looked pleadingly toward her parents for permission to accept the gift, permission that was soon forthcoming. She politely accepted the gift, and then her manners ran out. Danielle frantically ripped the paper off to discover what was inside. She squealed, "Thank you," before rushing off to introduce her new stuffed unicorn to the rest of her collection. Her mother looked on in awe. How did you know? Danielle had unicorns on the jacket she was wearing yesterday, and what little girl doesn't like stuffed animals? Hermione was still on her knees as Danielle then introduced her new human friend to all of her stuffed animals. Watching as Hermione interacted effortlessly with the child brought a lump to both goblins' throats, Danielle's long black hair sending Bartok and Harry's thoughts years into the future. The Dugans were also watching the scene but had a different thought in their minds. Their daughter had no idea what a goblin was, far less possessing any knowledge of the prejudices that were linked to that race. They silently swore Danielle would never learn any of those prejudices from them. Chapter 55. Our King Yusi Home. The catcalls and whistles didn't bother Sirius one bit. It took McGonagall's iciest tone to garner his attention. Lord Black, I know she's your fiancé, but Professor Hobson is still a member of staff. Kindly save this type of behavior for when you don't have so many young students as witnesses. Sorry, Professor, but it was my godson's fault. The mischievous glint in Sirius' eyes told everyone he wasn't in the slightest bit sorry for his total breach of etiquette. Harry said he'd never kissed an Order of Merlin winner before and could hardly wait to try it with Hermione yesterday. I couldn't let my godson have one up on me. That just wouldn't be fair, so I had to experience it with fiancé for myself. Those in the hall for breakfast had initially practically ignored Sirius, being far more interested in the 2 returning students he'd escorted back to Hogwarts. That was soon reversed, though, as the marauder approached the staff table and then greeted his fiancée by snogging her breathless. Any confusion over Sirius' statement was soon cleared up as the owls began to deliver today's edition of the Prophet. With everything that had happened in the Wisengamot chamber yesterday, it would have been understandable if the Prophet had struggled over what headline to lead with. The newspaper, though, knew exactly what its readers would want to know first. Baron who lived will call King Yusi home. That one line uttered by Harry yesterday was enough to convince the Prophet readers their ministry knew what it was doing. Assassination attempts, new goblin laws, non-pureblood orders of Merlin winners, and certain people not being able to gain access to the Ministry of Magic paled into insignificance when compared to the news their savior would now be living amongst them. Theo not though scanned the publication to discover where his father was mentioned. The fate that befell the impulsive Death Eater was never in any doubt from the instant his guilt was proven. That Crow had actually spoke to the Wisengamot in the hope of protecting the innocent members of the Knot family was unbelievable. That he'd gone as far as suggesting Pauline for Potter scholarship was simply mind-blowing. Just mentioning he didn't want the innocents harmed should be more than enough to protect his family from any retaliation. Even the idea that his young sister might end up with the same status as Lovegood or Creevy was hard to believe, but Crow would certainly take a personal interest in whoever was awarded those precious scholarships. Neville and Padma were rather shocked by their news. It was one thing to be nominated for something, they were now faced with the reality that both would be holders of the ministry's top award. Then Neville spotted his Gran entering with Padma's parents, and it was hugs all round for the family reunion. A real air of celebration began to grip the hall. McGonagall approached and congratulated all the students involved, though Augusta had something to add. "Professor McGonagall, I want to have a meeting with 5 students in my office this morning. Looking at them, I don't think they'll be fit for classes until after lunch anyway." The extended family had learned a hard lesson before Christmas and were including Parvati in this as well, especially with her mother and father visiting the castle. Augusta was also aware Henrika didn't have a class first thing today, so she and Sirius were invited too. There were some glum faces at the Slytherin table as a few individuals contemplated the effect these wards would have on their families. Pansy's contemplation took the girl in a whole different direction. She certainly wasn't glum. Pansy Parkinson was ecstatic and couldn't wait on the warning bell for their first class. Rather than sit there any longer, she excitedly dragged Draco out of the hall early. They had barely made the corridor when Draco wanted to know what she was up to. "What's in the Prophet to put you in such a good mood? Did I miss something?" She flung her arms around her betrothed and hugged him tight. "That news today has saved us. Word will soon spread of who those new wards affect. When it becomes known that my father is one of those unable to enter the ministry, no family will touch a betrothal between their son and the daughter of Edmund Parkinson. And knowing you're not wanted makes you happy? I'll never understand witches. If no one else will take me, that means you're stuck with our betrothal, and that makes me very happy. And since no one else will want the son of Lucius Malfoy for their daughter, looks like you're stuck with me too." 2 very happy Slytherins headed off hand in hand to their charms class. Neville had never seen his grandmother so happy. He was guessing that she'd been visiting great-uncle Algie, probably to rub his nose in her grandson's achievement. Neville was wrong, though. Augusta still had that pleasure to look forward to. After the Wisengamot meeting, she'd popped into Arthur's office to congratulate Harry and Hermione before following them and Barchoke back to Gringotts. She couldn't hold her excitement any longer and just had to tell Neville her news. "I visited your mum and dad yesterday and put something the healers had mentioned to me into practice. The healers think both are approaching the stage where we should be giving them targets to aim at. Yesterday, I gave them a target that certainly has both of them motivated. The day their son becomes a teenager, he will be one of the guests of honor at a ball where he and his betrothed will both receive orders of Merlin, first class. If Frank and Alice can get themselves healthy enough, they will have places reserved at our table." Padma had her arms around Neville, and it was probably just as well. He felt as if his body was going to burst wide open while trying to contain the combination of pride and joy currently coursing through it. Receiving this award was always going to be a great honor. Having his parents there to see him presented with it just pushed his emotions through the roof. To Neville, it didn't matter what the ministry handed him. Just having his mum and dad there would be his real reward. The excitement in the room was palpable, and that was before Sirius added to it. If we have our wedding at the start of the holidays, we can be back from our honeymoon in time for my Lady Black to receive her Order of Merlin, first class. Sirius then turned his attention to the portrait of a former head of the Black family and former Hogwarts headmaster, Phineas Nigellus Black. With my wife by my side, I intend to make the name Black one to be proud of. Considering I have centuries of bigoted arseholes like you to make up for, that will be quite a task. The portrait so wanted to hurl abuse at this descendant, standing there proudly boasting he was going to marry this creature and taint the House of Black forever. What held Phineas back was the forces that were arrayed against the mere portrait. The room currently held the head of House Black, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor, and also the Hogwarts champion. Phineas was never a stupid wizard, and his portrait contained all his best attributes, so he held his own counsel on this matter as they chatted about weddings, holidays, and balls. That didn't mean his eyes weren't boring into this happy group with a hate so hot it should have scorched his canvas. Funnily enough, Phineas Black's views were currently being shared in secret little bands the length and breadth of the country. Never meeting in groups of more than 3 or 4 people each knew could be trusted, they had been drawn together to discuss the dilemma all were now facing. Some had preempted Monday and resigned on the spot, claiming they didn't want to work for a ministry who was more interested in their relations with the goblins than those of their own people would cut little ice with their now former colleagues. Everyone would still know the real reason behind why they left. By denying them access to the ministry, Hogwarts, some of the most influential families in Britain, with St. Mungo's sure to be on that list soon too, they were slowly but surely being corralled in a pen of their own making. That their families were being spared this officially sanctioned form of bigotry left public opinion solidly behind the Ministry of Magic on the matter of these new wards. Their case for objecting had also cleverly been revoked, with everyone given the chance to prove they had been forced to take the dark mark, leaving them in a form of limbo. Whatever restrictions were placed on them by this system, it was still far better than having Azkaban as your new address, something that would surely happen if they pushed this attack on their liberties too hard. With Longbottom in charge at Hogwarts and Crow effectively leading the students, their children would be spending 10 months of the year in an environment that deliberately set out to erode their pureblood beliefs. A mudblood being awarded an Order of Merlin sent out all the wrong type of messages too, mainly that blood didn't matter. Their entire problem, though, was exacerbated by them being cut adrift like a rudderless ship. The Dark Lord didn't share power, rather demanded total obedience on pain of death. Only Lucius Malfoy had felt secure enough in his position to step in and take some semblance of control after that fateful Halloween. That Malfoy now resided in Azkaban left them not knowing who to trust, and certainly had none of them wanting to put their name forward to take over that poisoned chalice of a position. When a member of the Wizengamot could be caught, tried, and sent to Azkaban in the space of 24 hours, it was clear your family name, bloodlines, fortune, they all meant nothing now. As if that wasn't bad enough, the Ministry was being championed in its rush to embrace the light by Fudge, Bones, and Diggory. Throw in the goblin connection with the boy who lived, and this gave you a formidable force to be reckoned with. In every single case, those meeting agreed that something needed to be done about the situation. The reality was, though, that, again, in every single case, no one wanted to be the person who was going to do something about the situation. It would probably disgust those pureblood Death Eaters to know that similar secret conversations were taking place deep inside Gringotts. Dragontooth was practically breathing fire while venting his anger. Why would we want to live amongst the human filth? This is all that bastard Crow's doing, and Ragnarok is strutting around as if he had discovered a dragon who lays golden eggs. We need to put a stop to this. His father, though, wasn't impressed by his son's juvenile anger. You need to learn patience and not go acting on an impulse. Or, do you want to be considered the same as our fool of a director? Making a human a centurion on nothing more than a whim, and then granting friends status to little ugly witches. Disgusting. We need to use finesse here. Your clumsy attempt to injure Crow's bitch will see the spotlight trained on us if anything happens to her. I wasn't trying to injure her. I was trying to kill the witch. How was I supposed to know she was wearing armor? You should have planned and prepared for every eventuality, not jumped in without even knowing anything about the human girl. She's a human girl, and should be slaughtered on sight for daring to show her face below the bank. What more did I need to know? Bloodfang growled at his son's impudence. It was getting nearly as bad as his impatience. When a being carries a weapon, you never dismiss the danger without very strong evidence telling you that no danger actually exists. You acted the confident fool, and she bested you. If that wasn't bad enough, you then attempted to murder her, in full view of people we couldn't buy off. His father's voice had risen to a level where Dragontooth knew it was time to lower his head and shut his mouth. To do otherwise would only antagonize his father more. Seeing this allowed Bloodfang to reveal some of the details he was working on to his son. To reverse this disgusting decision of living above ground and bring down Ragnarok, we have to attack the director, where he's most vulnerable. He has practically aligned the nation behind Crow, and we need to prove to everyone that was a massive mistake. By discrediting Crow, or getting him to leave Gringotts, all Ragnarok's gains will disappear like humans in a dragon pen. It will be quick but painful, and certainly bloody. The bloodlust was clearly visible in Dragontooth's features. Crow had been a constant thorn in his side since they were infants. Father, do you really think you can force Crow out of Gringotts? I intend to see him storming out the door, swearing vengeance on goblins. At which point, I may have him killed, depending on whether or not it then suits my plans. The admiration a son had for his father was clear to see, causing Bloodfang to throw his son a bone of comfort. You were at least right about one thing that day. The way to Crow is through his mate. You just went about it all wrong. We need to take our time, let the ugly bitch collect her award. Let Crow spend the summer with her family, growing closer all the time. When the dust from all this is settled, and they have grown complacent, only then will we strike. Those Muggle parents hide behind some of the nation's best wards, but wards that were devised to deny access to wizards. What do you think Crow's reactions will be if these two Muggles are found in their home with their entrails pulled out all over the floor? His son's eyes nearly popped out his head. You want him to know goblins slaughtered them? Of course I do. How do you think that bitch he calls a mate will react when she finds her parents like that? Knowing they died in agony and at the hands of goblins, she will never pollute our tunnels with her presence again. Mark my words, where she goes Crow will follow. The director himself might even order Crow's extermination. The Centurion knows too much about us and could possibly be persuaded to lead forces against the nation. The bloodlust was back with Dragontooth. I was denied the pleasure of seeing the daughter bleeding on the ground. I want to be the one who guts her even uglier mother. Father, please? This would be a two-pronged attack, with Ragnarok facing an unprecedented political backlash that, as a counselor, Bloodfang would be well-positioned to exploit. He didn't expect to end up as director this time, but could easily see himself in the position of kingmaker. He needed Dragontooth to grow up and get his act together, then perhaps his son might one day claim the title of director for their family. That will depend on the reports I receive about you between now and then. I need to know I can trust you to follow orders before you would be allowed anywhere near this cleansing mission. In another eerie parallel that wasn't Death Eater related, Bloodfang had just handed his son an incentive to improve that was every bit as strong as the one now pushing the Longbottoms to excel. Alice loved watching the intelligence slowly return to the eyes she'd adored for so many years. At the moment, though, that intelligence was being masked by the frustration her husband was feeling because his body wouldn't respond as it used to. With slurring and a stammer, it was also difficult for him to verbally get his message across. After a few attempts, though, Alice thought she'd deciphered the gist of it. If you can't make it, you want me to go to the ball without you? Frank nodded in relief. It was a short-lived reprieve, though. After a kiss from his wife, she reminded him of something. We are a team, Frank, professionally and personally, together for the good times and the bad. If you're not able to attend, I'll be right by your side. I still think you're being too hard on yourself. Neither of us will ever be the people we were before. As long as I can take your arm and walk beside you into the ministry, that will be more than enough for me. Neither Mum nor Neville will be expecting any more either. Just us being there will make their evening special. She lovingly wiped away the tears that were forming in the corners of his eyes, though had no trouble making out what he was saying this time. Forever. That's right, darling, and don't ever forget it. Our son reminds me so much of you. A smiling Frank was pointing at his wife and mumbling p at her. Yes, you long-bottomed men need a strong witch to pull you out those shyness shells you would seem to be born with. And our son has found himself a real beauty in every sense of the word. She would never let Neville face his troubles alone, just like I'll be there for you. We have time, darling. I'm still sleeping for the most of the day, too. We're getting a little better every day, though, so just keep looking forward. As the couple embraced, the healer from St. Mungo's was unsure if this latest episode in their healing program was really working. He aired his concerns to the goblin healer standing watching beside him. I don't really understand how raising Frank's anxiety levels will help with his recovery. Present thinking is that this would only hinder his progress. The goblin had been expecting this. While open-minded, this healer still labored under the impression that magic could fix just about everything. Unfortunately, this also meant to them the reverse would also be true. If magic couldn't fix it, then nothing could be done. Their medication may be repairing the damage, but they have to help that process along, and that is hard on them. To help them continue pushing when they feel exhausted, you have to offer some kind of incentive to achieve that level of commitment. Even as they are now, both would be able to walk into that ballroom and sit long enough to see their son and his mate receive their awards. We're pushing them to see how much more they're capable of. Is this a normal part of your treatments? When a limb is injured, even magic can't repair it to the degree where it is working at 100% in mere moments. You need the patient to rest and allow the healing to knit, then exercise to get that limb fully functional again. Repairing organs is no different, so the treatment will be similar. They've had the rest period, now comes the exercise part. As you can see, we carefully monitor the situation to ensure neither overtaxes themselves. The healer was taking a note of everything that was said. He was after all here to learn. Remus had been worried about taking the second-year defense class. None of the rest of Hogwarts had experienced anything like a competent teacher in the subject and had welcomed him with open arms, but they'd had Bill Weasley almost from their first day in the castle. He explained to his students that today would be about determining what level this class were at, joking that he really didn't know how he was going to teach a class with 4 Orders of Merlin, first class, holders in it. When Padma joked back, carefully, Remus just had to laugh, and his reaction set a relaxed atmosphere for the rest of the lesson. With the glaring omission of those who'd chosen to have their lessons from Lockhart, this class were actually far ahead of where they were expected to be. Since everyone else he'd taught so far was way behind, this class were actually breathing down the necks of the third years in terms of knowledge and ability. He would have to adjust his lessons accordingly. After the bell, those same 4 award winners hung back, and it was Hermione who removed a ledger-like book out of Harry's bag before offering an explanation. We would normally speak with Professor Weasley about our plans for the Marauders tonight after this lesson. Would you mind taking a look over them for us? Remus was delighted to do so and asked if he could attend too. He was timetabled for first year tomorrow, and this should let him ascertain what level they were at, and possibly skip the introductory lesson he'd needed with the other years. On seeing what they planned to teach the first years, Remus' eyebrows nearly disappeared into his hairline. Had anyone else shown him this, Remus would have been sure he was being pranked. This looks brilliant. Like today, though, I think I would rather wait and see you 4 teaching before making any comments or suggestions. Or Tonks will be here tonight, too. The full moon is at the end of this week, so she'll be covering for a couple of days and needs to know the lesson plans for each class. This earned a smile from Harry. No problem, Professor Lupin. Or Tonks has seen us teaching the Marauders before and used to escort Hermione and me to training every morning. We like her. The 3 nods of agreement left Remus wondering just what he'd let himself in for. When the occupants of the burrow received Percy's owl, none of them were sure how to react to the news Ron had attempted to attack Harry Crow, or Crow's ultimatum on the matter. Unlike his parents, Bill knew Harry was serious with his threat, just like he knew Ron wouldn't have been able to land a blow on Harry. Bill had moved back home for a few days until Barchope could arrange new wards for the Weasley home, that they had wanted his father dead as much as the Goblin Ambassador shook all of them, and he would be staying at the burrow until those wards could be arranged. The warding of the Ministry would now push that back, but Bill wasn't complaining. The director himself had decreed that these wards would be erected at no cost to the Weasley family, citing they were only placed in danger because of his father's job as liaison to the nation. Ragnarok felt it only fair that their nation offered a level of protection to those who worked for its best interests. While Arthur clearly worked for the ministry, he was undoubtedly also working to further the interests of both parties. That made Arthur Weasley someone the nation certainly wanted to protect. The three Weasleys present eventually decided Bill would let Ron know his fate when he visited Hogwarts at the weekend. This would also provide some time for their tempers to cool. Neither male Weasley could dissuade Molly from sending her youngest son a howler. Truth be told, neither of them tried that hard. Remus was trying hard to figure out why he was here. These four had the first years hanging off their every word. When they then had their students practicing shield drills as a refresher, the original Marauder almost needed to sit down. Henrika and Tonks had been watching him, waiting on his reaction. Both were now smiling as the Auror offered some solace. "Don't take it too hard, Professor. I've been there too." Henrika here thought it would be a good idea if these four went up against some trainee Aurors in a speed and accuracy drill. Just as well they made it best out of three, or we would have left here with egg on our faces. They beat them. Harry called it a draw, but we both know the truth. I felt a bit of a fraud accepting, but I didn't want Moral to take a nosedive. Ours being defeated by 4 second years would have done just that. At least then it would have. Now these four would probably be favorites to win. To tell the truth, I feel a bit of a fraud accepting this Order of Merlin too. I was against going down there in the first place, and then it was those four who killed the Basilisk and Voldemort. I just felt so useless. It was Henrika who quickly rubbished Tonks' doubts. I think Dan Granger said it best. It took the 6 of us down there to accomplish what we did. You've seen their teamwork. Neither you nor I could emulate that in the time we had available. You stood guard over Parvati and me while being prepared to attack Riddle if he truly regained a body. I know those four very well, and they certainly regarded your role down there as crucial, just as I know they would want your award to be the same as theirs. I agree with Henrika on that point. I'm also going to need both of your help. Unless I can match what the first year are being taught here, I'm going to be the one with egg on my face. I neither have access to this fabulous room nor those dueling dummies. How am I meant to compete? It's not a competition, Remus. This is an after-school club. As club staff sponsor, Henrika was very protective of Crow's Marauders. The first years are learning the practical side of magical fighting here. They're using neither notes nor textbooks. They need to know the theory behind the procedures they're learning here, and also those behind the spells they're using. If you talk it over with the 4 of them, you could all be teaching the first years the same things, with them then getting a few hours of extra practical experience every week. Remus could instantly see the benefits in that system and knew he would have to change his current plans. Knott's arrival in Azkaban left Rookwood thinking he would have to change his plans. Rather, the information the convicted Death Eater was providing did. His crime of attempting to kill a pair of Weasleys and a goblin in the Ministry atrium saw Theodore receive a much smoother ride than Lucius had. He still managed to provoke a reaction from Bella though. Something about just how the Ministry and Gringotts were cozying up to each other didn't sit well with any of them. That the goblins had developed wards which wouldn't let those carrying a dark mark past was also a worrying development. It was when he mentioned that the goblins not only knew about their master's Horcruxes, but had been actively searching for them since that fateful Halloween night that had Bellatrix exploding. Her tirade was aimed more at all the thieving goblin bastards she was personally going to torture to death than the person who seemed to just have passed on some very bad news. This was leading Augustus to believe that their master's Horcrux Bella is protecting was currently stored in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. This presented the ex-unspeakable with another set of problems. His initial plan was, once he was outside his cell, to ask Bellatrix to tell him where she'd hidden their master's Horcrux. He was certain a promise to return their master to life would see that information being passed on. Bella would also know that when their master returned, he would want his loyal followers beside him. Azkaban would certainly be his first target, especially with all the inside information that would be available to him. Rookwood, though, was now having thoughts of an entirely different nature, thoughts of how grateful Bellatrix would be if he took her with him. Augustus had never had a willing partner before, not without using the Imperious anyway. He was aware Azkaban would have had a detrimental effect on Bellatrix, but where he had been no oil painting to begin with, she had been a stunningly beautiful woman before being locked in here. With his intellect and her power, Augustus Rookwood and Bellatrix Lestrange would be a mighty force for the dark. She certainly could be relied upon to be an asset with his attempts to resurrect their master. These thoughts were running through his head as he worked, and those plans he had could be suitably altered to include both of them. 2 was the maximum, though, and even though it was only because he had access to more blood than Augustus had originally anticipated. Pulling out his teeth provided about the amount he expected. It was his fingers that were supplying all the extra. While extracting his own teeth was every bit as painful as he'd imagined, gripping that tooth with his fingers while attempting to carve a chunk of stone with it was excruciating agony. All his fingers now had permanent grooves worn into them almost to the bone, while the tips were raw and bleeding from grazing off the abrasive stone he was attempting to carve. This would certainly cure him of biting his nails. Apart from the teeth he would be missing, his nails were filed right into his bleeding flesh. Presently, he was finding that it was only possible to work on his project one day and the other 2 were needed to nurse his hands back into some kind of working order. As well as his blood seeping into the stone as he worked, there was also plenty excess to feed to his straw wand. It wasn't necessary to decide whether the protection medallion was for 1 or 2 people until it was time to carve the protection runes. His current estimate to begin that phase would be around Easter. It may take a few weeks longer for carving the extra runes, but Rookwood was already thinking of the rewards those few extra weeks of pain could bring. One thing Knott's information did cement in his mind, though, was the date he would attempt his escape. While the Ministry celebrated its new orders of Merlin winners, he reckoned that would be the best evening to go for a swim. After the Marauders, it was back to the common room and time for their final study session for Master Pitsley's potions class. Hermione was fretting about this one since they had missed his class on Monday. Harry, though, ran her through the entire procedure, and she answered every one of his questions correctly. By this time, they were the only 2 members of their group left, the rest having headed off to bed already. Hermione then took advantage of this unexpected alone time and snuggled into Harry. "When will you find out about the house in Kingussie? Father is having it surveyed, and we should hear from him in the next couple of days. What has got you so excited about this house? I have quite a few, you know." She was glad Harry currently couldn't see her face. Hermione was sure she was blushing at how silly her answer would sound. "We've stayed together at my house, Gringotts, Padma's, Neville's, Grimmauld, and a number of Potter properties. I've enjoyed every one of them, but even with the Potter properties, I always feel as if they belong to someone else. I'm hoping Kingussie feels like home, because it's ours. You earned it." "We earned it, Hermione. It's all ours." She then let Harry hear her idea. "Last year you shared Neville's birthday party, because the ball was on the 31st. This summer they're planning it for the 30th. I was hoping we could hold a birthday party for you both the following evening, in our Kingussie home." Hermione was waiting on his laughter, but it never came. Instead, Harry lifted her chin and tenderly kissed her lips. "I think that is a wonderful idea. Our very first party in our very own home. Once we hear from Father, we'll know if it's feasible. The house itself might be nothing more than a large cottage which, while fine for us, will hardly be suitable for a large party." The sparkle in Hermione's eyes clearly announced to anyone who knew her that she just had an idea. A really good idea. A marquee. It'll be the middle of summer, so a marquee will work. That means it doesn't really matter how big our new house is, or what condition it's in. We can still hold a birthday party for you and Neville in Kingussie. After recent happenings, it was nice to concentrate on something relatively normal for a change. Even though the event was still 6 months away, Hermione was already gripped with excitement at the organizing she would need to do so their first party would be a success. Harry's goodnight kiss blasted all that from her mind. When her mate kissed her like that, Hermione had trouble remembering what day of the week it was. She headed off to her bed wearing a goofy smile, her only thoughts being of how good it would feel while they moved their relationship along as they got older. For Ravenclaws were heading down to breakfast. Luna had Moonlight cradled in her arms. The smart Kneazle knew Tasty Treats would be coming its way soon. Instead of Tasty Treats, though, It sounded as if the hounds of hell were racing through the corridors toward the group. Hearing the demented howling reverberating off the stone walls and seeing Luna struggling to stop Moonlight heading for the hills alarmed the other three. Harry and Hermione had their hands on the hilts of their swords while Padma's wand was already drawn. Luna was rather quickly moved into the middle of them so the trio could offer some protection to the little blonde with her hands full of panicking cat. To say they were surprised when Ron Weasley came careering around the corner would be an understatement. The source of all noise was right behind him. The volume this thing was broadcasting at meant there was no way to decipher what, if anything, was being said. Ronald obviously had no intention of hanging about to hear any message anyway. As he sprinted past the group, a pair of blades flashed and pieces of parchment then fluttered gently to the floor. The resulting silence was deafening. Moonlight calmed almost at once, appearing embarrassed for scratching her blonde friend who gave her such nice tippets. What the hell was that? It was a still gasping for breath returning Ron who answered Hermione's question. That was a howler, sent by my mum. The rest of my family are really unhappy with me that I tried to attack Harry after that trouble at the ministry. I'm really sorry about that, by the way. I acted without thinking again. Could you please thank your father for me? That was really decent of him to push Dad away from that killing curse. Harry accepted the obviously genuine apology before having to ask a question in return. Your mother sent that to you? Oh, I was expecting it. Started running the minute I saw the owl drop the bloody thing, but it opened and then chased me along the corridor. Mums don't usually do that, so Bill must have had a hand in creating this one too. Thanks again for destroying it. I'll need to tell the twins how you managed that. It won't really matter to me as Bill is certain to take me home with him at the weekend. Being homeschooled by my mother is not really something I'm looking forward to. Ron headed off to eat more breakfast. He'd been down early as he only had so many Hogwarts meals left. Ron intended to make the most of every opportunity to stuff his face. Okay, I'm still confused here. This was such an unusual state for Hermione that they could all see it bothered her. Why would a parent deliberately humiliate their child like that? Harry was also left shaking his head. Don't look at me. No goblin would ever use such a device. You've seen Master Sharpshard in action. We goblins like to do our bollockings in person. Even worse, though, family matters are only ever discussed amongst family. Broadcasting family business like that to the whole castle is something no goblin would ever do. Luna was the one with the inside information here. Oh, Mrs. Weasley can get so loud you can hear her right across the dale. It's usually when she's shouting at the twins, though. They were just about to enter the Great Hall when Padma decided to share her thoughts. Okay, I'll say it. Purebloods are just nuts. This had them laughing as they sat down to breakfast, though Hermione clearly still had something on her mind. Harry, we've met and certainly now heard Mrs. Weasley. Can we talk to Bill and maybe get Ron a reprieve? As bad as he's been, Ron's more of an annoyance rather than dangerous. I just don't think anyone deserves that fate. This saw Harry pause from selecting his breakfast. He did apologize and mean it this time. There's also the change in Malfoy to consider. Those thoughts would have to wait as Irgit flew towards them with hopefully the details they'd been waiting on regarding Kingussie. Learning about their new home was far more important to Hermione and Harry than any thoughts of Ronald Weasley being homeschooled. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths, we thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.